say talk is cheap, but what about the dudes that be quiet in the room? You know me, pull up off the seat. I used to pull up on the strip and park under the tree in front of cousin Keith crib and then spark my weed. Whole bottle of mo, that was my face show. Out here losing weight. Instead
Yo, what's poppin', YouTube? It's your boy YME TV, and I'm back at it again with another live stream. Shouts out to my Twitch gang members and my Twitter gang members. I appreciate everybody showing me love and support. If you're new to the channel, make sure you like, share, subscribe, thumbs up this video. Tonight we got a very, very, very special treat, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna be a wild night, you know what I'm saying? I don't want nobody to hold back. I want everybody to be real, keep shit 100. Salutes to everybody in the chat: Marcus, Rick, Miss Bama, Mr. KC. Salutes to everybody. But tonight, man, we're gonna have a real discussion, man. When we this is the reason why I made my platform for nights like this. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't want nobody holding back. I want motherfuckers to be real. Motherfuckers, whoever feels some type of way about this conversation tonight, they'll feel some type of way about it. I don't give a fuck. Like, but this conversation needs to be had. We need to have this conversation as a people, not just black people, but as Americans, period. So like, I'm gonna get off my shit first before I let anybody in, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, in the panel, in the chat. But Ethan Crumbly, he murdered all them kids. He murdered them people at school last week. Um, Basically, his mother and father brought him a gun on Black Friday. Saturday, they post pictures him test firing their mother Sunday, him firing his gun, testing his gun out. Tuesday, he in class searching ammunition. They leave her a voicemail. She texts the little nigga talking about, "I ain't mad at you. Just gotta learn how not to get caught." Next day, the teacher find a motherfucking note on his desk, basically saying he about to motherfucking kill people and shit like that. His life ain't worth shit, and he can't get it to stop. And he got blood and bullets and people dead he drew some shit. They call his parents and he altered the picture, but the teacher took a picture of the shit. So instead of them taking this nigga to the crib and searching his book bag, they let him stay at school. Less than an hour later than them let him stay in school, gunshots go off at the school, and his mom texts him, "Ethan, don't do it." His dad go home and find that the gun's missing and reported the gun missing. Man, if y'all don't get and then on top of the shit, the little nigga survives and gets taken in unharmed. But Tamir Rice got two whole clips emptied into him. That ain't shit. So then the parents find out they're about to get charged for 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter because it's the 4 people that died on Friday. They tried to go on the run, take $4,000 out the bank, got the people on the defense team lying, talking about they was about to turn themselves in, this, and that. But they didn't get too far. They was only in Detroit. These motherfuckers didn't get far at all. What the fuck is wrong with these people? Like, how the fuck is this little nigga like still like I just can't like justified force and shit like that, like, and bro, him and Dylan Roof slaughtered people while they were armed and got taken into custody unharmed. You look at that motherfucking picture of that kid, you could tell something in that nigga eyes that he fucked up. No cap. Let's be real. Call a spade, man. Then the media try to use these little innocent ass pictures, trying to make him seem so innocent because he got his glasses on, and try to make him look like some nerd or some miss broken. No, my nigga, that's some bullshit. Y'all niggas had pictures of Trayvon Martin smoking weed in the media and try to justify that as the one of the reasons why he got killed and it was okay for him being murdered. Alton Sterling got murdered for selling CDs outside of a store. They brought up the pictures of with him and his kids holding up guns, talking about look at this gang shit he's got. He's indoctrinating his kids to gang mentality and all that shit. But it's okay for y'all to have y'all guns with y'all kids, and y'all kids learn how to shoot these rifles and guns at 3, 4 years old. But that's okay. Y'all kill for sport. Y'all go out there and kill shit for hunting and shit like that. Black people doing that shit to stay alive, stay off to keep somebody off their ass. Y'all doing that shit because y'all want to. Y'all ain't got no consequences or repercussions behind y'all actions, and that's what y'all think. We got to stop glorifying and desensitizing our society and stop glorifying these fucking mass shootings and these school shooters. Ever since that motherfucking Columbine shooting happened, you hear about this shit once a year. Nicholas Cruz down there in Parkland, and this happened. That happened down here in Florida. That motherfucker got taken in unharmed. How the fuck are all these people being brought in unharmed and they armed and they murdered multiple people, but a black man can't even sit in his living room and watch a movie without somebody shooting him, a police officer shooting him, saying they mistaken him or mistaken him for being in the wrong apartment. Man, that man is in his apartment. Black men in Oakland get killed because he got a cell phone in his hand and he trying to get in the house and it's late at night and a police officer thinking he trying to do something. What the fuck is going on? Is lethal force and justified for is that only something with for black people? Because it seemed like that's what it is. The motherfucking or in Aurora, Colorado, shot up that whole fucking movie theater. He get to stand trial and get to spend the rest of his life in jail, but Tamir Rice get clapped down, 2 empty whole clips in him, and he had a toy gun, not a real gun. Make that make sense to me, man. Come on, hey, we gonna be real tonight, man. We gonna call a spade, man. We're not ripping off the band-aid slow. No, man, we gonna talk about this shit and we gonna be real about it. I'm about to open, I'm about to drop this link. Anybody and everybody welcome to come in here. You know what I'm saying? We gonna call a spade a spade. I think them doing that shit with the parents, holding them liable, even though they blatantly dropped the ball in that, blatantly dropped the ball and fucking groomed a serial killer and fucking gave him all the tools and ingredients to fucking do that. You know what I'm saying? But I think that shit is that this shit gonna be something that needs to be done, like all around like the country. These cities, Memphis and Jacksonville, and all these cities, like all these cities, Chicago, all these young niggas killing each other and all that shit. Your parents may not be supplying you these guns and all that shit, but hey, they still raising you and they ain't doing what they were supposed to do. So they might fuck around and start holding parents accountable for these kids out here doing this shit, what they doing in the black community too. So y'all better be careful. It'd be crazy to see niggas getting caught up for some because you ain't raising your kid right. You ain't saying no, you getting held accountable because your son out here serial killing just niggas in his community. You be man, there's some kids out here 14, 15, 16 years old don't got hearts at all. Nigga, it's cold out here. Niggas will kill you in the blink of an eye and don't think twice about it because they ain't got shit to live for. That shit real. How you 14, 15, 16, 17 and you feel like you ain't man, that's man. Fuck out of here, man. You got your whole life. You got a whole lot to live for, and you sitting here talking about I ain't got shit to live for, and I ain't shit. Man, fuck out of here, man. I wish a nigga would. But people glorifying this shit. That's the reason why these motherfucking punk ass niggas be doing this goofy shit. They squares, lames, punks or whatever, and they think they about to get even with people that was fucking them over. They think was fucking them over or treated them bad, and this is a way they get power for that little moment in time. But they don't realize that little moment in time, my nigga, you about to your life is done in that just for 5 minutes. His rampage didn't last longer than 5 minutes. So he about to spend the rest of his life in jail for a 5 minute motherfucking slaughtering that he did. It's just cowardly. But the parents deserve the max 15. They get 15 years for them four. They get 15 years each for them. The max is 15 years each for them. Manslaughter charges, them involuntary manslaughter charges. They need to get this. They need to get all 60 years. They literally gave that nigga the ingredients to do what the fuck he did. You brought the gun for the little nigga on Black Friday. Less than 72 hours later, a little over 72 hours later, he's slaughtering everybody. And then the fact that the mom texting the little nigga while the shit going on, talking about Ethan, don't do this, my nigga. They need to be in a fucking can, nigga. Fuck out of here, man. Get them motherfuckers the max and put them under the jail, B. No cap. Like that's some bullshit. When I heard that story, I'm like, damn, another white boy went crazy, and guess what? It was a white boy. I ain't trying to be racist. I'm being real, man. This shit had white boy written all over it. And then the pictures they try to use to make the little nigga seem look so motherfucking innocent and all that shit, like he's just a trouble kid. No, my nigga, fuck out of here, man. The night before that picture, before he went in there and did that shit, nigga got the gun out his pocket. Nigga posting on motherfucking gun channels on YouTube. This is the gun that he gonna use and do it. Yeah, man, nigga dropping clues and all that shit and all that shit. This shit could have been prevented. But these bum ass parents ain't motherfucking doing their job. On my soul, niggas dead ass look like niggas said they look like licks in the motherfucking comments. That nigga dead ass, them they parents dead ass look like little fiends out here. Like, you know what I'm saying? Man, she did take it serious, being a girl. She took it seriously enough where they got the parents involved the same day. The same day he shot them kids up, an hour before that, he was in a parent teacher conference with the administrators and all that stuff, and the parents didn't want to take him home. Less than an hour later, they get the alert that it's an active shooter at the school. The mom texting him, Ethan, don't do it. She knew what the fuck was going on. They didn't check that nigga book bag. They know damn well he had access to a gun because they brought the gun with the intentions that it was for him. Then you took the nigga on a practice run that Saturday, target practice or whatever. He went like, come on, man, this shit don't add up, man. Who the fuck buys a gun and just puts it in their drawer? Especially in Michigan. You know them white people love they fucking guns in Michigan. You seen them motherfuckers storming the Capitol last year because of the fucking COVID shit, and they wanted their state open back up, and them motherfuckers was out there bearing arms, showing them niggas they love their Second Amendment right. Man, this shit don't add up at all, my nigga. This whole shit is suspicious and fishy. Fuck out of here, man. Ain't no way in hell you gonna tell me all them line of like all that shit that you posted on Instagram and Twitter and all that shit. all that in them YouTube comments and all that and then you end up doing that, man, ain't no fucking coincidence, man. Your parents didn't give a fuck on it. They was knowing what the fuck what you had going on. Either that or your parents don't want to be parents. They feel like you grown enough now that you can do whatever you want to do and they ain't gotta be your parents no more. Fuck out of here. That whole ass nigga need to get his ass beat. Too late for that now, you know what I'm saying? That nigga about to live in PC for the rest of his life. Like no cap. 23 and ones that nigga about to be living. Cause somebody gonna love to say they got him. Like shit real. How all these black people get clapped and killed unarmed and they just living their life doing regular shit. But this white boy clearly armed and dangerous. When they arrested the nigga had 7 shots in it. It left in a 15 clip. They found him with 4 magazines, 15 clip magazines. Come on, man. They knew what the fuck was going. Man, them niggas' parents knew what the fuck was going on, man. Them niggas ain't do nothing but groom a little serial killer, man. A little sociopath, man. Fuck out of here, man. You could look in that kid eyes and see something ain't good with that man. That nigga, you know what I'm saying? Like, fuck out of here, man. And the parents look like they ain't up to no good either. Like they on some bullshit too. Like they just whatever Ethan wants to do, he can do. Either that or they on drugs. They gotta be doing something. But I know them white folks definitely mad in Michigan. They about to tighten up them gun laws for sure on you goofy motherfuckers. That's what the fuck y'all get. Doing all that stupid shit last year and y'all talking about it's all right to bear our arms out here at the Capitol and all that shit. Man, goofy ass niggas. Now look at y'all. Letting motherfuckers just willy nilly buy guns. Motherfucker was there at the store telling them that like, the dude that the motherfucker that they brought the gun from, nigga interviews like, yeah, the kid was at there. He's like, yeah, dad, this is the gun that I want. Nigga, he should get charged for that shit in the first place right there because he brought the gun for his son and he ain't supposed to be buying a gun for his son. But they gonna give him for them voluntary manslaughter. All four of them counts need to get 15 years, the max on them shits, no matter what. Fuck wrong with them. Motherfuckers is crazy. Hell no. Nah. Fuck wrong with these people, man. Hold them motherfuckers accountable for their actions, man. Or lack of action. Trying to hear none of that bullshit. I respect everybody and they right to bear arms and all that shit, but there's a difference between gun safety and gun responsibility and just being lackadaisical and not giving a fuck and just doing shit willy nilly. Like that's some like that shit real flagrant right there. That shit smell foul as fuck, my nigga. There's nothing they can say to that's gonna like you know what I'm saying that's gonna be able to get that shit and any no that shit don't look right in nobody's eyes. Period. Clearly they didn't give a fuck. So they can clearly keep their ass in jail for the rest of their life. Fuck that. Motherfuckers, I sit here and bear their kids before motherfucking Christmas. Fuck out of here, man. I guess this subject a little bit too touchy. Niggas don't want to come on the panel and talk. Motherfuckers want to just talk in the comments. You know what I'm saying? I've been noticing little slick shit in the first place with shit, so it's all good. You know what I'm saying? But no cap. Niggas need to be held responsible to the maximum on this one. Cause that shit foul as fuck. That shit was y'all knew what the fuck was going on. Plain and simple. Ain't no ifs and buts about it. I knew what the fuck was going on, man. I gave that nigga all the ingredients to do that shit. Damn, the Mavericks beating the shit out of the motherfucking Brooklyn Nets. I'll take it. Luka going crazy on them fools. Yeah, them parents need beyond. Them parents need more than a needle, man. Them niggas need a stoning, a firing squad, the electric chair, hanging, the guillotine, all that shit. They need all the above, man. Need to take them to the street and make an example out of them, man. That's some bullshit, dog. All them parents that had to bury their kids, all them people that's motherfucking got to recover and go through therapy and all that shit because of that nigga, all that goofy shit, man. All them people need justice, man. Everybody need justice, man. But I still can't wrap my factor around how many white boys get their day in court. You know what I'm saying? How all these white boys get their day in court for doing all this mass shooting shit, but black people motherfucking getting killed left and right by police just doing daily activities, my nigga, just living. You know what I'm saying? Or vigilante motherfuckers, unarmed black people. Like that's some bullshit. And the police be sitting here clapping us, and we ain't doing nothing but living our lives. But this nigga clearly a menace to society, but y'all ain't gonna shoot and kill him. Why? Fuck out of here. Let's call a spade, my nigga. I ain't trying to be say it's all race and all that shit, but come on, man, that shit got a part to do with it, man. You know what I'm saying? Like at least, like you know what I'm saying, I'd have felt at least a little bit better, like shoot the nigga in the leg or something, man. Like damn, man, shoot the nigga, let him know how that shit feel to get shot, man. Fuck out of here, like fuck, like you know what I'm saying, like Jesus Christ, like I wish it was us on the street getting shot in the leg instead of us getting executed and all that shit and blown down and you know what I'm saying, getting called home. But damn, y'all niggas just be letting these motherfuckers get away scot free, no motherfucking nothing. Like they took Dylan Roof to motherfucking Burger King after he slaughtered all them black people in that church. Like this is America, man. Like that shit crazy. How motherfuckers really get away with shit like that? The dude in Aurora slaughtered a whole fucking movie theater worth of people. Niggas stay in trial and shit. Tamir Rice got a fake gun playing in the motherfucking park. Get two police clips emptied in him. All in Sterling ain't doing nothing but selling CDs trying to feed his family. Get murdered. Then flip his death and put pictures of him and his kids in the media with his kids holding guns, talking about he was bringing it, he was doing nothing but keeping a cycle going and doing that with his kids, making a new generation of killers and gangsters. Like, come on, man. This how they talk about us on the news. But these motherfuckers clearly don't give a fuck about nobody, not even themselves, and they get all the motherfucking justification in the world. He was a mistaken boy. We were turning ourselves in, and they just didn't know about the time that they had an arraignment. They got 1,003 excuses for these motherfuckers, but when we give you an excuse for why Tamir Rice was doing what he was doing, just being a kid playing in the park with a cap gun or an airsoft gun, like come on, man. We tell you all in Sterling out there just selling CDs for his family. You know what I'm saying? So he can make sure that his kids got food on their table. Come on, man. Make this shit make sense to me. You got motherfuckers clearly in the wrong, doing wrong, don't give a fuck about nobody, got no disregard to nobody besides that, you know what I'm saying? But you you won't sit there and shoot them. You won't empty two whole clips in him. That whole ass cop from the motherfucking Parkland shooting, nigga, they said the nigga from the Parkland shooting, the motherfucking down there by Miami. They said the motherfucking the school police officer heard the gunshots and left campus. What the fuck is you? What did you think you signed up for, my nigga? And he had a weapon too. He was armed, nigga. It wasn't like he wasn't armed. He was armed. Salute 360. Like, come on, man. That shit, make this shit make sense, man. Bro got bro got captured. No, why the fuck I'm gonna stop saying bro. Nigga got captured with motherfucking 7 bullets left in a 15 clip, man. They ain't get great. He ain't get no shots fired at him, no nothing like that. He ain't get grazed, no nothing like that. He got taken into custody unharmed. But they come in the building, they see all these motherfuckers dead on the ground and all and blood is blood and all that. Come on, man. Somebody make this make sense, man. I know nobody ain't gonna be able to make it make sense because it don't make sense. But shit, this shit crazy. Just the American skin we in. What's good, no? Like, this shit sad, man. We get killed, niggas try to justify this shit. George Floyd got his motherfucking neck stepped done for 10 minutes. He was on drugs. He was a drug head, a junkie, and all that shit. What's good, Matt? Trayvon Martin get killed. Oh, he smoked weed. He had a hood on. Why the fuck is it always? Why the fuck y'all always justifying for? Why is always justifications for y'all slaughtering us in the street? But y'all can't never justify why he coming out alive. Come on, man. I don't give a fuck how old that motherfucker is. Ain't no way as a cop you trained to be on go, and then all of a sudden when it's time, you got all these dress rehearsals and all that shit, and then when it's time for the big play, my nigga, you fucking got stage fright. Come on, my nigga. Oh no, you ain't got stage fright. You got selective. You know what I'm saying. You turn it on and off when you want to. You know what I'm saying. It's a white kid. I'm not gonna shoot him. He's not the enemy. Put your hands up. He clearly is the enemy. You don't see all these fucking dead bodies in this school, you fucking clown. All this blood that you walking through. He ain't the enemy, and he got a gun. Come on, man. Make this shit make sense, man. This shit sad, man. Man, shell shock. I don't care. What did it, man? There's no way you could tell me that you shell shock when black people get slaughtered all the time for night and when they not armed or not doing nothing wrong, living it. You know what I'm saying? Especially for a police officer when they trained to go. Like, yo, this shit crazy. Why me? I used to be in a police academy and they told us that we have to be alert at all times. Is it true that they tell you once you take your gun out, you ain't supposed to put that shit away? I don't, man. Police, some of police skills, de-escalation skills is fucking terrible. Some niggas come out the gate with their gun. Like, bro, what the fuck is that? What am I doing that you automatically got your gun out? Like, you know what I'm saying? It's because I'm black, my nigga. You automatically got your gun out and you're threatened. Like, why the fuck are you threatened because of my skin color? They will let this motherfucker go and get away scot free, No wounds, no gunshots fired or anything like that. But a man trying to get into his house and the police see him fidgeting with his phone, or he had his phone in his hand and he get a whole clip empty. Come on, man. Man, the most dangerous job in the world I thought was being a police officer. Besides that shit is being a rapper, my nigga. This shit crazy. Hell no, nigga. I wouldn't. My cousin a cop. I pray for that nigga every day. Half of my classmates was racist. I can only imagine. Motherfuckers don't even know what the police force. A lot of motherfuckers don't even know what the original police force was. Like that shit crazy. That shit real, b. Nigga, the original police force is slaves, the slave patrol, nigga, to make sure they catch runaway slaves and shit like that. So we already at a disadvantage, nigga, because the system was made against, like, the system was made for us to fail anyway. That shit crazy. That shit crazy, son. But shit. Guess this topic too real, motherfuckers too PC, motherfuckers don't wanna, motherfuckers afraid of risking it all tonight. It's all good. But I've been peeping a little goofy, a little funny shit anyway with niggas, so I don't mind it at all. So they could keep it where they keep it. But yo, this shit real. And then like new shit be coming out every day, like where they got caught at in Detroit. Somebody was helping them get in the. Somebody helped them get in the building and all that shit. It was the building owner and all that. Like, come on, man. These people know what the fuck they was doing. That's why they need to be held to the maximum penalty for that shit. 15 years max for each of them motherfucking manslaughter charges. Fuck out of here. There's a lot of minorities, but trying to say. I know what you talking about. I ain't mentioning that man name on my channel though. Ain't got nothing to do with that. Let's see what fantasy looking like. James Harden got me 20 at half. All right, I'll take that. Yeah, it's gonna be a rough night in fantasy. Now I only got 3 players playing. It's some bullshit. Damn. CJ McCollum. Man, now CJ McCollum hurt, man. Damn, get the fuck out of here. Yeah. But shit. 35 minutes in. I'm trying to figure out what I'm gonna make for dinner though. Excuse me. Them parents ain't got no choice but to get theirs. If they don't give them parents the max, my nigga, that's some bullshit. Especially after what happened with that Kyle Rittenhouse shit. That motherfucker did that shit a couple days after that motherfucking not guilty verdict came out for that kid. And then Ahmaud Arbery guilty verdicts came out. Yeah, man, that's crazy. Yeah, that kid, wow. The parents knew what the fuck they was doing. They ain't do nothing but motherfucking raise a little motherfucking sociopath and knew he was a sociopath and condoned the shit. Enabled that nigga to do all that shit. Buying the little nigga guns and all that shit. Like, fuck out of here. Who the fuck does that? If a black man buy his 15-year-old a gun, they gonna be looking at that nigga crazy. So why the fuck we can't look at you crazy? I ain't never played with guns. I had airsoft gun. I ain't never touched no gun. I don't do none. I don't do none of that shit. Fuck that. I know what them shits do. Ain't them shits ain't nothing you play with. But I know there's a lot of weak niggas be into that shit, like, you know what I'm saying, gunplay and all that goofy shit. Like, niggas can't fight and shit like that. Niggas don't, especially nowadays, niggas ain't fighting, man. Niggas don't pull that gun out in a heartbeat, my nigga. Yo, this fucking phone charger is really getting on my last nerves. He got no choice but to be a sociopath, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, they said the nigga ain't got no friends, no nothing like that. Man, high school, man. Even when I was in high school, man, even the weird motherfuckers that I thought was weird and everybody else thought was socially weird or whatever, deemed weird, socially awkward, and man, them motherfuckers had friends. There was a pack of them niggas. I remember that shit in high school. It used to be a table, and motherfuckers used to be sitting all together and shit like that. Yeah, man. Like, come on, man. Them niggas used to hang out together. I don't know what's going on. That little nigga was that weird that he couldn't even be even chill with the weird kids. The weird kids are like, yo, nigga, you weird. The fuck? Hell no, we ain't trying to be your friend. I don't need a friend that bad. Damn. Shit must suck. Like, no matter how tough the shit is, I ain't condoning that shit. Hell nah. This goofy ass nigga. Bro, there's no way the parents did not know that shit was about to go down. There's no fucking way they didn't know that shit, bro. There is no fucking way. It's like them niggas gave him a fucking test run and all that shit before. Like, there's no fucking way. They had to know what the fuck was going on with that shit. Like, the fuck? Like, let's be real. That shit was they helped orchestrate that shit. They gave, like I said, man, they gave that nigga all the ingredients to commit that mass shooting like that. Yeah, his mom texted him an hour before, let's right during the mass shooting, telling him don't do it. When she got the word that it was an active shooter at the school, the dad go home and find that the gun that he got is missing. Call the police and report it missing. The gun stolen. Nah, man, y'all know what the fuck y'all was doing, man. Y'all planned all that shit. That shit had to be planned. room. They facing 15 years max, all of them involuntary manslaughter charges. So this minimum of, they looking at a max of 60 years. If they give them all 60 years, ain't nobody gonna say nothing. Everybody gonna be clapping in the streets, especially them parents that lost their children. Cause that's some bullshit. Them people dropped the ball big time. They tried to tell the parents to take him home. They said, "Nah, we don't want to take him home." We're gonna let him stay in school and commit that mass shooting. That's what we gonna do. The fact that the dad's first thing to do was to go home and for the gun. Why the fuck you ain't have no urge to check that nigga bag then? If you had the urge to go home and check for the fucking gun to see if it was missing, why you ain't had the urge to check for the bag? Because you ain't want your son to get fucked up in that school right then and there by that police officer or something? What happened? What you was? Come on, man. Let's be real. The parents knew what the fuck was going on. Like, and then people glorify this shit and making this shit seem normalizing this shit and all that shit. So these kids trolling about this shit nowadays, acting like they gonna do a school shooting and all that shit, trying to search for clout, trying to get clout and all that shit. But little do they know, my nigga, that's a terroristic threat. Like, these fucking kids out here trying to do anything for clout and try to get famous and blow up overnight and be TikTok and all that goofy shit, my nigga. But y'all don't realize y'all gonna be the detriment to your own downfall. Like, motherfuckers want to try to blame video games, music, movies, everything else besides the fucking cause of the problem. It stems from the household, the parents. Call a spade a fucking spade. These motherfuckers dropped the ball big time. I ain't trying to be funny, but dead ass. That nigga parents is on some bullshit.
Already know best hands on TikTok. Already know.
Like, them niggas dropped the ball big time. No cap. That's some bullshit. Why the fuck is he able to stay in trial though? Like, how the fuck is that possible? Like, why the fuck do all these mass shooters get to stay in trial unless they kill theyself? The police don't kill these niggas; they kill theyself because they know they're gonna get to stay in trial. Especially if you're a white boy, you gonna definitely stay in trial. They ain't gonna shoot you. They ain't gonna shoot at you at all. Except for that one white boy. That one white boy got clapped. They made a big deal out of that shit because he gave himself up and the police officer still killed his ass. But 9 times out of 10, if you're a white boy and you do some shit like this, my nigga, you gonna stay in trial. I remember back in the day, they tried to blame Emmett for that Columbine shit. They tried to say Eminem was one of the main reasons why them Columbine kids did that shit. When clearly that shit ain't have nothing to do with that shit at all. When you hear the fucking people recall that shit and with the shit they were saying. Motherfuckers try to point the finger at everything else except for where the real cause is. Parents talking about we were trying to turn ourselves in. We didn't know about the arraignment times. That's what the motherfucking they fucking attorney gonna say. We didn't know about the arraignment time. I was in another court case. I was in court. I didn't know. If I'd have known that, because we don't miss court dates and we don't miss arraignments and all that goofy shit. So why the fuck them niggas not nowhere near the city they supposed to be at? Why the fuck them niggas got $4,000 out of the bank account? Like, come on, man, make this shit make sense, man. Y'all was trying to evade that shit, man, but y'all ain't get that far. That bullshit ass car y'all had. Like this shit ain't got nothing to do but besides these bum ass parents. Motherfucker, so he plays Call of Duty and he plays Grand Theft Auto. That don't got shit to do with this shit. Anybody with a right sense, with 2 cents, no, Call of Duty in these games is fake. Just like you could turn that shit on, you could turn it off. This is real life. You don't turn life on and off. Fuck is wrong with you? I don't give a fuck who you is and how silly and simple you is. Ain't no way you can tell me that you can't decipher real life from a video game or music or television or a movie. And you know what's so crazy is they coming out with a school shooting movie. They had a whole school shooting movie they had playing. They had to cancel that shit because of this shit. What's good, Miss Bama?
Man, just listening to you, the stuff that you said, I agree everything.
What's your take on
And,
it?
and the thing is, I feel like parents these days need to love their kids. You know what I'm saying? And when they get out the bus, even though they be looking sad, like my kids, sometimes you never know what's going on in your kid's head. You know, and stuff
Hmm.
like that. Because when I found out my son was bullied last year, you know what I'm saying, he felt like he don't want to be here anymore. Sometimes we have to listen to our kids because you never know where their mind is. But him, I don't know, because they said on the news that he wasn't bullied at all. He didn't have no friends. He was just quiet. But,
Hmm.
some quiet ones be the crazy ones.
That's a fact.
And
What
I
up,
felt
hometown?
like, and then I felt like the parents already been knew about he want to shoot these kids. Because why you want to buy a gun? Like, okay, you can use it. You know what I'm saying? Like, why you want to buy a 14-year-old or 15-year-old a gun for? And you
That's a
feel
fact.
like you know what I'm saying? So when their parents test him that, I just feel like you been knew he playing this shit.
Hmm.
So why didn't you stop it? You knew that he gonna go to jail for it. That's why they was on the run too.
Hmm. They try to get
But
out. They try to get out of there early, talking about that that they didn't know what was going on. They went to the ATM up the street from the courthouse that
mhm,
morning and got $4,000 out and tried to
cause
go
they
and try to get.
knew,
Yeah, they knew they was in
they
trouble.
knew, they knew. And then the thing is, like you said about the black kids and the white kids, you know, I experienced that myself, my son, because he's black, of course, and schools these days, when he got picked on, they say, oh, maybe he just need to start picking on him. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, no, it's not that. And when you was talking about the cop situation, that's true too. I experienced other kids, got stopped. Like my friend, she got stopped with a cop because her boy 11 years old. You know what I'm saying? And they told us, well, he stole some in the gas station, but come find out he didn't steal anything. You know what I'm saying? He
Hmm.
had a little, the little chewy gum in the pocket. His mom already paid for it. So
Yeah,
I just feel like when it comes to our black kids, we got to be more protective because, and no police not gonna be. Some police will, because I got a police guy that I talk to. But I just feel like it's not fair that I wake up in the morning, you never know when your kids gonna be here or not, because how this world is.
that's a fact. And that's got to be scary for you to think that you're gonna send your kid to school to
Exactly.
learn something, to get taught something, to bring and to try to make your kid a productive member of society. You know what I'm saying? You try to make your kid be a better person and sending them off to school because you could be one of them parents that don't give a fuck
Exactly.
like them. They don't give a fuck, but he's
Exactly.
still going to school. You could be having you letting your kid go out there do whatever the fuck he want to do. Or I know you got a
Mhm.
boy and a girl. You be letting them do. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? But
And
for you
especially,
to have to send them off and then they not come back home and some shit that's out
exactly.
of your control with some bullshit
Exactly.
like that, to hear these how lackadaisical these parents is like this,
Mhm.
that shit would hurt. I know that shit would have to. That's why I'm afraid to be a parent, my nigga. Some shit like this happened to me,
Exactly.
my nigga.
Mhm.
I'm trying to go to every court date and I'm gonna fucking cause a scene in that shit. I'm trying to fucking kill y'all just like
And I
my
mean, the
kids.
thing is too, I agree with everything you said because I was young when I had them, but the crazy thing, like my mom was telling me, because I got a big brother, I got an only brother. It's so scary in this world that you can't even protect. It just the black sons though. You know what I'm saying? It's hard for them to live. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? I don't have to worry about my daughter like that. But your black son, you know, I remember one time, this is a true story, y'all. When one time me and my son and Belma and my daughter Kayla, we went to Walmart and this white guy was just following me and my son. We went to the pharmacy side, just following us, whispering to the earphone, following us. But come find out he had a white van. You never know what he was doing. So what I had to do, I had to tell him to walk in front of me so I could protect him. And Steve parents these days don't want to do that. You know, they be like, oh, um, what you call, go on live and show your guns and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So when they
They want
pass
to be
away, they be
friends.
like, oh, okay, it's his fault that he died because he showed a gun on Facebook. You know what I'm saying? Like you
Mm-hmm.
said.
They justify that shit for something that you did previously in your past or something that you posted online. How do Alton Sterling selling CDs out front of that store trying to make money for his family?
Because you know what it is, too. They think that he was selling dope. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm. But
That's
still,
how I feel.
it's so much bullshit. Like, what about that other dude that just got killed in Atlanta last year?
Hmm.
That even though they tried to justify him getting killed because he ran or whatever. The dude that was sleeping in his car. What's that name, man? What's his name? Brooks. His last
I
name
ain't
was
heard
Brooks.
about that.
I think his last name was Brooks.
Brooks.
Yeah, he was in his car sleep at a Wendy's.
I ain't heard of that.
Yeah, man. Rashad Brooks or some shit like that. It's so many niggas getting killed. Like that shit is sad that you lose track of people's names. You can't remember people's names. It happens so often. Like I think his name was Rashad Brooks, and he was at the
Exactly.
Wendy's. You know what I'm saying? He was at the Wendy's or whatever, fell asleep in his car or whatever. So they get him out the car or whatever, and he run or whatever, and the police officer put his gun that shit escalated real quick, you know what I'm saying? But the dude, like he clearly was trying to kept telling him like my sister live up the street. He was not like you know what I'm saying, this shit shouldn't have had to come to that shit. But you know what I'm saying, he got killed in that parking lot. Like this shit crazy.
Wow.
Every time we get killed, it's a justification. They justify it no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
You know what
Like
I'm saying?
that. I forgot that girl name. This black woman. I think her
Breonna
name
Taylor.
Brianna something. She was in
Breonna
her
Taylor.
in her house, minding her
Hmm.
business, and they shot her through the window. I'm like, you can't. And then the thing is, it's so scary that we can't even be in our own home.
That's the same way
And
they did what's his face though, Fred Hampton and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying?
uh
They
huh,
came into his apartment and it was shooting and all that stuff. Like that
yeah.
shit real. Like we ain't safe nowhere. We not
Mm-mm.
safe nowhere. That's a fact. We're not safe anywhere.
Cause I'd be scared to go. Look, I'd be scared to go to the store. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
I'd be seeing. We stay in the little white neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? And when we go to the store, you be seeing white people with guns on their hip, and I'm like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just want my students to go home. You know, I
Yeah.
just want to pump my gas and go home because it's like you can't even look at them. They'll shoot you like, oh, she had something in her hand. I thought she had something in her hand, but you had something else.
You
And they
never
always
know.
want to say self defense. It wasn't no self defense.
That open carry shit crazy. I remember I was in Georgia and I seen that shit. Motherfucker had this
Hmm.
big ass gun. I said, "Oh my god, this shit crazy."
Exactly. We over here with the rednecks sometimes. They be wanting them guns on the hip, or they have be, them little knives, all
Hmm.
that on their hip. And it's like I be looking like you never know who his victim was and none of that. And then they be having like, the little Confederate shirts and stuff. And I'm like, it's time me to go home. Especially
Hmm.
at night. That's the most dangerous part.
That's a fact.
And I rather wake up early in the morning, go to Walmart, drop my kids off, and go home because it's like if what I'm saying, like what if we was white, would we be in this situation? You know what I'm saying? So it's just a deep thought. Like I wake up and be like, you know I don't know if it's gonna be my last. You know what I'm saying? You want to pray for your kids and be like, okay, I'm gonna see you when you get out the bus, but when somebody call you from school, be like, oh, what's going on?
I hope no
Here go
bullshit
me being a mama. I'm on my way.
happens.
So
That's a
yeah.
fact. But that's sad that you even got to think something like that. You know what I'm saying? That, like, if you get a phone call from school, that the first thing is that something bad. You know what I'm saying? It could be something good, but at the end of the day, that's how society is right now. You know what I'm saying? This
Hmm.
shit is normalized. Like this shit
Like
have
Slime said, we not safe from our own people. Now that's true too. That's true because like this black dude, he shot this girl in the face because she did deny him, to give him her number. That's crazy too.
yeah, niggas is suckers. Like niggas is that's some sucker shit. Like that nigga don't, that's some crash test dummy shit. Like
Yeah. But
that's
she okay. That's the thing. But at the same time it's like it's mostly other race, you know what I'm saying? But you can deal with your black folk, you can just fight them and just go home or whatever, or we can deal with each other. But you can't even go to restaurants without people looking at you, like
mm,
white people looking at you and stuff. So
that shit
you
real.
just don't want to live in the country, far
Mhm.
away. That's how I feel.
That's a fact. Like this South shit is totally different from New York. Like down here, like motherfuckers is friendly. That hospitality, like nigga, that hospitality shit is real. Niggas is real hospitable down here. But like,
Hmm.
I'm not open to all that shit. I don't. It's like especially white people. I definitely ain't on that. Just friendly. Just like I hear plenty of stories where there's only one black person in a room or one black person at a slumber party and they end up dead.
Yep. Some of that. Oh yeah,
I'm
you talking about that black lady?
Yeah, like I
Well,
heard plenty of stories like that.
yeah,
You
I'm a
ain't hear
white
about I heard
lady.
about the story about the black girl in Chicago who she got a like one of the little like she got a like a not functioning arm and all that shit.
Mm.
Her name was Leah Rivers or something like that, and they fucking found
Okay.
her dead in a Lake Michigan, knowing damn well that she couldn't swim and all that shit. Like her, and then
Hmm.
it looked real suspicious. Her two friends that she went out to the lake with at that time of the night. It just happened like last month or something like that. Uh, they started a GoFundMe and all that shit.
Hmm.
They tried to delete all her stuff off of. They tried to delete her stuff off of Facebook and all that shit. Like they try to do something like that. Shit is a story too
Trying to
that
cover
nobody ain't talking
up.
about. You know what I'm saying? That people ain't talking about that story. That shit don't add up either. A 18-year-old
Hmm.
girl that got a non-functioning arm end up
You know.
drowning. That don't even make sense. And her family said that they was like she don't even swim.
Hmm. They know black folks can't swim. They chose the wrong thing. And then, like you talking about the lady about the slumber party. Now that's a mystery because all them white women covered up for that one lady. That I thought they said she fell out the back or something, or she had a cracked skull or something, or something like that. Like she had bruises. But they
Uh,
been knew what they was doing.
that shit don't add up either. That shit don't none of that shit add up. What's good, Kurt?
Hmm.
That shit don't add up at all. I don't give a damn what nobody said. You know what I'm saying? I ain't about to be nobody fucking token, my nigga. Ain't about to be
Exactly.
I'm straight on that shit. Like niggas be
And
wild,
then
be accepting of feeling
like
feel
we
like
going
they got
back to shooting. Like you said, I be looking at it on YouTube. You know how history about kids shooting years ago. About them two white dudes planned it and everything and shot the whole school. And I think they killed themselves or something like that at the end. And I feel like you said, when come down to white kids, when they shoot schools and church, you mean they do they kill them people in church, them
mm-hmm.
black people, and
Dylan
all
Roof.
them. It's like they don't never kill them. Like if we would have robbed a bank or shoot some, they'll shoot us. They'll go in and fight us. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Tase us or anything. But white people they get out the school unharmed. Like nothing is. You know what I'm saying?
That's
Like
a
that's
fact.
crazy.
Definitely, that's crazy. They roll out the red carpet for them to give themselves up.
Exactly. They don't only do have life sentence, they have like a nut house. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. They don't never go to jail for what they did at all.
Like I don't understand. Like the dude from that Aurora, Colorado shooting when he shot up that movie theater during the Dark Night.
Yeah.
Shit like
Oh,
that.
and
Like,
that's the one that be dyeing his hair all the time.
yeah,
Yeah.
like that shit real. Like them niggas really like that nigga a meme.
Yeah. Ain't he a psycho? Now that's a real psycho.
Like they got that nigga as using they use that nigga as a meme and shit. Like that shit
Yeah.
is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
He shouldn't even have that. He shouldn't even be having that. Like that shit shouldn't even be possible. Like, you know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? All them police officers that walk through that motherfucking movie theater and stepping all over them dead bodies and stepping in that blood and all that shit. Nobody had the urge to let a shot off, but you can let
No.
a shot off for somebody selling CDs, or you can let a shot off for somebody trying to get into their
Exactly.
apartment, or a man sitting in his apartment watching a movie, and you come in there and shoot, but you thinking you was in the wrong. You thinking that somebody broke into your apartment. What
Exactly.
the fuck? That
Now
shit
you
don't.
heard about Emmett Till. Now they talking about it was years ago, but I
Oh yeah,
just
the
found
lady
out.
finally
I'm
said
very slow.
that
Look, I
she
just
retracted the
found
shit.
out
Yeah, that
that
was a while
they,
back.
you remember they had confessed about they confessed about the murder, but they ain't went to jail for it, but they got money for it. You heard
Mhm.
about that?
Mhm. That shit's real. That's crazy. That
Yeah.
man was 14 years old and he lost his life because some lady said that he whistled at her and made a gesture or something. What?
Wink at her, whistle at her, or something like that.
Fuck. They wildin', man. That shit crazy.
Yeah. And then that's why I be telling my husband, I'm like, slash Belma, I be telling him, like, I don't like watching Black History movies because it make me more mad. I don't like watching, you know what I'm saying? I
Yeah,
don't
I'm
like
tired
to
of seeing
watch
that shit.
anything.
I'm tired of seeing all that slaves and
Yes,
all
Kunta
that shit.
Kinte, Roots,
And civil
all
rights
of
shit. I'm tired of seeing all that shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's a new time and age. Like, I appreciate it for the like that we do got that stuff, but like we said, like there's no way we don't have no ships and all that stuff from all them ships they had to send over here
Mm-hmm.
for them to transport millions and millions and millions and millions and millions of slaves.
Yeah.
Django that shit. Django the best slave movie ever made. That shit
Wow.
cracked. Django the best slave movie ever made. That shit fire.
Yeah. Like,
And it's funny. They got like I don't know how the fuck they did that. How Quentin Tarantino did his thing with that shit. That nigga like the shit when them niggas couldn't fucking see out the holes of the bags when they was trying like the
mm,
original. Oh my god, that was a racist ass scene, but that shit was funny.
yeah, like my mama's side of the family. My mom, she mixed with Creole. And she told me, her family, back then during slavery, she was like, our family lucky because, he was mixed. My mama's side of the family mixed. She said, because, I think, like, what you call it, slave was having a baby with a white man. And that's when my mama family came along, she was like,
Uh-huh.
you know, they like to take care of the children, this and that. But the saddest part is my family was raped. My slave, I don't know, she was my auntie. I don't know who she is. But that was the history of my family. You know what I'm saying? So
Uh-huh.
looking back, I'm like, wow, that's sad. That really is. That my family had to go through that for a long time.
That's a fact. That's real.
So
That shit real. Like people don't realize that shit, and then like all that shit ain't doing nothing but like repeated trauma and all that shit.
exactly.
You sitting here doing the shit that we was taught because that's all our parents was taught. So at the end of the
Mm-hmm.
day, all thing we doing is repeating the same cycles over and over, expecting different results. That's insanity.
So you see my mom, you think she white, but she not. She not. But that's why I told my mom, I said I want to learn more about my history. Cause my mama
Hmm.
family, they from New Orleans. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of stuff I want to learn about it
That's a
one
fact.
day.
Hit that link, Kurt. I know you got something to say about this.
He said, "Watch
Slime,
Django."
slime. Hit that link, nigga. This ain't this in your state, nigga? Yeah, Michigan, your state, nigga. Let a 4-year-old die from gunfire by another black man is gonna be on the news, but you won't see building.
That's sad.
Like, yeah, this shit real.
Very sad.
And the crazy part about it is, there's another one's gonna happen.
Yeah. It's like like you said, it's like a cycle. It don't matter. This not gonna be the last white dude, white little boy, shoot, school. This, the guy like you said that he got shot for selling CDs, DVDs. That
Hmm.
won't be the last black man that gets shot with a, from anybody, police or anybody. And then that's sad that we can't even be protected where we come from.
That's a fact.
And then my mama told me when I was little, all the time till now, white people just mad because they jealous because of our skin. And I felt that. When you think about it, we
What's
strong,
good?
we
Hold on,
independent.
let me turn my TV
What's
down.
good? What's good, Slime?
Hey, Slime.
Yo, Slime. That nigga went on mute to turn his TV down. That nigga silly. But real talk, like it's sad. You know what I'm saying? That people, like you said,
Hey
you can't
yo,
even think you. Yo,
yo,
so how you feel? You can hear us? You can hear me? Man, they got some bullshit. But it's sad, like you said, it's sad to think that you can't even send your kids to school, and you know what I'm saying, without having to worry or have the simplest like uh even think about hesitating doing it. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. That's like
Like,
really me every day, every single day.
like that's real, and it's supposed to be a part of the American way. Go to school, gotta do all this. You know what I'm saying? A part of the American dream. You go to school, get a good
Hmm.
job, and all that bullshit. Nah, my nigga. That's sad that you got to sit there and think that shit because they done normalized motherfuckers getting killed so much that motherfuckers is doing this shit
Exactly.
on the regular. Like, come on.
Like you said, and the crazy part is, it's not like us back then. When we used to go to school, get out of school, we can walk home.
Hmm.
Bruh, I miss that. But now it's like you can't do that because they start snatching kids.
That's a fact.
Like I be telling my daughter, because I meet them at the bus stop and stuff. You gotta be careful.
Hmm. Slime, you can
Mm.
hear us?
yo, I can't hear for shit. Oh my volume, yo,
I can hear you.
volume. You, I can hear you now.
So how you feel about this? You know what I'm saying? This in your state.
I mean, bro, I think it comes down to bullying, bro, and it's the parents. I think the parents was bullied. I think he was bullied because the mom she had texted him some bullshit. I read on the news. I don't know what it was, but I forgot.
Text them, don't
But it
do it
was some bull.
while it was
Yeah,
happening.
but it was some bullshit like LOL. Don't do it.
Oh nah, and then some other shit before the day before that. She told him he got caught searching ammunition in class, and they called her, but she didn't answer the phone or whatever. So she texted him next time. I said, "I'm not mad at you. Next time, just don't get caught. You gotta learn how not to get caught."
There they let him buy a gun at 15. If he tell you
Mm.
he getting bullied, you probably should like just take his weapons away 9 times out of 10 because they ain't doing nothing about it. They ain't give him no help. They ain't get him. I don't know.
They ain't doing nothing but enable him to do that. That's all they did. They gave him all the ingredients to do that. He had 4 whole clips,
I want to
15
blame the
rounds
parents,
each.
but I can't.
Huh?
So I want to blame the parents, but I can't.
You want to blame the parents, but you ain't got no choice but to blame the parents. They dropped the ball on this. They were supposed to take him home that same day, but less than an hour later, after they send him back to class, he's shooting up the school. But the dad go home and report the gun missing. But y'all ain't have no inclination to search his book bag while you was at the school.
Then once you put it like that, I think it was all a plan. He
If
was
you
just trying
listen
to
to
throw
the
it in
if you listen
traps.
to the if you listen to the events, it sounded like a plan. They bought the gun Black Friday. The next day, his mom post they went They went target practicing. They went to target practice. Then Tuesday, he's searching ammunition in class. They call her. She don't answer the phone. She texts the nigga, "I ain't mad at you. Just don't get caught next time." Wednesday morning, the teacher find a
Yeah,
note on the
that
desk.
that part. I ain't mad at you. Just don't
Hey,
get
this me.
caught.
I had to charge my
You,
phone up.
you good?
Go
Um,
ahead.
and then the next day, they find a note on his desk with the like shit like picture like dick like in the picture form of a mass shooting in school or whatever, saying shit like my life is worthless. I have no reason to be here. I can't stop these thoughts. And
So he
got
was suicidal.
Yeah,
I
I
don't.
had heard about that part right there. I heard about that.
So they were supposed to take him
That's
up from
when.
day. So when that happened and they got to the school, they should have took him home from school. Or they should have searched his book
Mm-hmm.
bag, knowing that damn well he had access to a gun. They just didn't want to be
But
parents in that situation. They just
but the thing is, why give your son a gun? That's the crazy part.
That's
You know
because
what I'm
normal,
saying?
man.
because
Like
they
it be
believe in their
different. He
right
was
to bear
like,
arms. They believe in that shit. They
That
really
that's
believe
so
in that
normal.
right to bear
To them,
arms
that's
shit. Like
normal.
your white people,
mm-hmm.
like the white people that's really believe that American dream shit. It's literally
Yep.
that American flag,
Mm-hmm.
God, motherfucking that right to bear arms shit. That right to bear arms shit, and then like football and beer. Like motherfuckers really bleed that shit. Like niggas really believe it. Like that gun shit. Like I said in the beginning, they go hunting for sport and shit like that. They do that shit for sport. Like if you see a white man and his kids, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 years old, and they all holding rifles and all that shit, you're not gonna think nothing
Yep.
of that because guess what? They be hunting and shit like that. But with like Alton Sterling, when they found them pictures of him and his kids holding guns and all that shit, they try to say he was indoctrinating his kids to be gangsters and continue in that cycle that that shit. You know what I'm saying? Of gangsterism and all that shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? But it's okay for them to do it.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
What's good, Kurt? But man, that shit real. Like it's okay for them to do it, but when we do the same thing they
I
do,
didn't want to believe it was real because I looked at his face and I thought about I don't know what movie I thought about, but I thought about the little rascals and shit. I said this can't be the shooter. Then they showed a better picture than him. This nigga tall as hell. I'm like, hell yeah, hell no.
Yeah.
Why would they show that old ass picture of him?
Okay, at
Like
first
he
they showed the
innocent or
yeah,
little
something.
baby picture.
yeah, they
They
try to
showed
make
like a
it
Yeah,
seem
the
little
so
baby
picture.
picture.
innocent.
Get the fuck out of here.
Try to make him
Mm-hmm.
look so
I
small
would
and
have roasted
innocent.
his
So
ass too.
like
Yo, you
all
can
them
hear
people,
me, bro?
you can hear me?
Yeah.
How you feel about this?
I didn't, bro. Honestly, I just was catching it as y'all was talking about it. I was knocked the fuck out. I had to get up and get ready for work, and I was listening to y'all while I was getting dressed and shit. What happened though?
Hmm.
Somebody like shot the school up type shit.
Yeah,
That's par
the
for the
kid last
course
week
for
shot the
them,
school up.
cuz.
Yeah, that's a
That's
fact.
par
He
for the
shot the school
course.
up last week.
That's what they
Mm-hmm.
do, bro. Like that's what they do. Like what you was just saying. Like they motherfuckers, they do shit on some America shit. Like
Yep.
just because, like on some, why you gotta have these AKs? That's not a hunting gun, bro. Like I understand you hunting. It's certain guns for that, and you understand it's no. It's an assault rifle for a reason. You get
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? And they
Yeah,
just want to have them just because, like, type shit.
because they can.
Yeah, like on like some America shit. Like I said, like just because, like it's just like people who don't want to wear a mask and shit, just because you're quote unquote like freedom. Like this is America. I don't have to do anything. My freedom. Like I can do. You
Mm-hmm.
feel what I'm saying?
That's a
Yeah.
So
fact.
they lean so heavy on that shit, bro. Like it's no way no kids should be accessing no guns. Period. Like You know what I'm saying? For all the guns and shit that they say we be having, you don't never see no black kids doing no shit like that.
Not at all.
Cause
Like
we
I
got
don't
sense. We got
and
common
and
sense.
And
and
most most black kids are afraid of their parents.
but I'm
Hmm.
saying though, we our circumstances is a whole lot worse as well. So
We don't come from
when
shit.
you right, when you consider all the things we had to deal with, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to be short sighted and shit, but fuck that. Like we got a lot more to deal with when like ain't no black kids parents texting them anything. Like you understand what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
Hmm.
in most cases, you know what I'm saying? But like ain't nobody texting to say don't do nothing. Like I don't even know who my pops is. Like you get what I'm trying to say?
That's a
So you
fact.
got two parents, you got the leg up there, you got money to buy guns, like so y'all got
Yeah,
finance like financially
they got money. That makes it crazy.
exactly. So it's like
Exactly, man.
we got more of a reason to be on that type of shit, but never on that type of shit. You understand what I'm saying?
Hmm.
But
Hmm.
the shit we do to each other, we get called all type of like they use that shit to justify the way they treat us. Like, you know what
Exactly.
I'm saying? But when it come to them and you know what I'm saying?
They always say,
Fentanyl and guns and all that type of shit that they be on, they
and the
be
crazy
trying to
thing about it,
objectify like
then the crazy thing about it, they want to make an excuse. Oh, he shot the kid because he was depressed, or maybe he was just bullied, or maybe he going through some things. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not an excuse for you to shoot other kids, and the kids ain't got nothing to do with your personal life. You brought
That's
that
a fact.
in.
all right, like that don't count as white on white crime, right? I don't want to do that. Like I don't want to get in that bag, but I just get so tight when you look at the like when you look at the situations and then you like compare and contrast the way they view that of opposed to the way that they view the shit that black people do, I guess. Like you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's like people fear what they don't understand. I heard y'all earlier saying like black people never survive that type of shit because white people know white people. So, you know what I'm saying? They feel like they talking to one of they homies. Like you feel what I'm saying? Whereas when they come to black people, the only thing the only thing they know about us is what they see in movies and hearing music. So
Oh, somebody was behind me. My fault.
they think we on some real crazy shit because the only
Yeah.
thing they don't kick it with us, so they don't know how we act, they don't know our culture, they don't know nothing, they just know what they hear in music and
Hmm.
see in movies.
Yeah.
And the more and we portray like, you know what I'm saying, like this is what happens, but you know what I'm saying, like I don't know, it's crazy, man.
And
Like
y'all notice some too. You know, when we was kids, or have you ever witnessed other kids go through some shit at home, but they don't never take it out on school? Y'all notice that? You know, when we be like, oh, we've been through some poor stuff, or we've been, it's not my life. I'm just saying, you know, kids used to, you know, was molested or abused at home.
Hmm.
Okay.
yeah,
Abused at home, but you don't see them shooting up school
that's what
because
I'm
we
saying.
tough. You know what I'm saying?
Black people got mad shit to deal with.
And the thing about it, you know, when we be bullying in school, well, mama always tell us, "Ah, you better hit them back." She don't
Hmm.
say, "Oh, I'm gonna buy you a gun to protect yourself at school." You know what I'm saying? It's how you raise your children.
They knew damn
Word.
well what the hell they was doing when they brought that gun, man. There's no way they can't say that.
Exactly. He planned it. It been a long time. Ain't no way.
That's a fact. That had to be planned. He's
Because
saying
you
it
think about
definitely
it.
it definitely was. He was posting in other YouTube under gun channel YouTube videos talking about
Hmm.
this is the gun I'm gonna use, this and that and shit.
And then you
So
know he was like, one of the videos he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna go to school and shoot." Nobody didn't say nothing or report it.
Man, I know
hmm
one thing. When we was in school, bro, when it was a threat, of a knife being in school, they had metal detectors. Like, why ain't no
Exactly.
metal detectors in these schools by now?
Or
Like, it's
police be at the office.
2021. Like, it done been shooting after shooting, and ain't no metal detect. Like, it should just be part of the code. Like, it should just
Hmm.
be a part of school right now. Like,
Well, when my kids' school, now what I like about their school is to always be a police officer at the office, right there when you walk through that door. And they always had, like you said, the monitor, all that. The police don't play that. They always have, it always be one in the back of the school.
they
You know
was
what
they
I'm
was
saying?
wasn't they talking about like having armed people, not like cops, but just like
Teachers and stuff.
arming it. Like, how stupid is that? Like, y'all
Exactly.
rather do that than put metal detectors in the
Oh,
school.
Steve said
Like
they
these
took down his
teachers don't be
teacher.
having grudges against some of these students sometimes. You know
Exactly.
what I'm saying? So it's like you can't always trust people judgment all the time. Like, you know,
Hmm.
because clearly this was a misjudgment of character right here.
Exactly. Cause I remember 2 years ago somebody threatened my son's school and they were closed. You know what I'm saying? Like that school didn't play. You know what I'm saying? It could be a comment a student say. They'll pull their students to the side and close the school. But some schools out there don't care. You know what I'm saying? Like hood, like like hood school, all that hood. They can go in there with, like you said, with a knife. They can go in there and be like, "Hey, let's fight." I'm like, what kind of school is that?
That's a
Yeah,
fact.
I ain't never been
Well,
all
I
my
did.
years being in school. I don't think I ever heard nobody bringing no gun to school. Like, maybe
Um,
Well, yeah.
outside, or maybe they stash it outside somewhere,
the
Hmm.
closest thing we
or
had was
In a
D Black.
car.
And remember D Black got shot in the head
yeah,
at Winter
yeah.
Farms. That was the closest thing we had.
I was about to say that's all the way down the street and shit. Like,
Hmm.
so
Now,
they, you know what I'm saying? That's crazy, man.
yeah,
I ain't
like I
never heard
went
of no
to
shit like that in the hood.
like
That's
my high
crazy.
school. It's a guy brought a gun, but they caught him because he wanted to shoot that person. You know what I'm saying? Thank God I was sick that day. You know what I'm saying? So it just y'all got like when y'all I don't know y'all got kids. Why me don't have no kids, but
Yeah, I
when y'all had
definitely
kids,
got
y'all
kids.
protect y'all kids, and it's hard to protect. Like I told, well, I mean, I don't know, you know this, but I got a 9-year-old son. It's hard to protect your own son
Yeah, Kirk got like a
because the
13
older
year
he
old, don't you?
get, you're not gonna be
Yeah,
there,
my son be 13 in June.
and you.
My daughter be
Mhm.
11 in August next
So you
year.
know how I feel, especially with a son. Like
Yeah,
I got a daughter, she's 6, but it's like now these police officers are in the white people looking at young black boys now. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, and y'all down south, bro. Like, I might not never go down there, bro. Like, I love it. Like, when I used to live down there, but like now
Hmm.
I'm older, it's like, man, you
Yeah,
couldn't pay me to live in Texas or some shit. Like, you couldn't. Like, I'm
yeah.
good, bro. I'm all set. It's like,
And then you want to look at then the thing is, like I told me in Bama, we always live at an area that we know what's best for our kids better than when we was living with kids. You know what I'm saying? You want to find a school or a nice neighborhood, but nowadays you can't do that
yeah, I was just
because
about
Miss
to say
Karen
that.
from across the street. So it's like you gotta protect yourself. You have to.
Like, we gotta do. Like, I ain't like blaming our people and shit, but
I got you.
we gotta do like a better job, like in our communities. Like, we gotta get to a point where we could trust each other, man. Like, I remember when I was a kid, like, you couldn't go down the street and misbehave, like, cause Miss Johnson will tear your ass up and send you back home to
And
your
tell your
mom.
mama
Like,
exactly.
yeah, like, but now they ain't on that type of time. It's like we all side eyeing one
Hmm.
another. It's like we gotta protect ourselves
Exactly.
from ourselves and white people and shit. Like, and that shit just not like it's not a good way to live. You know what I'm saying? Especially for the kids. It's like,
Like I told y'all, I was like, you know how back then when we was kids, we can, like I told, I mean, we can walk home from school. We can't even do that now. Or we can
Yeah,
go to, our little friends. You know how we live. We can go to friends' house, spend the night. You can't do that because you don't know how that household is. But
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like years ago, it's old, like 1960s. It was this little black boy, little black girl went to this neighborhood. Their friends had come find out the dad had killed the kids, and that ain't the kids. The daddy kids. That was the victim. Their friend daddy. So it's like you got to be careful. And I be telling my son, he got an iPhone. I said, you ain't go, you ain't going nobody house because you don't know how people live. And they ain't going to mine.
That's a
that's
fact.
like I don't be, man. I
And
don't let my kids go nowhere.
hmm
Like fuck that, man.
and they
It's so
type of
many.
neighborhood, like you said, it could be Miss Johnson or Miss Grace over there. You can't do that no more. Or the what you call that candy lady. You can't even do that no more. No more candy lady.
Yeah, word to me. We definitely had a candy man
The
down the
bebop,
way.
y'all mean the bebop?
Like, remember
What?
you like yo, remember 7-Eleven, bro? You used to
Yeah,
like they used to have the school open late, like where we go and have to like have the court be hoop like it that shit was crazy. I don't know if you
yes.
remember that shit,
But they
bro.
tore it down
You talking
now.
about 7 to
We
11?
used to have
Yeah.
one down there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That shit used to be jumping, bro. I remember that shit. Like you
But we can't
can't
do that no more because
like,
we fighting
yeah,
each other. We beefing now.
like we gotta protect this shit and like I don't know. Like we just focus on the wrong shit, man. Like
Yes.
morally we gotta get shit intact. Like we too busy trying to compete with each other when we don't
Yeah.
have shit, bro. Like we don't have shit to be trying to you
Compete
know what I'm
over.
Mm-hmm.
saying? When you look at the like I always say when you look at the racial wealth gap and how much money we don't have and then you see a nigga with a little bit showing off, like it just
Mm-hmm.
don't impress me. Like niggas talking about how much money they got, but like black people scheduled to have zero wealth in the next 5 to 10 years. Like so, it's
Mm-hmm.
like that shit is crazy. Like we gotta do more together financially. Everything we gotta protect each other. We gotta protect our women, especially and the kids. Like that's just how it gotta. That's just how it gotta go.
And
Like
it's sad how black men fight over some dumb stuff. You know what I'm saying? You be going on like I'm on Facebook. You go on Facebook like, man, he fighting over a girl. You know what I'm saying? Man, he beating up this little girl. It's just crazy how social media can show everything on there about black people. But what
yeah,
about white
I was
people? What
about
they
to
do?
say. I post anything about white people, they block my shit. But I could say nigga on every
Yes,
comment, and it's all love. Like, but as soon as
exactly.
I say, like, you gotta almost put a code word for white people. Like, you
That's the reason why
can't
they
even.
started putting. That's the reason why they started YT.
Yeah, like you can't say shit like
Mm-mm.
about
And
white
they'll
people
block you.
or gay people, or they
Exactly.
they they turn your page down. Like it's over.
You know what I'm saying?
And
Like,
they
but you
be
could get
our
on there and say
opinion.
nigga over and over and over again.
They'll
Like,
love that.
yeah, like that shit. You know what I mean? Like I don't know, man.
That's the reason why that Dave Chappelle shit was crazy because it was like it's the irony is crazy. It's
Yeah.
okay for him to do all that shit, the Clayton
Mm.
Bigsby, uh,
Yeah,
pimping shit, all that crazy shit to do all them black negative stereotypes about black people or whatever. But the moment he trying to shed light and try to do positive shit and try to make people think differently and outside the box or whatever about
Mhm.
the trans shit and then the Trump shit they had before. Like they tried to cancel Dave Chappelle like 3 times in the last 3 specials.
yeah,
But why me? If you know the song, I don't know. You said it's wild bad. Somebody said on panel wild bad. It's sad that comedians can't joke about anything like they did years ago. Like Steve Harvey, all the comedy people, how they be talking about retarded, not special ed people, or they'll talk about gay people,
yeah.
this
You
and that.
can't even say
But you can't even
retarded.
say that shit now because you won't, what I'm saying, they'll fire you or
Mm-hmm.
anything. Like this, I used to work with this guy, this white guy. He'll talk about gorillas. He told me like, oh, you look like a gorilla. But he ain't get about write up an apology. But if I said something like, "Oh, white people this," they fire you. They ain't fire me. I'm just saying like they want to instead of not writing me up.
Like I don't, man. I try and I stay somewhere like you say, like it's something overrated about like trying to. I completely agree with trying to get your kids more than you have, but it's something like overrated about it, and you find that out when you trying to do it, like living in the suburbs
Yeah,
and
exactly.
like this shit ain't what it. Like my kids need to be around their family,
Yeah.
regardless if that's in this place, that place, like in this hood, what that, like you understand what I'm saying? Because it's
Mm-hmm.
almost not being around your family, like that shit. It takes an element away from you, like you know what I'm saying, a certain
Yeah.
element of life that you need. You know what I'm saying?
And you're right. Mm-hmm.
Like
Cause
it's something like you know what I mean? I ain't had shit growing up, so I try to give my kids everything. And then you
Exactly.
lose and then you lose or they lose rather the opportunity to like the drive to want to work
go
for
get it.
something because they getting it handed to them all the time. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying? Subconsciously, maybe not on purpose, but it's like shit. My dad give me all the shoes, so
I
what
ain't
I
gotta
need
worry
a
about it.
job for? Yeah,
That's a
like you
fact.
know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
So you lose like whereas I didn't have that. I had
You
to
had that
go and get a
hunger and
summer
ambition.
job and buy school clothes. Like you feel what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
it's something overrated about that when you trying to give your kids
The
what you
world.
didn't have. Like you know what I'm saying. That's why
Mm-hmm.
we
What's good,
gotta
Oaktown?
clean up our
Hey, what's up?
we gotta clean up our neighborhoods and shit so that we could
You gotta
do
come
it and keep.
together.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Cause we don't. White people gonna be like, haha, look at them fight. Or look what we doing. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's too much competition. Especially as black women. I've been through that. When you have that friend like, oh, she thinks she all that because she got a husband and children, but I'm divorced and I lost my kids. Stuff like that. And sometimes you gotta come together and be like, look, I'm beat up for you. I care about you, but you want to be blocking me. You know what I'm saying? So it's crazy
That's a
how
fact.
this world works as black women and black men, especially black
Sometimes
men.
sometimes you outgrow people, and I think some people don't understand that, and they can't like handle that shit. Like you understand what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of people, friends that I don't be in touch with now. You know what I'm saying?
A lot
Especially
of
if you
them.
start moving, it's like sometimes it's cool to just let people go their way. Like you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
You're not gonna be. You know what I mean? Sometimes you outgrow people, but people just gotta understand like we could grow together, but I shouldn't have to stunt my growth because you don't want to grow with me. Like, you know what I'm just saying? You
exactly.
cheating yourself. It's like
Hmm.
all that type of petty shit that people worry about. It's like we don't got enough to be trying to be competing. We don't have shit. Like,
We
you know
Exactly.
what
compete.
I'm saying?
We
Like,
compete for the bare minimum.
yeah, like 40% of the country don't have a $500 emergency expense.
Hmm.
Like that's crazy. Like that's crazy. And it's like and then think about that how much of that percentage is black people when we don't have anything. Like, you know what I'm saying? We all like some might got more than others, you know what I'm saying? Shout out to them, you know what I'm saying? But like for the majority, motherfuckers don't, you know what I'm saying? We don't have shit. You know what I'm saying? And people rather get the gyms or get the game and try to just dominate it instead of trying to teach somebody else how you did
Hmm.
what you did. And you know what I'm saying? Like trying to start up a YouTube or a podcast or something like that. It's like you could ask somebody who did it how they did it and they won't tell you because they'll look at you
You got
like,
competition.
yeah, like, and it's like, you
Exactly.
know what I'm saying? It's not even that. Like, so it's like
or just
important.
thinking that you about to bite their style or some shit. Like niggas be on
Yeah,
some real
yeah.
hating.
Like people don't get their music on Apple Music because they just don't know how. Like, and when you try to
Mhm.
go to somebody like, yo, how you did it? Or even if you go to a nigga like he got some fire J's on, you go to him like, yo, where you get them from? Niggas be like, chill, bro, chill. Like, don't worry about, you know what I'm saying? That type of shit. It's like,
Yeah.
damn, bro, I just want to know where you got the shoes from. You feel what I'm saying? But people
Mm-hmm.
just instantly go to look at it like it's something competitive. You feel what I'm saying?
Hmm. You know,
Like,
like like you said, like the podcast, YouTube. So, sometimes, like, okay, I be telling Bama, like, Bama, why me on live? Oh snap, D Money on live. Then me and Bama be like, which one we need to get to? So what we do, we always have two phones and listen to YB and D Money, cause we feel like, it's the support that we have on everybody. Cause why me support Bama for a long time. So it's like we want to get that love support too. You know what I'm saying? It's not fair. Why me getting us a love support, then we be like, he not live. I'm not going to his live. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's crazy.
I try to tap in all the time. You know what I'm saying? I'm always gonna tap in, even if I just be listening. That's why I said I was just listening at
Mm-hmm.
first. You know what I'm saying? But
True.
I'm
I
always
be
gonna,
at work listening to YB and
yeah,
I'm
word. I'm
like,
about to do the same
that
thing.
time
I'm
going
getting
by
ready right
fast.
now. Word. Yeah,
Be
this
laughing
shit.
at YB laughing.
That shit. This shit crazy.
That's
We
a
just
fact.
got. We gotta grow and mature as people. You know what I'm saying? Because
Hmm.
Oaktown, you got anything to add to the topic? What you feel about this
Um,
situation? How you feel about
uh,
it?
well, I didn't even know much about that white boy doing that shit last week, but I mean, like just hearing what y'all was saying and the little tidbits I've got, I'm gonna be honest, some of these stories I don't even pay attention to that like that no more because I mean, what the fuck else is it? Like we used to this shit. Like just
Yes.
like with that Kyle Rittenhouse thing, I ain't even bother watching that trial because at the end of the day, we know that all you got to do is be white to have a justification for any kind of
Yeah.
fuck up.
mm,
So like even the thing with
mm,
the guns, like I heard I think it was Kurt talking about how white folks would take their little 10, 12-year-old kids hunting and shit, and that's like a rite of passage, it's a cool thing to do, but if you black, it's like a thing where you indoctrinating them into some kind of, I don't know, Taliban type of bullshit where you trying to be a terrorist group.
word up.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing
Preach.
about it, I always say is that if we really want to be honest about this shit, why the fuck are kids training with rifles? I get it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's like you want to teach your kids early to protect themselves and all that. I don't have nothing against people being gun owners. I don't have nothing against people teaching their kids. But when I
Mm-hmm.
look at the type of weapons you teaching kids to have, I kind of question your motives. I think you putting things into their brain that they're not
What's the
mature
reason?
enough to handle.
What's the reason?
And you know
Hmm.
what I'm saying? And then like homeboy Rittenhouse, you had the guns at, age you shouldn't have had them, and then you crossing state lines.
Yes.
That right there alone, case closed, right? But it's
Mm-hmm.
always some justification. And then
You
like
would
I didn't
think.
even,
You would
yeah,
think.
exactly. And then like, so like I guess what his parents, this current dude, I don't know his name, but he got busted for saying he wanted to shoot up some kids at the school, and then the parents, I guess, kind of joking around with him, okay, don't get caught and all this type of shit. I mean, like, this is the
So do they
mentality
take
a lot
it
of people
serious?
have.
Do
Yeah,
they
you
take
know what I'm
it
saying?
serious?
And it's like, it's always a justification for this
Mm-hmm.
type of shit. So it's like it's kind of hard for me to get into some of these conversations, not like with the way y'all talking about and nothing about y'all. It's just that these kind of stories, they don't shock me or surprise me. Like when you've had hundreds of years of being able to just be white and get away with shit, well, what you expect? This what happened. The
Yes.
problem is these white folks is turning on each other. So now
Mm-hmm.
they gotta talk about and address this shit. So like when it's us, well, that's what them Negroes do. But we ain't going around shooting up schools and shit like you were saying. We got too many other issues. We do so much shit and things that we got to do with each other, the things that we do to each other we shouldn't. Like, we ain't got time to be doing that. But also, how many black people running around with guns like that? Like,
No,
they always talk
none.
about black on black crime and shit, but
Yes.
the average black person, how many average black households have guns compared to white folks? We ain't all armed up like that. So
We
when
use
you
our
talk about black, yeah, you know what I'm saying? When you talk about black folks just shooting shit, okay, so you talking about thugs. Okay, well, it's thugs in every culture. These
Yes.
are average white folks doing these school shootings. That ain't us.
Yes.
These is the
Mhm.
average white person that go to work, go to school, look regular, non-threatening, all this other kind of bullshit. And these motherfuckers is doing all kinds of things. You can go on YouTube right now and you see all these white boys making Iron Man suits and everything. They take this shit serious. And this is where I kind of disagree with you, I mean, um, about things not being influential. No, it is. The
Mhm.
movies, television, all that shit you put out in the air, people do take that shit seriously. Like, I
Copy. It's a
remember, you know what I'm
copycat.
saying? Yeah, I
Mhm.
mean, like the Fast and the Furious shit, like out here in the Bay, like when that Furious shit first came out, they was doing that shit like the week after the movie came out 20 years ago. I'm talking about the first one. Fuck the last few, just the
Oh,
first
first.
one.
Okay.
You know, people take this shit serious. It ain't just us. They always want to point to just rap music and shit because that's what them niggas do and blah, blah, blah. But you can go on a lot of these fucking YouTube channels with these white boys and shit, with these fucking Superman fucking movies and these Marvel movies and all that shit, and they take that shit serious. And
Mhm.
don't
Yeah,
nobody think something wrong with that.
And
These
what's
motherfuckers be
hold
in a
on?
lab.
What's that Billy name? They love to take too serious. What's that Joker?
Oh
Oh
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Well, think about
Joker.
that. Yeah, the homeboy that dressed up like the Joker and shot all them
Hmm.
people in that movie theater.
Yep.
Okay, they take this shit very seriously. And
they
no, movies
definitely
and TV,
internalize that shit. They
yeah.
definitely it's
Hmm.
easy.
But
And
but
that's
the
the
funny
thing,
thing,
and not to cut you off, that's the thing I was
yeah,
saying earlier. I think that like because white people don't be around us, they think that we internalize the music. All they know about us is what they hear in the music
yeah,
and see in the movies. So they think that's how the average black person is, which is why they so hostile. Whereas when they with each other, it's like this just another white guy. Like you know what I'm saying? This one of my like you feel more comfortable addressing somebody that look like you, especially when you're not around them. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
But it's also like that's American culture. Like we're gonna demonize black folks no matter what. And with white people, well, you just another white person. Oh, it's no big deal. It's just like when they talk about white folks committing a crime, black folks commit the same crime. Who gets more time for the same damn crime?
Man,
You
they
know,
will.
we get more time. We
It'll
get
be
more time.
it'll be another war before, like, cause I just think they need to change the gun laws. Period. Nobody should have no assault rifles except
Nah,
cops and military. That's not a hunting gun. So people can't just
exactly,
say, oh, you either saying you hunting or you saying some America shit. It's one
Hmm.
of the two. It's no in between. You don't need an assault rifle unless you're trying to assault somebody. Like,
exactly,
you know what I'm saying? If you're using an assault rifle hunting, something probably wrong with you. You don't need no guns anyway.
You're not hunting. You ain't about to have no.
Right?
You ain't
Yeah,
about to.
you
You ain't got
trying to
nothing.
put
You.
holes in some shit. You not. This ain't a skill thing for you. Hunting is about skill, trying to
yep,
shoot in the right spot, kill it on a
Hmm.
one shot. You know what I'm saying? It's a difference.
And you know
But
what it is too? They practice on animals.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah,
yeah,
hell yeah.
They kill animals to see how it feels. That's stage one right there. You know when you watch because I love like
Snap.
Discovery Channel. I love stuff to watch like that. And when I watched the serial killer Jeffrey, you heard about it, Jeffrey years ago. He was practicing on animals, how to dispose them, how to kill and how to shoot them, all of it. You know what I'm saying? If you look
Mm.
at your child like he over there killing the doggone cat, you be like, he
Man,
just, you know what I'm saying? That's how white
black
people feel. They don't take it serious. They think
we
it's funny.
We ain't got enough money to spend 500 on no guns, man.
Exactly.
I know we did. My mom kicked my ass if I spent all the only guns we
Yep.
had was stolen, and it was
Mm,
like 3, 4 of them, and we all shared them, like type shit. It wasn't no these motherfuckers got cases like
yes.
armories
Rifles.
in
Yep.
their cribs and shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's
And I
unheard of, b.
and I question why you need that many guns. You don't have
It's
no military affiliation and none of
Man,
that shit.
honestly, man, I think they just anticipating confrontation with black people. A big part of me feels like that because if you had this 200, 300, 400 year history of doing what they did to our people and still do in a different way, shit, I would be waiting for a motherfucker to come get some get back too. Like you
Yeah,
understand what I'm saying? Like if somebody
but
did, if somebody did, if I did that to somebody ancestors, hung them, beat them, raped them, sold them, worked them to death, and gave them no
yeah,
pay, I'll be waiting for some get back too.
but you
So I
know
mm-hmm.
feel
what?
like that's kind of what it is. You see how they act when we go in their
Yeah,
neighborhoods. You see how they act.
but but I also think it's looking for it. I don't even think
Absolutely,
sometimes that
absolutely,
expecting it. I think
absolutely.
it's almost like, you know what? Nah, fuck all that. They ain't gonna do shit, but I wish they would.
Just,
Mm-hmm.
I wish
I
a
mean,
nigga
when you
would.
listen to
Cedric the
how
Entertainer.
what was that?
Cedric the Entertainer. I
Oh
wish a
yeah,
nigga
yeah,
would.
yeah. And Kings of Con, I wish a motherfucker would. Yeah, but I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think they really they haven't had to fear shit for hundreds of years.
Right.
What I think is just an excuse to look for trouble, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like
Go
because
there now. Go there. Go there.
I've had conversations with my supervisor, my former supervisor, cool black dude. He moved on and everything, and we used to have conversations about this. And he would talk about fear. I'm like, man, them motherfuckers don't fear shit. If shit ain't happened by now, it ain't gonna happen. Um, what it is that it's pure evil, in my opinion. I don't give a fuck. It's evil. Let's call it what the fuck it is. You done fuck with people for so long. You done got away with it. Now we gonna test the waters. We gonna arm up, and I dare a
Mm-hmm.
motherfucker to do something. Whenever you
Exactly.
listen to some of these white supremacists and shit talk, it's always this daring type of attitude. They don't fear no shit.
Hell
What
no.
the fuck do they really fear? They control every part of this country financially,
Talk about it.
politically,
Get in.
all
Go
that type
there.
of shit.
Go
You
there.
don't fucking fear nothing. What it is that you just don't like shit not being the way that it
And
used to
look,
be.
and let me tell you this. Let me tell you this too. You remember I told Wami earlier. I said the neighborhood I'm at, it's a lot of white dudes with guns on their waist. I would they can if you looked at them, they'll hold their gun. Like hold it. You know
Yep.
what I'm saying? And it's sad because, when you have kids, you be like, stay in the car. Stay in the car and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And that's crazy. And
Yeah,
and the thing is, it ain't Trump doing it. Trump probably, like what you call
He
Trump
that?
definitely
emboldened some,
enable people. I ain't gonna
yeah,
lie.
he
You know what
emboldened
I'm
some
saying?
people too, and made them feel like
Yes,
they can do whatever. But
exactly.
it
You
ain't do
don't
I
feel
all.
like
think
You know.
he enabled people?
Yeah, he did.
Oh, I was about to say, I feel like he made them not scared to be racist because
Like
he
I'm talking
was
about
yeah.
so
emboldened them. Like he
openly
made them like the people that was like that was racist and like that was closet racist. They felt like they was
Yeah.
okay to be out and
yeah, they
about
ain't
because
have to
race. You know
hide
what I'm
no
saying?
more.
You know what I'm saying? They was like okay, which I'd rather have somebody be racist out front with
But
me
you know
instead of
what I?
being like closet.
But the thing is, women, you know what I think it is? I think Trump didn't bring it up. I think he showed them their true colors.
Thank you.
Think about it,
Yep.
because if you think about it, them white folks scared of white people scared of us. Think about it. If they said an N word right now in your face as a black man, what would you do? And what would they do? Oh my God, the police! I'm gonna do this. Oh my God, he getting me. Oh my God, I'm gonna run. You know what I'm saying? So I felt like as soon as Trump was the president, the neighborhood that I'm at, let me tell y'all something. The people I talk to on the damn porch, they look at me salty now. They weren't like that before
Hmm.
Trump was there. You know what I'm saying? And that's
Mm-hmm.
that's scary.
Trump. Trump made a lot of white people proud to be white again. When they talk about make America great again, it's really saying let make America white again.
Exactly.
Trump, like I know what people say when they say Trump emboldened white folks, but I'm gonna be honest with you. What was white folks doing so different before he was president? I still seen white people do a lot of the shit that we complained about. So a bunch of them motherfuckers came out in the open. They was already out in the open. Just watch the Republicans talk on TV. Did you not see the same thing before Trump was president? What was the difference? It's just that they had a leader that they felt they could really get behind, but they've
It's,
always had people that they like and push.
now
So
Trump is
like,
good for business now. I know a lot
yeah,
about it. He good for business, but he ain't good for a president. I'm gonna tell you that. I
but
think
the good, no, go ahead, go ahead.
because I just felt like at first I'm like, oh, okay, Trump,
Is it like Marcus
he,
Brady?
he gonna be a good president because he have good business. He work with black people, businesses, this and that, and all that. But when he said all that about this white man need to be shut down or these black
Yeah,
thugs and this and that, I'm like, that's it. But I think he was just doing that for the white people, for his votes. That's what he was
yeah.
doing.
But I'm gonna tell you, like Trump, in some ways, was a blessing in disguise for people who needed it. Like for everybody who was so called woke and understood, you didn't need him to be president to bring nothing to light because you already knew. But
Hmm.
like what Trump did was that he exposed the hypocrisy of a lot of people on the left and right, and he really exposed how cowardly a lot of our people are, right?
Yes.
Because what I don't like is that you got all these punk motherfuckers like Roland Martin, right? It's easy to jump on Trump. But what about all them fucking white Democrats that ain't did nothing for you?
Hmm.
Like, he exposed a lot of people for what they really were. Like when that white girl, Heather Heyer, got killed out there in Charlottesville, West Virginia, and, they talking about taking all the statues down. He had brought up a good point. Y'all want to talk about taking down all these Confederate statues and shit and people who were slave owners. Well, Thomas Jefferson was a slave owner. Did you love him? What about George Washington? So, should we take their statues down too? And all them fucking liberal white folks, got caught. You love Thomas Jefferson, but he was a slave owner. What the fuck is the difference between Thomas Jefferson and a Confederate soldier?
Damn.
Or Robert E. Lee.
I ain't thought
It's the
about
same
that.
fucking thing. It is the same that they both slave owners. So one of them call you nigga what quietly, and the other one yell it in a room full of white folks. What's
Hmm.
the difference? It's the
Damn.
same damn thing, and they couldn't answer that shit. And I never
I can't even
understood.
answer that
You
shit.
know, no, but I mean, but that's the thing.
Mm,
It You've been brainwashed, and not necessarily y'all, but just in general, we've been brainwashed to think that a certain segment of people is good because they nicer about their racism. No, they all racist like that. It's
mm,
the same shit. So I was never fooled. I love Trump being president only for the simple fact that motherfuckers didn't have no excuses no more. He exposed everything wrong with this country directly and indirectly, and he probably didn't even try.
mm.
America had a mirror and they didn't like what they were seeing. That's why they hated Trump. If you really want to be honest, Trump was a mirror. And for the
And,
first time, America saw how ugly it was, and it didn't want to acknowledge how ugly the
and you
bitch
know what
been.
it is too. And you
Hmm.
think about, I was looking, when you think about what the stuff that he say, about the COVID, you be like, When he was like, oh, it's just sickness, it's just something. Somebody want to put a name on it, stuff like that. You think it look bad, like, wait a minute. You know what I'm saying? It's like a deep thing. Like you think about it. I don't know. It's just a deep
Yeah,
thought. 'Cause I feel like it's just a name they just want to put on. It's just like a damn cold. And you think about it. Because I ain't never had it, but I witnessed people have it. They just have fever and go to work. But,
yeah.
rest in peace to my grandma. She died from it. But I'm just saying, like, you be thinking about, like, is it really true? If it is ice a cover up, what is it?
Your country and government has lied so much to you, you don't know what to believe no more.
Exactly.
That's
It's
the
like a
sad part.
confusion.
All,
Thanks.
all I'll say is like when it comes to that. just make the decision you feel is best for you and your family. I don't judge people either way.
Hmm.
You got to do what you feel is right for you and yours.
Exactly.
We shouldn't be finger pointing and making people feel like shit because they chose either way. Um,
Yeah, this lady,
people
cause this lady got mad
still
because
getting it.
this lady got mad because I chose me and my kids to get vaccinated, and she talking about that lady threw everything. We went to Walmart. That lady threw everything off the table, everything. Yelled at the pharmacist, all
Yeah.
that, because she felt like it's like how them Karen. Then they called the police on us. I'm like, what the?
Wow.
It's crazy how this world is.
I
Sometimes I wear masks, sometimes I do. Like when I'm in a rush, like go to the gas station, I don't wear it because I'm like, okay, I gotta
Yeah.
go get this and this and that. But like my mama always tell me, she a minister. She always say, pray. That's the only way to protect yourself
Mm.
at the
Hmm.
end of the day, because you
Pro-
because you can get it regardless. It don't matter. But
Yeah,
at
Vaccinated
the
or
they
same
not.
time, you gotta just
yeah,
pray about it.
it really don't matter. You get vaccinated, people are still getting it. Some people you
Yeah,
don't get it. What I don't like though is that it's this snobby ass attitude that you'll have some vaccinated people have. Like if you don't get it, you somehow a fucking mutant, like you a X-Man
yes,
or some
you're an
shit where you
alien
got
or
to be
something.
ostracized from society and shit.
Yeah. Hmm.
They lucky my ass ain't no real X-Man because you talk that shit to me, I would fuck you up because that don't make no sense because it's like, okay, you chose to get it, fine. What are you scared of? I mean, it's supposed to work, right? So what are you
Exactly,
tripping for?
exactly.
Hmm.
And like my mama, when people say why you get it because you're supposed to have faith in God. You think about it, why you get it? You don't have faith in Him to protect you. But my mama's a minister too, but she have
Yeah,
faith in God. But at the same time, you gotta protect yourself.
yeah.
Don't matter if you have it or not.
All right, but
Well,
And
that's
even
enough.
in the
remember,
Oh, that's
states,
enough. That's enough vaccine talk. Cause them niggas fuck around, shut this shit
I
down.
know.
oh yeah,
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 that's a. But
okay,
see but
okay.
that's a shame in itself.
That you can't even talk about it.
That's
Yeah.
a shame in itself. Now, here's a funny thing: if you were all about taking it and it was nothing but yes, this is the greatest thing ever, and you should take it, you wouldn't have no issues about this.
Hmm.
Mhm.
That's the fucked up part about it. So it's a slanted conversation you have to have.
That's a fact.
Yep.
But I ain't happy. You know what I'm saying? Fuck it. Because at the end of the day,
Yeah,
I ain't
And
gonna make
why me
nobody feel no
rights?
type of way.
Look, why me rights
exactly.
too? You can't say nothing about anything
You know what I'm saying? It's a PC
No,
culture. You know what I'm saying?
because they
It
already
ain't real.
flagged. Look, never stop.
yeah.
That's what
But
I got.
Rami,
That's
you
what I
had a
got to
good
wonder for.
topic today, though. You had a great topic, a great topic. Cause I was thinking about that all day.
Because I said I was going to talk about it yesterday, but you know what I'm saying? I ain't want to. It's football. I was like, you know what I'm saying? Today is Tuesday. It's much easier, but it's all good. Nobody ain't come through here besides y'all two and my boy Kurt. It's all
Yeah,
great. It's fine. But you know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
He look, Bama listening. He just watching the kids,
Yeah, it's all good.
being the dad right now.
I got a good 2 hours out of it. You know what I'm saying? That's all I needed and wanted and cared for. You know
Mm,
what I'm saying? So
Yeah, for
all I
sure.
be asking for. You know what
yep.
I'm saying? I ain't gonna complain. But
All
we.
right. See you next time, man.
I appreciate you coming through, D.
Yep. Thank you. You really calmed me down today, cause I'm like I was worried the hell out today. But all right, then I dropped my damn phone. I call you back.
I appreciate you.
All right. Bye bye.
Would you about to watch this game? Oh,
Who playing? I don't even know who playing, man.
it's a couple different games. This Lakers game about to start.
Oh shit. So we can hear more LeBron bullshit. Hell, I'm
Lakers,
staying away from the Lakers, man.
Lakers versus Boston. Yeah, that's gonna be a bullshit game. I ain't trying to watch that either. Nah, that's a bull.
Nah.
That's gonna be
Hey
trash.
man, like some of that basketball talk is cool, but after a while that should be wearing you out because you can't even enjoy what's going on because it's always somebody making a video bitching about, some bullshit or the Lakers going through this. It's like, God damn, man, can just watch the game or don't watch it. Shit.
That's a fact. That shit real. Like if you're a Lakers fan, I understand you're a Lakers fan, but or you a Lakers fan but you don't like LeBron. But if you're a Lakers fan and you don't like LeBron, it's okay to be a Lakers fan and not like LeBron. But don't
Yeah,
bash the
exactly.
whole fucking team now. Everybody a bitch ass nigga and these soft ass niggas, this and that. Like, damn, I thought you was a fan, my nigga. You sitting here talking down on these niggas crazy. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah.
Ain't no
And
way
then
that you a fan.
yeah, I don't get it. Like, I'm gonna tell you, man, like one of the reasons why I'm actually happy KD left is because like for them, I'll say the final 2 years. The first year was different because he was new on the team and everybody kind of stood with each other and it was like, okay, us against the world, yeah, fuck it. But once we won it and he got comfortable, it all became about him. And you just get that toxic ass environment. It's like, man, we ain't even enjoying basketball. Like, I'm not gonna lie, them last 2 years, especially the last year he was here, that shit was not fun, man. And now when I see the Warriors playing the way they playing, it's like this is how it used to be. It's just fun to watch that shit again. So like,
Hmm.
I completely understand where some guys will have a problem with LeBron, even if they don't necessarily dislike him. It's just all the attention that he brings. But a lot of that is on these other fans, man, that just be doing too much. Like, I'm not going to let nobody fuck up my enjoyment. Fuck
Of the
that.
game, yeah. Motherfuckers be
It's
don't
just ridiculous.
niggas don't even enjoy the game no more. They just sitting here just talking shit the whole entire time. How the fuck you a fan
Yeah.
of the game and you ain't even enjoying it? You just sitting here. You might as well not even watch the game.
Yeah, I'm like, what's the point, man? So you don't like this, and he a bitch ass nigga for doing that, and I'm like, okay, well, who ain't a bitch ass nigga? Number one now, because it seemed like everybody a bitch ass nigga. I just be listen, I'd be like, well, fuck, who do you like? And
That's a
then you hear, okay, it's a motherfucker that played 20 years ago. Okay, so then go watch some old YouTube videos of them games. Then, like, I just don't, I can't sit up here and just be enamored. It just I don't get it, man. Like I didn't grow up like that. If I don't like some shit, I don't fuck with it. Like if I listen to a stream and I don't like what people talk about, I don't
I can
sit up
turn
there
off.
and hit the shit up and then complain while y'all talking about it. It's like it's your stream. Okay, fuck it. I'll check you out when you talk about something I like. Like,
Hmm.
I don't get this shit, man. It's like how do you enjoy anything in life if you always bitching and complaining about what you claim you like?
Niggas is weird these days, man. It's crazy.
Straight
And
weird.
niggas' is favorite players is from 30 years ago. Like you said, go watch YouTube videos. Motherfuckers stuck in the past ain't even enjoying the present, enjoying the moment.
Yeah,
Like I understand you don't like LeBron and all that stuff, but you can't deny the man's a great player, man. Come on, man. Stop
yeah.
saying here.
I
Stop
know.
you lying to yourself, man. Stop. You did like let's be you ain't doing nothing but lying to yourself at the end of the day. So,
Yeah,
but motherfuckers
yeah,
don't want to. Motherfuckers want to really ride Jordan and LeBron. I mean Kobe and
yeah,
who else? Bird and
yeah.
Kareem and Wilt and uh Akeem. It's a couple of different players niggas be talking about is better than him. But at the end of the day, my nigga, y'all sitting here talking all this shit about this man, acting like this man really not out here putting in work.
I know. And
That's
what's
crazy.
funny, like when you talk about the old time greats, they really only talk about Jordan and then they'll throw in Kobe. But they really don't talk about Bird much unless it's the shit on another player from
Mm-hmm.
today's generation. They really don't talk about Kareem and Wilt. They
Mad
really
niggas.
don't talk about a lot of these other great players who I think I was on Sean. Yeah, it was yesterday on Sean's stream. Me and Darius was talking. It's like we were saying, people forget when we was younger, our grandparents used to say the same shit that we saying to these youngsters now. It's cats from the '60s and '70s that'll tell you, fuck Michael Jordan. Wilt was better. It's shit we
Mm-hmm.
had to hear growing up that we didn't like. So that's why I really don't get in the middle of this generational bullshit because I don't want to do to the next generation what I saw the previous generation do to me.
That's a
I
fact.
didn't like that shit. They called us up, man. They called us soft. And whether it came to football, whether it came to other shit, why y'all wear y'all pants like this, or why you do this, why you do that. It was always fucking something like, well, goddamn, can I just do me? You had your time. This my time. So what I look like now at 45 years old, telling a bunch of youngsters not to live your life the way you want when I'll be damned if you told me that at the same age, because I was gonna
Mm-hmm.
do what the fuck I wanted to do. And then not only that, I got my own goddamn life. I don't care what you do. Do you? Do you, boo? Don't matter to me.
That's a fact.
So I
Cause
mean,
what
you
you
know what
eat
I'm
don't
saying?
make
It's
me
just
shit.
it don't mean a fucking thing. And not only that, I don't want to take away all the passion and hard work that young people put into doing what they're doing now. You guys got the right to live your life the way you see it. I'm not going to sit up here and cap. Yeah, there are things generationally I don't understand, but I'm like, you know what? As I've gotten older, I say, you know what? It's they shit. You ain't trying to be a part of it no way. And that's the thing. I ain't trying to be a part of everything young people do. My ass is old now. I ain't trying to keep up with y'all. You got your
Mm-hmm.
own lane. The shit that I like that y'all do, I'm gonna support you on and encourage you to keep doing it. Um, but other than that, what do I look like at 45 years old trying to keep up with people 28 and shit like that, man? I ain't gonna be the old motherfucker in the club.
Yeah,
That's just that.
some people gotta
You know what
know
I'm
that the
saying?
day is already past. You know what I'm saying? Some people don't understand that
Yeah,
shit. Some people
yeah,
still trying to hang on to something. Like, yo, you're hanging on to something that you don't need to be hanging on to.
yeah. You know, it's like that motherfucker who got two strands of hair left and refused to cut that shit up. Man, just cut that shit off and be bald, dude, or get a hair transplant. Come on, let the shit
Hmm.
go. It's done.
That's a
So it's
fact.
like that's why, I don't get into that. I try to enjoy everything. And then on top of that, it's always been funny to me that here it is, you say these youngsters don't know this, these youngsters can't do that. Okay, but who's teaching them? Because if young people don't know something, then that means older people didn't teach them.
Hmm.
Nobody never really want to look at it like that. It's like, um, if I know how to do something, it's my responsibility to pass it on to the next generation. If they
Right.
don't know it, I didn't do that good of a job of teaching them. Now, yes, some knuckleheads aren't receptive and so on, but we know that's rare. That it ain't like the masses are like that. So it's just a lack of wanting to take responsibility for your failures too. And like older people will never tell you this. They don't want to take responsibility for their failures. I could go back in time and um, look at old videos of talk shows where we talked about like what the fuck we were just talking about. They were saying the same shit 20, 30 years ago. Ain't no different. I remember watching Phil Donahue with um, Farrakhan on there. Same kind of topics. Dr.
Hmm.
Khalid Muhammad, same shit. You turn to Sally Jesse Raphael, same shit. It didn't matter. Oprah. I mean, like, this shit is like stupid. And here we are 30 years later having the same conversation, but we really gonna shit on young people? What does that tell you? Is the problems is bigger than just any one generation. But I'm not gonna sit up here and blame the youngsters for it because it's our fault. And I'll never forget, it was one of them talk shows where it was a similar conversation of what we were having and what black people need to do this, that, and third. Man, we've been talking about this forever. And the older black lady would say, look, I'm gonna come out and say it. We as the older generation failed you. That was 30 years ago. This is the early 1990s. Okay, well, here we are 20 years later. I'm gonna say it as the older generation, we failed y'all.
Hmm.
And I mean, like, and it's reasons for it, but we got to be responsible for this shit, man. And nobody wants to do that. They want to sit up here and live in the past like everything was great. Everything wasn't great. Like Rodney King got his ass whooped when I was what, like 15, 16 years old. Latasha Harlins got shot in the back of the head by that Korean bitch over an argument about whether she was stealing something, which she didn't. She had the money. She put whatever she was buying back on the counter and walked out, and then the Korean heifer went and got a gun and shot in the back of the head. I was 14 years old. The same shit. Same shit going on. So I mean, we got to stop this bullshit where we acting like one generation is better than the other. I don't get involved in all that, man. And then when it comes to the basketball shit, it's even dumber because that shit really don't even matter when we talking about real life issues. It
That's a
really
fact.
don't matter.
That's
A
what I'm saying. Like this
motherfucker shoot,
topic right here, this right here tonight. I ain't you see nobody ain't
yeah,
coming on the panel. Nobody ain't coming on the panel because they ain't know this is
yeah,
some real shit. You know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers don't want to
yeah,
talk no real shit. Niggas want some bullshit. Like niggas want
yeah.
the glitz. Niggas want just the bullshit. I'm not gonna give you just bullshit every night. No, niggas need to have a real topic and a real discussion about this shit.
Yeah, because the motherfucker shoot too many threes. Okay, and
That's a
I
fact.
mean, just like all the other shit. And then it's like I've always thought it was funny that with so many current NBA players that are sons of former NBA players from a generation you like, you would think that you would be more respectful because it's like, well, you don't think they respect the old time greats when their fathers were either them or played with them? They
Mm-hmm.
grew up around these motherfuckers you idolize. They know them better than you, and yet you shitting on these youngsters for not respecting the game. Well, how are you respecting the game? Because you disrespecting the people who actually put the work to be in it. You ain't in it like them.
That's a fact.
Like,
No,
like I don't understand that. Like they put in the work to do what they doing, and you shitting on them. And they were taught by people who actually played in the NBA. And you somehow think that they don't respect those greats. I mean,
like,
get the fuck out of here, man.
and then like I understand you seen what you seen, you were there, da 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 da. And sometimes, you know what I'm saying? I understand that you gotta know where you've been to know where you're going and shit like that.
Yep, yep.
But to recognize, not to even recognize where you're going or where the game is at, and try to like you just diminishing and downgrading everybody and everything that everybody do, even the great players, you still find you nitpicking and finding little shit that
I
you
know.
like. The fact that niggas is comparing Michael Jordan and LeBron James is sickening still. Like, yo, they play two different
Thank
positions.
you.
They got two different roles on the court. They come on, man. Like, that shit is crazy. Like, it's sad, man.
But
Like, and then these niggas ready to die and kill behind this shit.
I know.
I'm ready to pull up on you for this nigga right now. I'm ready to go give these people my life and give my life to the prison industrial system, all
Yep,
because of this player. When that player wouldn't come and pay your bill to get you out of jail.
exactly. You don't even know this mother. You may not even like this motherfucker if you got to meet him. A lot of these guys you ain't gonna even like.
Mm-hmm.
I just put it out there. Some of these guys you gonna like. Some of these guys you won't stand. I mean, your favorite player may be the biggest prick. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, it's like it's funny because I could make some Kobe fans real mad with some shit I could bring up on him that he did that people don't talk about. But, I keep that in my back pocket just to troll, to have some fun if they piss me off on some bullshit. But it's like, I've always thought it was funny that Kobe fans and Jordan fans think they can do no wrong. Those are the two fan bases I feel will take one player and think that there's nothing wrong that they did, that they were like God. They walked on water or something. And I have a problem with that, not because I don't necessarily care about the play. I mean, it don't matter to me. They were great, but whatever. They just athletes to me. But this worshiping that, he did this and he did. I mean, like, man, if we really gonna talk some shit, I mean, like, we can get into character. I mean, I'ma always say, Michael Jordan's gambling problems didn't just start with his gambling problems. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. The shit that happened with his pop, I don't know. There were rumors out there about him owing the mafia or whatever. But what I'm saying is that Michael Jordan wasn't the nicest guy. He was a great athlete. You couldn't talk to me. I don't give a fuck what nobody say this shit about, oh yeah, he would get up in your face and do, but man, fuck all that. I wish Michael Jordan would if I was one of them players. Motherfucker, you a man just like me. You ain't coming at me like that
That's a
because we
fact.
lost the game. Fuck you. Who the fuck is you? Same thing with Kobe. Who the fuck you gonna walk up on because we lost the game? Negro, is you stupid? Really? But people don't talk about this shit. Like Kobe left his black girlfriend for underage Vanessa. They don't want to talk about that shit. He's this great motherfucker. They'll sit up here and talk shit about Steph Curry choosing his mother over Dale when allegedly Dale had been cheating on Sonya for 30 something years, but somehow Steph wrong for wanting to choose his mama that he know. Maybe he know the situation better than you. And if he want to choose his mama, so what?
Mm-hmm. But I
But
think it's
Kobe walk on what, you know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Like Kobe then cheated on Vanessa and got a rape case behind some white woman. Now I don't believe he raped her, but here it is, you cheated and it puts yourself in a position to where you jeopardize your marriage, your livelihood, and then the team had to deal with that shit. But we gonna sit up here and talk about how great of a guy you were and how upstanding you were. I mean, I ain't saying people got to be perfect, but let's be 100 about shit. If we gonna really talk, if we really gonna talk about this shit, these are people. These ain't gods. They're athletes. That's it.
That's a
And
fact.
to sit up here and want to go to war and fight somebody and get that bent out of shape to the point to where you a bitch ass nigga just because you say, I mean, come the fuck on. And it's only black people that do this dumb, retarded shit. We don't have that same fucking energy if some white boy like Haas come on the panel and call one of our people a nigga. And all them motherfuckers that was on Ticket Channel kissing Haas ass, you know who the fuck you are. Because
Mm,
that white boy came on there, it made me sick. I had to turn off the goddamn stream when he would come on there over talking people, wouldn't let people talk, sitting up there talking about shit ain't about race, it's about this other shit. Whenever I hear white people say that, we done. Because you get to say that bullshit because y'all ass ain't black. But he would be so dismissive. And then that same energy that a lot of these Negroes had, calling each other all kinds of bitch ass niggas and shit, that white boy Huss say some slick shit like that. Oh no, brother, you gotta understand it's not that. Why do we do this kind of stupid shit? We got all this pent up frustration against each other, but a little punk ass white boy come up on the stream that a black man have, and that black man did not call him on that shit. Everybody else is a bit punk, bitch ass, hoe ass nigga. You wouldn't dare call none of them Latinos no spicks or wetbacks or nothing. You wouldn't dare call them white boys no rednecks or nothing. But you sit up there and disrespect your own fucking people who put money in your goddamn pocket. And you give that white boy a pass. And all them motherfuckers that would be on that stream, they know who the fuck they are too. And that's why I would never get up on that stream. Because that's some bullshit. I wasn't raised that way. And then to sit up here and have the audacity to call you a coon ass nigga. Get the fuck out of here. I don't play that shit.
that's the pot calling the kettle black.
Damn straight. But it makes me sick to see our people stoop to that fucking level for nothing.
That's a fact. Just for some recognition, motherfuckers want to be recognized. Sad, man.
It's not that important.
Ain't that much
It is
recognition
not
in the
that
world.
damn important.
Not at all. Ain't that much recognition in the world.
I mean, it's like, and that's why I like when I heard you and I like T Price, his stream is mellow. And then Sean has some. I want to check out D Money. Shit, like so many of you guys got different streams and doing your own thing. It's hard to keep up, but and like Bama Boy subscribing to his channel. Like I'm glad that a lot of you guys have got to do your own thing so that you can kind of have your own audience. And look, this ain't no hate on Ticket and none of that shit because at the end of the day, his shit is entertainment. That's all it is for me. But I do think that there has to be some type of responsibility you have when there
Mm-hmm.
are people that will give you money, people who will support your stream. There's a certain type of respect that you need to give people back. I understand shit is shock jock and entertainment, but sometimes certain things can go too damn far.
Big
And
facts.
I'm always say this shit as a black person. You better not say nothing to me when you can't check other motherfuckers who come wrong. The minute that you give them a pass like that, we done. Because a lot of Negroes sit up here and got all the energy in the world for their own people, but somebody else come along, you don't have that same disrespect. And I ain't saying that you should. I'm just saying be consistent.
Keep the shit even all the way around the board. Play this shit. I understand. That's a
Yeah,
fact.
and I respect you much more. I'm like, okay, so you just an asshole. Okay, well then
No
fuck
matter
it.
what.
Now I know what I want to do. But then you gon' yeah, you know what I'm saying? But you gonna pick and choose like that? You a coward. You a fucking coward.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it is what it is, man. It's like it's just a shame that we get up on these streams like that and we can't have the real type of discussions we need to have. And when we have it about basketball, when we get aside from all the fluff and shit, that it gotta lead to something else. And that
Mm-hmm.
shit is taken more serious than the other things that we really need to be pent up and frustrated about. It's just, but then again, too, you know what? Motherfuckers are geniuses. They know what gets clicks and views too. So, a lot of times this shit is just a game. It's not that serious to them, but they know what gets people riled up and views. So, maybe it's not what I'm saying it is either. You never know.
Hmm. That's a fact. That's definitely a fact. Cause motherfuckers be on some bullshit like that entertainment. Like, that's what and a lot of people don't know how to decipher that shit. Is entertainment. It's not real life. People don't understand that shit. Like you're supposed to watch that game to get to escape your reality for 2 hours, 2.5, 3 hours.
Yeah.
You ain't supposed to let that shit bleed into your personal life. And next thing you know, your feelings towards LeBron is got you fucking acting funny towards your kid because your kid won a LeBron James jersey. Now you looking at your son funny or like I'm saying shit like that. Like you sitting
Yep.
here trying to talk shit about this man to your son, making yourself look like a weak man to your son, not even realizing that because you hating on another grown ass man that
Yep.
you don't even know.
Yep. Exactly.
Like, yeah, that shit
But I
crazy.
mean, like, man, that's what it is. Like, it was funny because like I wasn't even hip to all this stream shit. Like, I would just look at videos and go in the comment section and then dip. So like all the streaming shit, like the social media, I don't even really do all this. It's like the first time that I really have done this shit. So like for me, some of this shit is weird. Like I get it. It could be entertainment, but at the same time, it's like, God damn, do motherfuckers really live for this shit like that? I don't know. Some people do, some people don't. But nah, man, this I don't know, maybe coming from a different generation too. Yeah, even I have to adjust to some of this shit because we didn't do a lot of this. A lot of
Hmm.
people like to expose a lot of things about themselves. That's why I think, aside from, talking sports, yeah, if you want to get political, just because we don't control the airways, you kind of got to watch how you frame certain things.
Hmm.
Um, but I wouldn't get too personal with shit. You never know who's listening. I would keep a lot of this shit superficial. A lot of people like to use whatever they know about you as information to get you later on or something. I don't know.
Like ammunition against you and shit. That's a fact.
Yeah,
That's definitely a fact. Niggas definitely be on that bullshit.
yeah.
Cause
I don't get the self exposure. I've never understood that.
salute, no, I appreciate you hitting the cash app. Everybody, man, who watching, like the video, man, and all that stuff, man. But yeah, you saying real stuff, man, and I appreciate you because like you, that's one thing I like when you come on the panel. Like you gonna bring a level head and like real talking to the conversation. There ain't gonna be no bullshit. Some people out here ain't you can't hold a real conversation at all if it ain't sports or street shit. Like I told you
Oh,
before.
yeah. Oh, man, I appreciate. I like your stream though, cause yeah, you guys mix it up. Y'all talk about a lot of different things. You'll get into sports, but I like the fact that you guys will talk about like real issues and everything too. Because sometimes you need to balance it out, and sometimes you don't need to be too caught up in real life issues. You need to have some sports and entertainment bullshit to balance it out. Because this shit'll drive you crazy, man.
That's a fact. That's definitely a fact. Because motherfucker, a lot of people taking life too seriously and getting fucked up behind it.
Yeah. Like I think like for those stories about all this shooting and shit going on, it's like I don't try to dismiss it like it's not important. It's just that it gets to a point to where um, same shit, different day.
That's a fact.
And it's like I think that I also think too that with this day and age of social media where you have like a lot of people that are so quick to jump to conclusions or give an opinion, um, this shit sit in your mind all day and it'll piss you off. Like I'm very cautious about the stuff that I put into my brain because it sits in it. It's like when you listen to a bullshit song on the radio 10 times a day, you may hate the song, but you'll find yourself singing all the lyrics to the song eventually because you've been programmed, you've put it in your mind so damn much. So, like with these stories and getting on social media and having to see what people think. A lot of times, man, this shit is toxic. Like we know what the issues are. America ain't gonna never change. Is being what it's supposed to be. The system is doing exactly what it was designed to do. And that's why shit is never gonna get better. America's gonna kill itself. You just gotta hope that you can link up with like-minded people and get the most out of life that you can. But I mean, there ain't no saving this bitch. It really ain't. So I don't even try to harp on a lot of these stories because I know I'm just gonna get upset over shit that I already knew was gonna happen.
Mm-hmm. That's a fact. I
They done
definitely.
showed us time and time again what the deal is, and it's not gonna change. Not in my lifetime, anyway.
Gonna continue to be what it is, huh? That's a fact. And it's sad, but at the end of the day, like you said, the only thing we can do is just hope and pray that it get better and try to be the change that we want to see. But that
Yep.
not everybody got that same mentality. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people like that organized chaos and dysfunction and shit like that. A
Yeah.
lot of people thrive off of that shit. A lot of people can't. If the shit was organized and everything was peachy keen and calm, people would be going crazy. Some people can't deal with that.
Yep. And the news is always trying to find stories to make people divided too, because it helps. It's like you said, it's organized chaos, but this country was built off of organized chaos, so it's gonna fall that way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what's up, J Mac? Hey, J Mac, you need to get up in here, man. My throat getting tired. I don't never talk this much. I talk every so often, then you don't hear from me for about a week.
What's good, Jerry? It's how you? I ain't see you in the panel in a minute. Been busy, man. I see. Man, CJ McCullum got to collapse, lung and all that shit, man.
Oh,
Damn,
are you serious?
dead
Oh
shit.
shit, that's serious business.
Yeah, I got to put him on my injury list, man. I got to try to figure out
Wow.
what else to use to replace him.
How long did they say he done for? I mean, he ain't done for the season, is he?
Ain't got no timetable.
Yeah, that's some serious shit. You don't even think about rushing back from that. So I was wondering why he didn't play last night. We play them tomorrow too, and I heard Lillard is hurt. I don't know what's up with him.
Yeah, that's real. Mm-hmm. I hope he get better though, cause Lord knows I was looking forward to him going crazy for me in my motherfucking fantasy, but I guess not.
You're gonna have to make a trade, acquisition somehow.
Yeah, prayers up to CJ McCullum, man. Hope he can
Yeah,
bounce back.
that's serious biz, though. Yeah, fuck basketball. That's serious.
What's good, Darius?
Nothing. What's up, man? How
Ain't
y'all doing?
Oh,
no
what's
much.
up,
I'm
man?
good.
What's up, man?
What's up, Oaktown?
I'm good. Fine. How you doing, man?
All right, doing all right. Just sit back listening, man. I was just listening to y'all.
I
Yeah.
appreciate it, you know what I'm saying? Appreciate the listening, you know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody come on the panel tonight, really, you know what I'm saying? Nobody ain't wanna go take a deep dive into this topic.
Oh yeah, I heard some of that. What was going on? Like the guy's parents met with the staff
Yeah, hour
right before
before.
the shit jumped off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, they should be charged with damn murder, not damn
Manslaughter.
instead of manslaughter. Yeah.
Yeah, involuntary
Yeah.
manslaughter. They should have
Yeah.
got murdered. Yeah, that's a fact, because they ain't do nothing but give them the ingredients to do that. They knew they had access to the weapon. After that note he made that same day, they didn't check his book bag, but his dad's first reaction was to go home and check to see if the gun was still home. So if that was your first thought, why the fuck you ain't check his book bag?
Right.
Come
Mm.
on,
Yeah.
man. That don't make no sense, man. Shit don't add up for sure.
I was like, down here, like pretty much anywhere. A lot of people take their kids on these hunting trips. They put guns in the hands at an early age. There's nothing wrong with teaching them how to use a gun, but they don't supervise them the whole time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they don't know what's going on with them. They got access to another weapon or whatever.
That's a fact. They normalize this shit. They teaching them how to use it. And you know, you don't.
Yeah,
You fuck around and lose track. Some of them motherfuckers got so many guns they don't even know how many guns they got.
but
They
you
just
know,
buying.
like I can understand you at home, you protecting the house, you know where that weapon is then, but I can understand that.
But some of these motherfuckers got an armory and they
Yeah,
ready. You know what I'm saying? They ready for a little war to pop off. Next thing you
yeah,
know, little Timmy fuck around and slip one of them guns out that his dad don't know he got. And he forgot about one of them old little revolvers that he got, you know what I'm saying? Because he always worried about his big shit, you know what I'm saying? Next thing you know, little Timmy take that revolver and air out the whole school.
right,
This shit crazy.
right,
It's sad, but it's gonna continue to happen no
yeah,
matter what. 'Cause guns
yeah.
ain't gonna they ain't gonna stop making guns tonight.
No, no. I mean, when I was in the Navy, man, I was in Japan. Shit, you get caught with a damn pistol over there, your ass gone, bro. They didn't play that shit.
I can imagine them. They don't, man.
Yeah, and
Damn,
don't have much crime neither.
that's a fact. Because I heard the only
Hmm.
people that got guns over there is the police, and I heard they ain't
Yeah,
got guns over
yeah,
there. And I heard they
yeah,
got like they ain't got no like they got them old like their original patent guns and shit like they ain't got no crazy shit like that.
yeah. A lot, like the right to bear arms was doing the I think the Revolutionary War. You know,
Mm-hmm.
that's when that shit came about. But they kept it intact. But I don't know, man. I just don't. I know that shit was kept away from us. The damn, the weapons. My dad had a pistol and I think like a rifle too. That shit was. We didn't. We knew not to bother that shit for one.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
You know, I ain't never touched no gun. I ain't never played no gun. I ain't never shoot no gun and all that shit. I know what them shits do. I ain't got no reason to play with one of those.
I
Like,
mean, I don't know now, but hell, I don't even. I got a concealed carry permit. I don't even carry the motherfucker. Just what happened to what's his name, Philando Castile up in Minnesota and shit.
uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm like I don't carry my shit. I mean, I sometimes I've had it at times, but I don't really carry it because I
Mm-hmm.
know it could be good or bad if you go to the wrong cop.
That's a right. That's a fact.
Yeah,
How did that cop mishandle that situation completely? Right? What he's supposed to take to get the gun from him?
yeah. But the guy was telling what he was doing it the whole time. He was reaching for my wallet.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them they ready to blast. They already got intentions already. They ran your plates and if you had priors and all that shit. So
Yeah, they come out the gun. They come out the car with they hand on their gun on the holster. They ready. The holster already
yeah,
hot. They ready. They got their hand on the butt of the gun ready to go.
yeah,
They ain't playing. These motherfuckers scared. They out here pretending like they tough and all that shit. Some of these motherfuckers need the psych evaluation. It's for you to be a cop and be able to. You could here in Florida, you could be a cop in 6 weeks.
yeah. Yeah, my cousin he started out as a cop for the county, and he was telling me when he went to police academy training how they was kicking out these guys. If they made even like a racist remark, you report them. They kick them out of the academy or whatever. So it's crazy, but he works now. He works for the Secret Service and shit now.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but it's crazy, man. When you dealing with some of these cops, man, you don't know what you're running into.
Not at all. You don't know what they going through in their personal life, what type of upbringing they had. It could be a whole lot of different things. What's good, D Money? It's a
I just
whole
don't
lot
want
of
them.
things that
I
come
just don't
into it.
want them cats around my goddamn car. You know,
That's a
they're
fact.
looking for a reason to bring the dogs, and that's bullshit. When they say the dog hit the dog.
They
The,
automatically these days, especially for a young black nigga, they gonna tell you the car smell like weed
yeah,
because
they
it's not
showed the
just
dog.
car wash.
They damn near guiding the dog around and telling them to hit. I'm
Mm-hmm.
like, come on, man. Don't lock me up for no damn. If I got a damn some shake in the car, I've seen people get locked up for shake, man.
Yeah, some bull. That's some bullshit right there.
Yeah,
Now. I ain't trying to get caught up behind no bullshit.
Yeah, I heard you was talking about CJ McCollum.
Yeah, he got a collapsed lung.
Mm, yeah,
I got him on my fantasy basketball team, but I'm gonna have to
damn.
rethink that.
So that must happen last night.
He was out last night. Yeah, he was like, what did he play? Let me see. Did he play last night?
I thought he played
Nah,
the
he was
last.
out last night.
He was out.
Nah,
So
he didn't play. Nah,
so that
him
was
and Lillard was out.
happened a couple of games ago. Then
Nah, because I
Yeah,
looked at the box score. He wasn't in it.
okay.
yeah, rib contusion. He had a rib contusion. He was out
So
last
that
night.
probably was that the whole time.
Uh-huh. So they said he was he was doubtful for Monday game with the ribs because it happened
Mm,
Sunday or Saturday night.
yeah,
Nigga, I don't want Ben Simmons, nigga. CJ McCollum coming back this season off of this collapse loan, nigga. I don't care how long it take, but I ain't trading him for Ben Simmons. Hell no. I'll trade him for Giannis though. Go ahead and give me Giannis. I'll trade him for him. You don't want to do that trade, do you? You really think I'm a cokehead son of a bitch?
Hey, do y'all think Ben Simmons or Kyrie gonna play before the season's over?
I
I got a
think
better
Ben
chance.
will.
I got a better chance of Kyrie. I got my money on Kyrie before Ben.
Oh, really?
But it's gonna be hard to trade Ben Simmons.
Yeah.
That's Philly's fault now because they made it known they don't want him.
That's a fact, and they should have
Yeah.
traded him before they resign.
Yeah, but
Hmm
they was being spiteful. Like you ain't gonna do us like that and think you gonna get your way. Now, sometimes you gotta cut your losses and get what you can.
Right. Yeah, Kyrie may be traded too, but I don't. Me personally, I don't think he won't even want to be in Brooklyn.
You think so?
I don't think so. Yeah, because I
Yeah.
always that felt he left Cleveland. He was in a good situation. He got to Boston. He started complaining
Mm-hmm.
when they put that load on his shoulder,
Yeah.
and it was cool with him and Katie. Then Harden came, but how many people take a few days off from work and don't even call in and tell him the shit? He did the shit last year. Your ass
Dude,
fired.
dude. Yeah, Kyrie is flaky. He's a hell of a talent, but that dude is flaky as
I'm
shit.
tired of niggas trying to compare that nigga to Kobe. Dude. He's really cold. He's like baby Kobe.
Nah,
Nigga,
hell
get the fuck
nah,
out of here. That shit ain't nothing. Or Muhammad Ali. Get the fuck out of here. That nigga
nah.
better stop mentioning that nigga in the
He
same
ain't
breath as
nothing like
Muhammad.
Muhammad Ali. They need to stop that shit.
Nigga, Muhammad Ali will get out his grave and slap the shit out you for comparing him to him.
Yeah, I mean, Kyrie's a shot clock killer to me.
Yeah, all that over dribbling.
Hmm
You got two Hardens and KD.
I tell you, the thing with these Kyrie fans is that they look at that shot he made on us in 2016.
That's it.
And I keep saying this to people, aside from him being a great talent, I say, okay, aside from that one shot, what has he really done to make him his all-time great superstar? Fuck his talent. We know he got that type of talent. I'm talking about as an actual player. What has he really done? He ain't never been the man on the team to go far. When he was the man, he got hurt, and them youngsters in Boston went to the Eastern Conference Finals without him.
True.
And when he came back the next year healthy, they lost what in the second round.
Second
You had
round.
all
Yeah.
that drama. Okay, and
Hmm
then he went to Brooklyn the following year, and he got hurt again, and that's when you had D'Angelo Russell and them guys in the first round.
Yeah, they
And then he
stepped up.
come back, yeah. And so what happened last year? He get hurt again. So once again, aside from his phenomenal talent, what has he really done on the level that people say he is on, aside from that one shot?
Nothing. He's a regular season ball player. He put on a lot of terrible teams. He made them terrible
And
because
he
he's
ain't never
selfish in his own
exact.
right.
And they'll never sit up there and admit that about him, and they think you hate. No, that ain't hating. That's the truth.
Hmm
Shit, I mean, he's hurt the worst time of the year in the playoffs. Half of his playoff career is injured. That's
I mean,
not hate. That's the facts.
he wouldn't even go to Boston and play. You remember when he got traded? When he left Boston with Brooklyn that
Mm-hmm.
first year. Every time they went to
Oh
play in
yeah,
Brooklyn,
yeah.
every time they went to play in Boston, he would sit out the game or so. He wouldn't even make the trip up there. He did that
Yeah,
against Cleveland too.
yeah. The dude is a flake, man. You look, Kyrie is one of them dudes you can't build your organization around. You can't do that with him. He has to be a third piece so that if shit go wrong, you got another second piece that you can do something with. I mean, that's
Right.
Damn, Syracuse versus Villanova just now starting. They wilding, man. They got me fucked up.
Mm, damn.
I don't know what the fuck they got going
they
on.
all playing together.
Hmm.
You expecting them as a trio to get it done.
Yeah.
I
I'm
think
just
James
saying,
Harden was probably
that's
the
a
best
lot.
insurance because they knew what's his face was gonna be on that flaky shit until
Exactly. I agree with that. I do agree with that. And that was a smart move by them to do that. But at the same time, you gave up a lot to get him.
that's a fact.
I mean, because that boy Jared Allen's kicking ass with Mobley in Cleveland. And
That's
see,
a
they
fact.
need that a big man who can run and defend. He don't
They
have to
don't need
score
the
a lot of
ball.
points.
They don't need
Yeah,
the ball. He gonna get them boards and play defense, and he's still gonna fuck around and get you 15 points because he
yep,
getting offensive rebounds and all that shit. Man, I like that kid game. He nice. They should have cashed him out.
yeah.
Yeah.
And you got to remember they had Karis LeVert
Hmm.
and they had Dinwiddie.
Yep.
Here's
So
LeVert about to
you
get
have
traded.
scoring.
They
Yeah,
trying to trade him.
Dinwiddie is who's that? Dinwiddie. He's with Washington.
Yeah.
Yeah, they trying
Levert's
to
on the trading block.
get him, Sabonis, and
Oh,
Miles Turner.
really?
They
Miles
all
Turner too.
trading
Yeah.
with him.
Oh, they all in train. Okay. Oh, shit. Well,
Hmm.
maybe they can get them back. I don't know, but
They need.
I
Yeah.
mean,
They
shit.
need some rim protection.
No, they do. But
I mean, that's lacking.
they want to.
And that's lacking too. Why me in Oaktown with a lot of teams.
That's a fact.
Yeah. And you see Cleveland's playing pretty good. So I mean, shit, they ain't giving up nobody.
Not at all.
No.
Evan Mobley, that boy is the truth. He rookie of the year right
Yeah.
now. That
Yeah,
boy,
I thought it was Scotty Barnes for a minute, but Mobley then came in and snatched it so far.
Hmm.
yeah, I thought it was Scotty Barnes too. Scotty Barnes be going crazy for me in fantasy,
Yeah.
but
Yep.
Evan
And
Mobley is definitely a
Mobley's
game.
damn near walking double double if he get enough
Yep.
minutes.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. That boy be putting that work in, giving them niggas buckets. Can't be mad at him, that's for sure. Be money.
Nah.
Man, that nigga wild, boy. Them niggas really be thinking they high on something more than we.
I was watching the Hornets last night. I saw James Bouknight out on the court.
Oh, he
Oh,
finally
he
got out there.
Yeah,
Okay.
because these other guys are out, and man, he played pretty damn good.
Terry Rozier
Okay.
and all them, right? Terry Rozier and them all.
Yeah, he played
Oh
real
yeah,
good.
for the COVID. Yeah, that's
Hmm.
right. Okay.
Yeah, he
I
played
tell
real
you, man,
damn good.
that goddamn COVID shit. People can talk all the shit they want, but
Hey,
I can't
on
get
that
over
note,
that.
since you talking on that, Antonio Brown is another flake.
Oh, for
That nigga,
sure. Hell yeah. Hell
This
yeah.
fool got a fake vaccination card. Then he told these fools I went to 80 miles outside of Tampa because he didn't want nobody to know who he was
Oh my
inside the city.
god. Oh my god. That dude's an idiot. That dude's a fucking idiot.
he's straight wild.
When Coonan
Straight
goes
wild.
wrong.
Should have never gave you niggas money.
And
he, he is a poster child for see, we can't give him shit.
him and two other players had this went to the same location. Suppose
Oh
they
my
didn't go to the
god.
same location, but their cars came from the same location.
That don't make no damn sense. That dude, man.
At the university here is at the Coliseum where they play basketball.
Okay.
They got a drive-through joint where you can get a damn
Oh yeah.
yeah, you can drive through. Nobody notices you, and shit. You just drive through and get a motherfucker. But he gonna get it's costing him more. It might cost him his career now because Tampa Bay's talking about cutting his dumb ass.
And you know that's a federal offense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they've said that we give you one more chance.
Oh my God, that
And all
dude.
this stem from him not wanting to pay his chef $10,000.
That don't make no sense. Don't make no sense.
Like you just said, what you
But
call it, coding going wrong.
Niggas are silly.
but you see how they treating Aaron Rodgers though.
Mm-hmm.
They showing that shit
Yeah,
against the
I'm
run for him.
in. And I said, you know what? He pulled a Trump. This motherfucker told the truth by lying
Yeah,
because
yeah,
he never did say he was vaccinated. He said, yeah, I'm immunized.
He
yeah.
used
He
the
worked
That's
his way
redacted
what
around
I
it. Yeah.
asked you. See, that's a play on words. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
nah. I didn't ask you that. I said, was you vaccinated, immunized? Because that could be anything. Yeah, I ate some garlic pepper and shit. They said that'll work. So yeah, I'm immunized. Nah, I didn't ask you that. Did you get the shot?
Yeah.
They never follow. See, but they don't make them follow up on those questions.
Mm-hmm.
That's
And
a
see,
fact.
when you played and you're in an area like that, Green Bay, a
Yep.
small market.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Now, if he was in even out in say San Fran or even in L.A., New York,
Yeah, that's true.
Chicago, they'd
Yeah.
have been on his head about really what was going on.
What do you mean by immunized?
Yeah, yeah. And see, I think those Kyrie should have kept his mouth shut and just did what he had to do. He says for the
yeah, but
people, but he just like you say, he's a flake. I mean, no,
yeah,
no,
he's
you're
a
not.
flake.
Yeah,
Yeah, but Charles Barkley was right about this, which is saying something. Kyrie sometimes does think he's the smartest Negro in the room.
yeah,
He one of them enlightened motherfuckers. So, he got to be on this extra level that nobody else could possibly be on unless you enlighten. It's him, and
mm-hmm,
that's what a lot of them flaky motherfuckers is. Like when I heard him and KD was joining up in Brooklyn, and then I guess one of the attractions was the culture. And look, I ain't against going somewhere where there's culture and all that, but it just kind of reeked of that kind of, I don't know how to put it, but you get what I mean. Like people who think that they're so cultured and they're
yeah,
so above
Enlightened and
shit.
woke and all that shit. He just so woke.
Yeah, all that. And, 'cause you remember when that motherfucker was
Brother
putting sage
Kyrie.
and shit out on the basketball court before one of them games? I'm like,
Yeah,
oh
when
my
he went
God,
back to
is this?
Boston, he did that shit.
I
Clown
was like,
ass.
oh, this Negro done lost his damn mind. What the are you? I was sitting up there like, you got to be fucking kidding me. Okay.
yeah. Nah, he's really. I mean, I think he had that 8 months at Duke because he probably went there in June after he graduated from high
Yeah.
school.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what he's. People think, oh, he's smart. He went to Duke. I'm like, hell, they lowered the standards for all these damn kids to get in school. Fuck you talking about? He didn't go to Wake Forest where they don't play that shit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he didn't go to Wake Forest and Vanderbilt. I mean, Duke
Well,
does. I mean,
remember?
Duke does having they do having
Yeah.
certain requirements to get in, but not for athletes.
That's a fact. You
Okay.
acting like that's the main part right there. You acting like that nigga had a motherfucking academic degree,
Yeah.
scholarship,
Yeah.
nigga.
Yeah.
He had a athletic scholarship. Fuck out of here. Anybody can get into school, nigga. If you good enough, what you talking about? I can get into
Yeah,
Harvard. I can get into Yale if I
yeah,
want to. If I'm good enough.
Yeah. That's true.
good enough
That's
or rich
true.
enough, you getting in. Shit.
What is wrong?
But yeah,
But I ain't saying he's stupid. He's not. But he's on some bullshit though.
yeah, he wants to be the sharpest knife in the drawer at all times.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
And you
I don't.
can't you can't do that on daytime.
Yeah, I mean, this fool ended up playing touch football with some cats after they told him, "Nah, we're not gonna."
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, like
You ain't know that
six.
Sunday they took
Yeah,
that Saturday or that Friday they said he ain't gonna be allowed to be at practice, no nothing like
Oh
that
shit.
for all that shit until he get vaccinated. They said he can't be at none of the no team events, no nothing like that. That next Sunday, that nigga was out there playing flag football at the park.
Oh my goodness.
I said
yeah,
this nigga, he don't give a fuck. What about last year when the nigga did the shit when he took his hiatus about the cap? Oh, that wasn't even last year. That was the
Yeah.
beginning of this year.
Yeah. Yeah.
When that storm of the
Last
Capitol shit
season.
happened.
Mm-hmm.
and the nigga was on a Zoom call during a basketball game.
Yeah, it was at a birthday party. To a birthday party too.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Yeah.
And
So
then you got a nigga like Ticket TV that dick sucked this nigga so much he'll call me a dick sucker because I sit there and say in his comments, Kyrie Irving is a Robin, not Batman. His antics are of those of a Batman. And they tell me
Yeah.
I'm a dick sucker because I say that. Fuck out of here.
Yeah.
yeah, it's like just no said he been wanting him on his team. This is a short term deal. I don't think nobody really want him. Unless you trying to
Yeah.
put fannies in the arena.
That's a
You
Yeah.
fact.
know.
I mean, that's all you can get is a short-term deal because he can't stay anywhere longer than what 3, 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
Because they
And
said they're
at
not
this
extending him.
point in time, you probably don't want him that long.
Not at all. The Brooklyn Nets already said they're not extending him. He already lost out on a hundred plus,
Yeah.
$150 million
Yeah.
extension that they
Yeah.
ain't gonna give him. So
A-
that's
a- but a lot of people think it's because of this vaccination thing. That's not it. He has a history.
a fact. He had
Yeah.
a cancer in the locker room.
Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, you got to be reliable, and when
Mm-hmm.
the more money you make, the more expectations a company has. And I can sit up here and talk about my personal opinions about shit, but at the end of the day, they don't care about that shit. You gonna take this money, you gonna do what we say, or you ain't gonna be here, and that's what it comes down to. A lot of these motherfuckers think they ain't replaceable, man. Please, they
It's a
just
lot of
you
motherfuckers out
just
here that play basketball, man.
thank you. You just fill in time till they find another one of you that's younger and do whatever they say.
That's a fact. Because that's what they was just complaining about now about the one and dones and all that shit. But some of these niggas' favorite players is the reason why that this shit is fucked up like it is. Kevin
Yeah,
Garnett
Yeah.
and Kobe Bryant and Tracy McGrady and all that shit. How they came out and they were
yeah,
they the only thing they started doing. Well, let me do one and dones because that's the only thing they're doing. Is trying to get the younger the prospect. That's all they're doing. It.
yeah,
They was
Yeah,
sitting here
yeah.
complaining
They get
about
them at
that
an
shit.
early age. Early they get them there. They think the better. They
yeah,
got more time with them.
yeah,
They cycle in and
yeah.
cycle
And
out.
you,
They every year they cycle in and cycle out.
yeah,
So
and you just talking
no.
about the high school kids that made it. You ain't talking about the ones that
Mm-hmm.
got drafted out of high school and didn't really do shit.
That's a fact. You know there was a lot of those, a whole lot of them.
Yeah, I forget the one. Oh, what was his name? I forget this one dude. I don't know if Dallas drafted him, but he got drafted. No, I think he entered the draft, but he didn't get drafted, and he had to go to overseas and play first. God damn, this is back in the '90s, so I don't remember all this shit completely. But I think it was one high school player that actually didn't get drafted, and he had to go overseas right out of high school because he got bad information on him being a number one pick, first round, whatever.
Damn, that's gotta suck.
I forget, yeah, I forget that dude's name, but I mean, you had a lot of underclassmen, freshmen that should have stayed. So yeah, a lot of their favorite players is the reason why this shit is the way that it is.
That's a fact. Because I know my
I remember.
go ahead, Darius.
Oh, my bad. No, Corleone Young. He did that shit, and he ended up being drafted in the second round. But he didn't. I
Who,
don't think he played a
where
game for
he,
Detroit.
where did he go to school at?
He went to one. He's from like Missouri or something like that. He went to a prep
Okay,
school though in Virginia.
okay,
That's the only one I can remember. It happening to him. But I'm pretty sure it's some more. But that's the only one I can remember. Oaktown, right offhand.
yeah, yeah. I mean, but see that's the point. Like you can't remember them because well, they didn't amount to shit coming out like that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
But I forget that. Now let me. No, Samaki Walker went to college, right?
yeah. He went to college. He the one was chucking
He
Kobe
did.
Bryant's
Okay.
ass on the bus.
Yeah. I don't know why
Yeah,
that name, because I think the guy's name that I'm thinking of was similar to that. I don't know. Maybe like I said, you talking about 20 some years ago, man. So shit, I don't remember all that shit right, but I know it was somebody. And they did a
yeah.
story on him a couple years after he went to Europe to go play. Because they were talking, and this was leading into that whole one and done shit. So I mean, yeah, this was like late '90s. This one, I was about 21, 22 at the time this happened. So this was
So
probably around,
he was probably like the last class of it, then that
yeah,
the last group or
yeah.
something.
Yeah, I think this is around the time maybe right before Kwame Brown got drafted,
Hmm.
somewhere around there. So yeah, it's been a while though, so it ain't that important.
Yeah, I think Corleone Young was between Jermaine O'Neal and Kobe Bryant. He was around that time. May have been before that.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, Samaki Walker, Kobe Bryant sucker punched him on the bus, and he was choking. And he started choking Kobe,
Oh
and then they
shit,
got off the
really?
bus.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, and then Shaq told Samaki, "Go ahead and knock that motherfucker out." So yeah, it was like over
Kobe
a
was
hundred
something
dollars
else,
they
man.
had.
Yeah, he was something else. He
Yeah,
was something else, man. They try to act like he's just man. Fuck that shit. There's a reason why Chris Child stole on his ass, man. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. He was a prick, dude. He had his
yeah,
moments. He
yeah,
probably grew out of it as he got older, but when he was young, he was something else, man. He was something else.
yeah. A lot of those guys, they never got that. Nobody told them no, you can't do this, you can't do that.
Yeah, a lot of these
Yeah,
guys. He ain't no different than the rest of them. Come on.
Arrogant and
yeah,
brash.
And he was trying to do the rap shit, but see, this is the funny thing though. Like, and it's funny that if you knew people back then that you know now or just listen to, if you remember, it was the whole Kobe versus Iverson thing back then. And who did a lot of us gravitate towards? We
AI.
gravitated to Iverson because that's who we could
mm-hmm,
relate to. Kobe Bryant wasn't from no hoods and nothing like us. He wasn't from no inner cities. And it's not his fault. His father was able to play. His mom was educated. I'm happy to see a black couple be able to provide for their child like that. But he didn't have the typical experience that we had growing up, and so we naturally gravitated to AI.
right,
That's a
And
fact.
and people sit up here. It's just funny to see how people talk about him now. But I remember this shit clearly back then. A lot of us wasn't rocking with Kobe quite like that unless you was a Laker fan.
right, yeah,
Unless you was a Laker
yeah,
fan, but for the most part, Iverson was getting love from us because he was more relatable. Kobe's name ain't even black; it's Japanese. Kobe. They made a
mm-hmm,
big deal about him speaking all these different languages and being well spoken. He was the acceptable Negro, and Iverson was just a thug. That's why we gravitated to
mm-hmm,
Iverson because they was playing them off of each other like that.
yeah.
They was
As soon as they
shitting
talk
on
about AI, they
Iverson.
talk about that bowling alley shit.
Thank you.
That's the first thing they brought up back then.
Remember the incident or whatever with Tawana and his mom? I was so proud of his mama
Mm-hmm.
coming out there and defending her boy like that. That was some bullshit. How they
Yeah.
try, and then they gonna try to press up on his mama about her son. You think she gonna sell her son out? And
Hell
they
no.
sat up
Yeah.
there and tried to, yeah, and they gonna sit up there and try to talk shit about her, referring to him as AI. That's her son. She can't call him AI if
Mm-hmm.
she wants to. How you know
Hell,
that he
she he
didn't get
they
the
let
name
it, she
AI
didn't
from
call him
her?
Bubba Chuck at the time.
Dang, yeah. Give me a fucking break, man. People don't. I be saying, man, people got real funny memories. I remember this shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was working with this dude, white dude. He was like, man, he said, how's his mom? I said, that's his mom. She gonna defend him. Shit. Yeah.
Yeah,
Y'all going off some he say, she say shit. Y'all wasn't there. You
yeah,
assuming that's what happened. Secondhand information they were getting.
yeah.
That's a fact.
But they, I
Then they
remember.
tried to say he
I'll
was.
never. No, go ahead. What were you gonna say?
No, I'm saying then they tried to say he was broke and didn't have any money, but he had
Oh
money set
yeah,
up.
yeah. I know. Yeah, they
Yeah,
always say that shit though.
yeah,
Man, they was hoping Marshawn Lynch went broke because they thought he was stupid because the way he talked. I'm like, Marshawn played y'all for a fool.
That nigga say I ain't touching none of
mm-hmm,
They,
my money, my nigga. He said
yeah,
he took that money and
yeah,
brought he built them houses over there in Haiti for them people, man. Fuck wrong with y'all,
yeah,
man.
yeah. Marshawn was
yeah,
playing a role.
That's a fact. That nigga there smart as fuck.
Yep. But yeah, them
yeah.
whole.
A friend of mine, he played pro football. He
I'll be
said
right back,
he
y'all.
didn't get he had an endorsement, huh?
Okay. Oh, he said
He
he
had an
was leaving.
endorsement deal with Nike,
I mean, oh shit.
and It wasn't a big deal, but he said that was enough for him to live off monthly instead of his NFL contract.
Yeah.
So he was like, "Nah, I don't spend no money. I spend my endorsement money." And he didn't have no commercial. He didn't have any shoes. He got paid a certain amount of money to wear those
Yeah.
Nikes every Sunday. Yeah, yeah. He
Yeah.
was
Some
like, "Man, shit, I
football
don't spend
contracts
bread
ain't
like that."
guaranteed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right about that.
That's
But
why they
yeah,
go for them
AI,
big ass signing bonuses. Yeah, it's AI.
he
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, AI was the coach at that time. From the time he stepped on the campus of Georgetown University from that first game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the cornrows, the
Yep.
headband.
That's what
Yeah,
I'm saying, man.
I mean,
Like,
yeah, he had that one
but
tat,
people
and he had a
forget
couple
all
more
that.
tats after that. Yeah.
Yeah, that it grew and grew. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then he had the was it Slam magazine where he had the cover with the afro blown out,
Yeah.
and they
Mm-hmm.
tried to say some shit about that. But I like people forget all that shit. Like they sat up there and made Kobe the baby face of the league, and they were shitting on Iverson as much as they could. As soon as that rape case
Yeah.
came out, when that white girl accused Kobe of raping her, you see how quick they changed on him.
Yeah. And I hear a lot of people they say like why he didn't get the treatment that LeBron gets or whatever. I'm like, hell, y'all forget he had a damn major case against him.
Yeah, major case.
And he couldn't be the face of the NBA after he messed that up. That's some personal
Mm.
shit. He did that person to himself.
That's what I said. But I mean,
Mm-hmm.
they don't talk about that. Like I mentioned, he had that his black girlfriend found out that he was marrying Vanessa watching ESPN with his parents, and that's Sister to Sister magazine. I'll never forget that shit. My
Yeah.
girlfriend at the time, we was at Walden's Books or Borders, one of them places back then where you could go read as many books and magazines as you wanted.
Oh yeah, you can sit down and read
Um,
and shit, drink coffee or
yeah,
whatever.
yeah,
Yeah.
hell yeah. You read all kinds of books. Don't even pay for that shit and leave, man. They had to close that shit. There was so many people reading books for 4 hours. People was going and getting coffee and donuts and shit. I saw white. It
Mm-hmm.
was something. That's what's so funny because they sit up here and try to act like we the only ones doing shit. Man, white folks was doing so much shit. I saw white folks camped out in the middle of the damn floor reading like 4 or 5 books. Was there for 3 hours. We leave, go see a movie, come back after the movie, and they still sitting there reading like they third book. I'm like, this some bullshit. So we said, fuck it, we doing it too. Read all them damn magazines. I ain't paying for shit.
Yeah.
But I'll never forget that reading that magazine. I'm like, damn, for sure, like that. But what was that thing with Brandy going to the prom or something like that?
You're on the problem with Brandy. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I mean, like people
he already
think,
had
what
a
was that?
publicist by that time, so he knew what he was doing, getting his
Yeah.
image out there. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the whole, he only playing for the Lakers thing, being drafted by Charlotte, they had to trade him there for Bloody D
Mm-hmm.
Doc and all. I mean, like, people think that shit, and I ain't shitting on nobody, it's just telling the truth.
Yeah.
This ain't nothing that wasn't reported that you didn't see on TV. But
Yeah.
it was a selfish mentality that he had. He had to grow out of that shit. He even acknowledged that him and
Yeah.
Shaq on that face to face, that they egos got in the way.
Yeah. I think like his last 3 or 4 years, he started to really change. You can see the growth in him,
Yeah.
stuff
Yeah,
like
well,
that. But
you get older and wiser, and you realize that what is mistakes that you made. You need to grow from it. And that's all it is, man. Ain't nothing personal. Shit,
right.
getting in their feelings about it. Think I'm gonna lose
Yeah.
sleep if Steph Curry get caught cheating? Shit, I mean, like that's his ass. He got to deal with Aisha, not me.
Yeah. And see, that's what Steph became the baby face of the league or whatever.
Yeah,
And I mean, LeBron is the marketable guy, but Steph Curry's right up there when it comes to marketing and stuff like that.
yeah.
Yeah, he had like because it was like that dude part of the first family in the NBA, like a real, but
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
I know.
So
And look, I can acknowledge, of course, colorism is a part of it. And I know he get passes, but he shouldn't get some of them passes. I know that. I ain't gonna deny
hmm
that. But I'm not gonna hold it against him for that. I mean, it go both ways. I see dark skinned Negroes sit up here and hate on light skinned for me. It go both ways. I done seen it. Both ways, man. I don't get caught up in that shit. It is what it is.
right,
That he gon'
yeah,
he trust me. The minute he do some bullshit, or better yet, speak out or something like Kaepernick did, he gonna get a lot darker, and he ain't gonna be the baby face no more. It never fails.
right.
And
I
Kaepernick was
think
a darling for a quick minute,
That's a fact.
yeah. I mean
and he don't
yeah.
even
I
play
mean
no more.
he was getting used up and spit out too by
Yep, yep,
certain
yep,
parts of the media and stuff like that.
yep.
They didn't care about what he thought, you know.
Nah, they didn't.
Yeah, as a, you know, another thing about Kobe, he never played with came in the league, played with true veterans. Like when Mike came in the league, he had to play
Yeah,
with damn George Gervin and
yeah,
people like that. Yeah, that would hold him accountable to the shit he was doing.
yep.
Yeah, shit, he was like damn near coddled, you know.
Well, he was. Yeah, that's what I don't get. Like, it was funny on Sean String. Oh, they was getting mad when you saying he was spoon fed. He was spoon fed. How the hell you not gonna be spoon fed and your daddy played overseas or whatever, and you grow up speaking seven languages and get to travel? On, yeah, you was spoon fed. Went to a private high school and all this other type of shit. Come on, man. That ain't knocking
Right,
him for it. It's just telling the damn truth. What I find so funny is that some of these guys that be getting hyped up, I'm like, what do you have in common with this dude? Because you don't have really much in common with a lot of these guys. You actually got more in common with LeBron than you got with Kobe, but yet you shitting on LeBron for whatever he does.
right.
LeBron grew
Yeah,
up more like you than Kobe ever came close to, but you gonna shit on LeBron, who grew up
yeah.
similar to
That's crazy.
Iverson, who you love. I mean, come on, man. These people don't be using their fucking mind.
Yeah, that's crazy. You put it like so. I know it, what you're saying. That's crazy to think about how they actually do carry that, man. That's crazy.
Yeah. And then to sit up here and talk
Yeah,
about you all hood and all that, okay, well, not that that's a good thing, but if you living on that, okay, well, shit. If you compare the two, who do you identify with more? Because I guarantee you, Kobe never identified with you like that. That's why his ass tried to
hmm
rap so he could.
yeah, yeah. I don't know, man. I heard so much shit like people knocked the damn Space Jam shit, the shoes.
Oh,
Like why me was saying they was something. Oh, I'm not letting my kid wear them shoes.
yeah.
He ain't wearing that jersey. I'm like, come on, man.
You hate that. You hate
That's
motherfuckers that
petty.
much. Yeah, that's a fact. You hate motherfuckers that much that you sitting here making depriving your kids of some shit that they want.
Yeah, really.
That's
I know.
that's petty. That's
That
petty as
is.
fuck.
That is.
Motherfuckers really is like that though. Motherfuckers really that shit crazy. Niggas really hate.
Fuck what my kid
Ah,
won't
shit.
know. I don't want you to have that jersey. You gonna get this Jordan jersey. Well, Jordan didn't care for your ass either. You really think? Don't get me started on Jordan. I will fucking rip Jordan's ass to shred. Do not get me started on him. I'm saying, man, that mother man.
He's better now. I give him that because he got a lot of free clinics around the area and shit for people
Yeah,
and shit.
yeah, he's better now.
Yeah.
But there is a growth that we go through.
hmm
People be holding people up to a certain standard that they was never at. It's like, man, let's not go there now.
Yeah. I heard people say like if you like a player, you should never want to meet them because
Yep, exactly.
you you're gonna get a different outlook if you go to that person and they shun you or
Yep.
whatever. You're gonna start thinking differently about them.
Oh, for
So
sure. Oh
I
well,
would never want to meet nobody like that back then.
I don't. They just athletes. Entertain me. That's what you do. I don't need to
Hmm.
meet you. I don't even need to shake your hand. If I ran into you and say what's up, I'm good with that, and we can keep it moving.
Yeah,
Because I mean, look at Prince.
because
He
most of
was
them
an
are trained not to
asshole.
even. Yeah, most of them are trained not to even talk to you or
Yep.
speak to you because once you stop to talk to one, here comes the crowd.
Yeah, that's true. Yep.
Yeah, so they trained to be an asshole pretty much.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, if you caught them like personally or whatever and shit, that's probably differently. But when they
Yeah.
out, they train to
Yeah.
be assholes.
Yeah. Where you
Cause
saw that one video, somebody had a
what's that?
Kawhi Leonard, where some kid at the it was in the arena. I don't know if Kawhi was a Raptor still or is his first year with the Clippers, but some kid was a Kawhi fan and he was sitting there asking to get an autograph or something from Kawhi, and Kawhi just brushed on and said, "Man, I gotta go shoot around or some shit like that." It was so cold, and the way
Oh
that Kawhi
yeah.
is,
The
that
nigga
shit
asked
was
Kawhi
so
for the
cool.
autograph his basketball. The nigga Kawhi said, "I got shoot around.
Yeah,
I gotta go to shoot
and
around."
and the way he said it was just kind of, man, I gotta go shoot around. Fuck all that. He
Like he
didn't
was
say
dead
it
ass
that
serious,
way,
and the
but it's
kid was
just,
like, "Huh?
yeah,
Like what, nigga?" Like the kid was like, "What, nigga?" Like the kid was like shocked that he said that shit to him. He's like, "What, nigga? Like nigga, just sign the ball."
yeah. That shit was so funny. He brushed them off so easily. I was like, man, see, nah, I'm good. I don't even want to ask for no autograph or nothing.
That
I
nigga
try to
said,
sell that
Yeah,
shit anyway. I ain't gonna lie.
yeah. That's another reason why they don't give out shit like they unless it's paid event.
Yep.
Hey, but
Yep.
I don't know if you remember Oaktown. That lockout was in New York. They had a lockout meeting in New York back in the '90s, my late '90s, I
Yeah.
believe. But Kenny Anderson,
Yeah. 99. Yeah. 99
yeah,
or
the little
something.
white dude went to Kenny Anderson, little white boy. He was like, "Can I get your autograph?" He was like, "Man, get out of my face, kid. I'm trying to find my car." Cameras and all that shit in front of him. They gave him hell. Why me?
I can only imagine.
I'm gonna have to YouTube that to see if that, man, that's cold.
He said, "Get out of my face, kid. I'm trying to find my car."
The fuck out of here. I'm telling you, man. That's why nah, I'm good. I don't have to meet these guys. I don't care. Shit. They just
Yeah,
athletes.
like I said,
Nothing more,
right. Like I
nothing
said,
less.
you're gonna get a different outlook about them guys if you meet them.
Yeah, because I'm gonna tell you, if I met Prince ass, I probably flick that little fucker because they said he was arrogant as a motherfucker. Grab him by his fucking
Shit.
tutu or whatever he was and fling his ass across the road. Yeah, he was something else, but he made good music. Yeah, I ain't gotta meet him.
That's a fact. What's good,
Mm-hmm.
Reggie?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How y'all doing this evening?
Yeah,
All right.
what's
What's
up?
up?
Gucci can't complain. The show has now started since you here.
Nah, I mean, I pretty much agree with what y'all saying. I just caught when y'all talking about like celebrities. Yeah, the concept of celebrity came about, and it's always been around. We know about the Coliseum games and all that kind of shit. Basically, this whole thing is just a distraction to get people's money and attention, and distract them from the real issues of like in society. But as far as like in the modern era and when West in American culture, this shit comes from like the 1920s. Like before then, movie stars in Hollywood, like they didn't make that much money. Nobody gave a fuck about them. They weren't really like the shit really until like World War II, like when they start making propaganda about a lot of shit. That's basically what made movie stars important in driving the culture is because of basically propaganda and shit. Like racial, any kind of cultural propaganda they used to put in movies and media. These people are just people. Like I don't people we they I idolize these people. If you're religious, you believe in Christianity, idolatry is like one of the worst things you could do, and that's
Yeah.
basically what these people do. Like sometimes you'll cut on the news and like Kanye West and like Kim Kardashian will be more important than like like some fucking dictator overseas is like trying to wipe another country off the map. But we're talking about Kanye and Kim Kardashian. You know what I'm saying? Like this shit's crazy. As far as these NBA players, because that's the subject. Um, yeah, like a lot of these dudes, you see a lot of like fanboying going on. This shit is ridiculous. Whether it be Jordan, Steph, KD, Harden, um, you know what I'm saying? A list goes on, Kobe, LeBron, all these dudes, like their fan base is ridiculous. Like these cats, like, I mean, you swear these dudes just like related to them or something. Like I don't know. It's weird. It's weird as fuck. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like every day you talk about the same niggas every fucking day, bro. Like for hours at a time. I have been a fucking victim of that trap too for a moment. I'm not a fan of any of those niggas, to be honest. Like none of them niggas is my favorite player, but I have got put in a trick bag to get online and be talking about these niggas every day. Which I get, it's the sport, but we don't talk about the sport. We talk about them niggas in context to the sport, when it should be the opposite. It should be the sport in context with those guys. Um yeah, like y'all was saying, y'all, I've seen some celebrities at the airport. Um, I gave no fucks. Like I seen what's the nigga, the porno nigga, the dude, that the little short white man with the mustache.
Oh,
Um
Ron Jeremy.
yeah, this dude was walking. I was in Charlotte like a few years back, and the dude was walking. I was going on my flight to get something to eat or something. And then like all the people, all these like the people, all the young, it was mostly black people that worked the airport. If you ever been to Charlotte, mostly black people work the airport there. It's a nice airport too, but they they was like, oh shit, that's the nigga from the pornos. And I'm like, who the fuck they talking about? The fuck, like. And I just see these little short ass little like nigga look like a fucking nigga look like he like 40 feet tall, bro. He's short as fuck, dog. I'm like, the fuck? And they're like taking pictures of this nigga, like dapping him up and shit. I'm like, bro, this is wild. I'm like, this nigga's a fucking old ass 70s porn star, bro. Like niggas is out here losing their mind and shit. Like I was just like, it's weird, bro. It's fucking weird, man. Like I have no desire to meet a celebrity, bro. Like I've never been to a concert. Um, I have no desire to meet them niggas, bro. Like I enjoy their music. I enjoy their entertainers. I enjoy what they do, and that's that. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't I don't even like wanting to get I don't even care about getting a nigga autograph. And if I did, I put that bitch on the internet and sell it and get a bag off of it. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Like that's the only reason why I would want to get a nigga autograph. Like I'm not gonna get that shit. Nigga, I get a nigga tattooed on me and shit. Nah, fuck that. Get the
No,
autograph and
that's
put
some
that
crazy
bitch.
shit.
I put it on eBay, man. But that's all I got on it, man.
Nah, man, I've been to those fan fests. Like I don't know if y'all have that where you guys are, but like so what the A's would normally do before their what spring training, they would have like an event either downtown Oakland or it used to be at the Coliseum where they play. So you can get to meet the players and the coaches and all that type of shit. And so that would be cool. You meet some of the players, some of the old timers that's retired. They'd be pretty cool. You might meet some of the current players. Um, a lot of times the guys that were the nicest ones obviously was the ones who either was not going to make the team or was on the back end of the roster. You might get lucky and meet a top guy um, who make time for you. But yeah, man, some of that shit was. I mean, it was all right. It was just being able to see them in person instead of just on TV. That was cool, but I was good with that. I didn't really have to go up and say nothing. I got to meet Art Howe. He was cool, and he was just as nice in person as they said he was and how he seems in his interview. So that was cool. And then I got to meet Ricky Henderson. That was cool. I ain't gonna lie. That was really good because he's my favorite player of all time. And he was the hometown boy. Also Dave Stewart.
Mm.
I got to meet him and he's an Oakland boy. And so he used to have this thing called Dave Stewart's Picnic at the Ballpark. And that was back in '89. This is coming off of them winning that World Series. It was either the year after or the year they won it, I forget. So I was about 13 or something. That was real cool. And I saw Mark McGuire and Terry Steinbach and all them. Um, but yeah, man, like sometimes it's cool if you just kind of catch somebody and they just normal. But sometimes when you meet them in an environment where they have to talk to people, you could tell with some of them it's kind of forced. They either don't feel comfortable or they half-ass want to do it, but they got to put on the front. Um, so it really ain't that big of a deal, man. Like people be going crazy over these people, and it's like a lot of times you ain't got nothing in common with them, even if they come from some of your neighborhoods. Some of them so far gone with the money that they done forgot where they came from, and then the ones that have it, they being low key, which is what you should expect anyway. So it's like, man, a lot of this fandom, I don't know where it started when it come to like this online shit. Because I know coming up, you had your players that you like, but it wasn't like this. The shit that I see nowadays is ridiculous. Like I ain't never seen dudes literally say they want to pull up on each other behind another dude that they ain't gonna never meet. Like that shit was crazy. When we was young and we argued, it was just about, oh nah, this dude is the best. Nah, man, my dude, my favorite player, he won't, he could do this, blah, blah, blah. Look at his team he play on. And it stayed there. Now, I mean, it's these motherfuckers act like housewives and shit on the reality shows.
You know
Hmm.
what's
They be
even
turning,
to,
throwing glasses, turning up tables, yelling. I mean, like, God damn, is it that serious?
to take what you
They had
said
like
even
a
a step
side chick.
further. Yo, to take what you said even a step further, this is how crazy it is. A dude will tell you drop the location, he'll slide for you. You know what I'm saying? Fuck your whole family up, pull out the fucking Draco, all this other shit, right? Now you could disrespect him. Like I've literally been on panels where like a dude will say like, "Oh, you a bitch ass nigga," like "fuck you, you a whole ass nigga." Niggas will kind of get mad at that. You know what I'm saying? All right, but that shit will kind of slide in the heat of the moment of the conversation. But then you'll say like X this certain player, insert his favorite player here, and then he a whole ass nigga. Fuck that nigga. He trash. He not the GOAT. He ain't top five. Whatever the fuck the comment is.
Yeah,
Oh, this nigga ready to turn up for real. Mind you, 10 seconds ago, he just violated you, called you a whole ass nigga, bitch ass
yeah,
nigga. He told you to suck a dick, but you was like, oh, you ate that. But he said something about your favorite player. Now you ready to fucking catch a flight across the country and like commit multiple felonies and do
Uh,
half your life in prison. Like
uh,
this
hey,
shit. This
hey, hey, another thing with that though, Reggie, if you disagree with what they're saying or you don't like who they like, is a problem.
man, it's always a
yep,
problem because I'm
Yeah,
usually the one that disagree on the panels, man. Like I've had a nigga threaten my life, bro. I'm not gonna say that nigga name, but I had a nigga, you know what I'm saying, threaten to like in my life and shit, bro. Like on the stream, bro. I was like, the fuck, bro. And it would he wouldn't. And the crazy thing was, it's just because he disagreed with what I was saying, and I wasn't even going. It wasn't even. He interjected himself into a conversation I was having with some other niggas, right, or
yeah.
whatever. So that's what made it even worse because he wasn't even involved in the conversation. And like I was just like, is this shit real? Like this nigga is like for like probably twice my age. You know what I'm saying? And he's
That's the sad part.
it's these niggas being like they 50s, 40s and shit doing this shit, bro. It don't even be the younger Nick. It don't even be the niggas my age. I'm 28. It be niggas like
Yeah,
in their 50s and shit. I'm like, nigga, you 50, bro. Like, what is you doing, bro? Like, you got a whole family, bro. Like, you got like two baby mamas, a couple kids. You married and shit. Got a house, nigga. You talking about doing this? I'm like, bro, this is wild, dog.
yeah. That's
Like,
some bullshit, man. Hey, what up, Worm? I see Worm in the chat.
yeah,
Yeah, like man, that's why it would always be hard to get on the streams because I'm not gonna put myself out in front of a pack of hyenas because I ain't gonna be able to defend myself. I ain't gonna get my shit off. Then I'm gonna start saying shit I know I don't want to say because I'm gonna be pissed off. I ain't going through all that shit.
yeah,
I mean, it's sad, man, because it's like you just want to talk some basketball. And even like I always say, man, if we having fun with the shit and we all on the same page, all right, fine. But even then, it can only go so far.
yeah, and I get it, to keep the content going, to keep this shit going. And the NBA is a player driven league more than any other sport. So maybe the only sport that rivals the NBA is like soccer, but nobody on these panels really fuck with soccer like that. So
Exactly.
besides soccer and basketball are the two most individual player driven leagues in the world. So um, what I'm saying? Like, and I've heard, like, I don't know if you guys follow soccer. I do very, very casually, but these niggas, like, bro, like when these niggas start talking about these like Cristiano Ronaldo and Mario
Yeah.
Balotelli and Ronaldinho and what I'm saying, Messi, I'm like, bro, like these niggas. And I know there's like a lot of soccer fans like LeBron. I don't know the correlation between that shit, but every nigga I know who likes soccer like LeBron, and it's like it's always some kind of like, what I'm saying? I guess that's where that fanboy. I don't know, bro. I don't know where that shit come from, but a lot of his fans, they soccer fans. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. That fanboy shit. That shit come from soccer too. That shit. I don't know. That's weird, bro. So
Yeah,
these
well,
NBA panels.
no, I was just gonna say, with soccer, yeah, they crazy like that at the games, though.
Yeah, they get
Yeah,
with it.
That
that's
yeah,
what
they do some extra shit.
that's what that fanboy culture. That shit bled over into the NBA, man. Because when they made that shit international, they kind of they want to map it out like soccer. Basically, they want this shit to turn
Yeah,
into like some fucking what I'm saying, FIBA World Cup type shit. That's the blueprint they're trying to go after. So obviously a lot of those fans, they start watching basketball. They're like, yeah, I like this shit. It's cool. And then they start rocking with like one nigga, right? And then in soccer, niggas change teams all the time. Like these niggas will play for a team like Ronaldo. That's my favorite soccer player. This nigga will play for a team. They go play for the rival. It's like if Jordan went and played for the Pistons, bro. That shit is very common in soccer. Like niggas do that kind of shit. So so when you talk about like people in basketball who grew up, and we grew up like um with the rivalries and like the unwritten rules and shit, which even if you say all the super team, whatever, it was still like you don't go to your rival team, like you're not about to be a fucking Knicks fan, and then like you're not about to be rocking a Miami Heat jersey, what I'm saying, the next year as a Knicks fan in the '90s. Like this shit was not going down like that. So it's just a big cultural shift between like the older generation and young generation, and like that hostility. Like when you can see it on the panels. Like
yeah.
if a young dude comes in, like he's like 20 years old, he's like, man, my goat is this guy. These niggas, these old niggas is washed, blah blah blah. And then the old nigga come in, man, you young nigga, you don't know what the fuck you talking about, niggas. Da, 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 da. It's like, bro,
But you, but the thing is, like, when we talk about this young versus old shit, man, it's like you do get some young people that come in and act like they invented the game and they never, like, nothing never happened before their time, and then you get some old people to try to check them on it. Like, either way, the shit is stupid because it's gonna always be great talent no matter what era you play in.
Hmm.
So regardless of who you think is better, it really is, all the shit really is irrelevant because nobody is going to be able to get a time machine and put every single player that you think is great from every era and put them in the same league. So it's really, in my opinion, a lot of times this shit just be stupid. If you got an opinion, it's interesting to talk, but then it get to a point where you can't prove nothing that you're saying.
yeah, and I do agree that a lot of the older guys, the older legends, do get kind of like forgotten about or disrespected, and a lot of the dudes that they'll formulate their top 10, and if they honestly could, they will put dudes from like the '90s on up in their fucking top 10. They wouldn't even bother with niggas from the '80s. The only reason why they do it because they know that if they didn't do it, it's kind of one of those things where like it has to be there. Like if you said like, oh, I gotta put, what I'm saying, Kareem in my top 10, because if I don't, like the stats, he's the all-time leading scorer in points ever. So like niggas is gonna cook you, like what I'm saying, like you basically irrelevant, and they know that, so they got he's a throw-in. And like when we talk about guys like Larry Bird, and the last time you were on the panel, we had that heated discussion. I brought up Larry Bird, and even and it was like I was saying, I'm saying that he's up there. He could be. It's an argument that he could be better than LeBron James, and niggas was not having that. And I'm like, you guys, and like I said, you guys never watched Larry Bird play before. And they said, well, you haven't either because you're so young. And I'm like, yeah, but I mean, I watch highlights, and I used to watch ESPN Classic as a kid. I know that's not the same as actually growing up watching him every night ball out on the Celtics, but I'm like, nigga, if you sat down and watched like an old throwback game, people don't understand how good Larry Bird was. Like, and then oh, nigga, you don't know what the fuck you talking about. And then you were like, no, I mean, if you really watched the Celtics back then, you would know he's a good player. And you know what I'm saying? Then you brought up the Will Chamberlain thing, and it was like, it was a lot of conflict with that because then, what I'm saying, people saying, oh, I forgot who was arguing this shit. They were like, oh, Will Chamberlain's he he would be an average player. Niggas say he would be a fucking like a role player in today's NBA or some shit. I'm like, bro, what? You can
That's
play back the
bullshit.
string, bro. It was some
That's
Yeah,
crazy shit.
bullshit.
It was some crazy shit. Like niggas was saying Bill Russell would be a role player in today's NBA and shit. I'm
nah,
like, bro, this is wild, dog. Like,
nah. I mean, if you saw Larry Bird, and yeah, you could look at the highlights, but yeah, a lot of us we saw Larry Bird, and it's like, I mean, you could make a case he's better than LeBron. I mean, it really don't matter which one you choose; is what you prefer.
Hmm.
But if you saw him play and all the clutch shots he made, his competitiveness, all that shit. Another Tom Chambers was a 6'10" dude who could do the same shit Larry Bird did. Yeah, everybody talk about Dirk and Kevin Durant being 7 feet, but I mean the difference between being 7 feet and 6'10" is not that much.
yeah, it's like
Uh,
2 inches.
Tom,
Like,
yeah,
and
Tom
Bob McAdoo.
Chambers,
People forget about
yeah,
Bob McAdoo. Bob McAdoo is like one of the original stretch fours. You know what I'm saying? Like him and George Gervin. You know what I'm saying? Like I think George
yeah.
Gervin was
So
3, but
yeah,
he was
so
still
I
like
mean
a stretch wing.
you gonna always have guys who has certain um, skill sets for their size at different times that was unique. But this idea that it's never happened before, that's not the case. I think if anything, you may not have seen something as much. So like when they talk about the 3-point shooting now, well, I mean, I saw Mark Price. I'm always bring Mark Price up in comparison to Curry because I saw him do similar things. Thing
Bro, when I
is,
bought
he
my
didn't
price
do it
up,
as much.
I got laughed off. I remember I got laughed off a panel, and I was like, "You guys are fucking crazy." In the early '90s, them Cleveland Cavaliers teams, they didn't. Well, he didn't win shit. They didn't win shit. I'm like, these niggas was going up against Jordan, bro, every year and getting fucking bounced, dog. Like, are you serious, nigga? Like, and we just not going. I mean, you still got to play 82 games for you to get to the playoffs. And I was
Yeah,
like, dog, Mark Price was a fucking for a little white guy with no athleticism, dude, to be as good as he was. I was like, come on, bro. Was he
yeah,
even
but
6 feet tall?
yeah,
It was
he
six
was
feet.
listed at 6. Yeah,
Yeah, man, a little skinny ass white dude out there cooking, man. Motherfucker was smaller than Steve Nash, dog. Like, I was like, come on, bro.
but
Like,
see, that's where you get some of these young cats that they not historians of the game. They may enjoy the game, but if you're a historian, you would see all this. I mean, it's just like I said, man. Everybody have their preferences, and that's fine. But in this day and age of nonstop sports talk radio and debate shows, everybody got to be an expert.
Hmm.
Nobody can. It's like you and I both can't be right. One of us has to be wrong. It can be what you saw has some truth to it, but I also have a counterpoint to show the other side. So we're both not wrong, we're both right, but we don't have to be wrong for the other guy to be right. But when you in a debate and like there are times where you can prove somebody wrong, but sometimes things are just a matter of opinion. A lot of shit is biased. A lot of times where we both telling the truth. We need to just accept the fact that both happen. So that's why it's like when you get into all this generational bullshit, is really ridiculous because 20 years from now, the younger generation now will say certain things about the generation then, and then motherfuckers like me will be there when I'm 75 years old or whatever and say, uh-huh. Now, see, I remember when you was talking that shit about some of the old folks telling you stuff. Now you doing it. But see, but that's what we do. That's the point. So, I mean, for me, it's just like, let's just use some common sense. I don't think one has to be better. If you have a preference, then that's your preference. But at the same time, the other person don't have to be wrong if what they're saying is actually right. But we can't come to a common ground and understand that. But that's what you have with these shows now.
Hmm.
It's just that I have to be right at all costs. You're wrong no matter what. And if you don't agree with me, that's it. And it's like you can have actual facts to back up your point, but that don't mean shit. Then the conversation becomes emotional.
Yeah. Yep.
And and you see that shit with Skip and Shannon all the time. Somebody Shannon actually has some facts to back up his point, and Skip Bayless will just ignore that because he wants to go on a personal attack and bring up one particular incident or failure.
Mm.
And what lets you know these shows are full of shit is that you can bring more facts to the table, but they always stick with the one fact and they never counter whatever Skip or whoever is wrong. You see what JJ Redick did to Stephen A. Smith.
Hmm.
He wasn't going for that shit. What is Stephen A. Smith? He had to change the subject real quick.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like a. It's almost there's like debate shows, and JJ wasn't on it for the debating shit. He was just getting to the point. So
Yep.
yeah, but yeah, I noticed like certain panels you can't get on and say what you got to say because, like you said, you like a damn you in damn in the waters around you bleeding damn sharks and piranhas coming at your ass.
Yep.
And I'm
I'm
like,
gonna give y'all an example, man. The other day, I know y'all might not rock with the dude, but I was on the tickets panel, right? So I got on there and I was like, hey, that it was about LeBron and the COVID thing, and they were comparing like like Kyrie's situation to Bradley Beal, basically like all the players that they vaccination status and they situation is very iffy, and they were just talking about how this compares and the situation. And I say, man, I'm not trying to be, it is what it is, but I think LeBron James should be suspended for a month. You know what I'm saying? If the question was if this shit is like if there's some foul play, if there's some iffy details, some protocols being broken and shit like that, and if they do an investigation and shit come out that the rules are broken, he should be penalized. I mean, you got Kyrie Irving, which it's not the NBA's fault he's not playing, but I went into a whole thing about, and certain things like that. And then, which is fine. Somebody could have just said, you know what, man, I disagree because this and that. Man, these niggas was like, I sound like a white man. I was like, okay, I sound like a white man. Ticket let me get my shit off too. Ticket didn't even agree. Ticket don't even like LeBron, and he didn't even agree with me. He was like, man, I don't agree with that, but go ahead and finish your piece. So I said, all right. And then he reading out the comments. A nigga cashed at him and say, I sound like a white man for saying that shit. And I was like, I was like, wow, you didn't dispute the point. You just said I sound like a white man. Didn't give no explanation of why you say I sound like a white man, but you mad because I say LeBron should get suspended, but you niggas ain't saying nothing about Kyrie Irving, what I'm saying, not being able to play, right? And you not calling out the double standard about Jaylen Brown and Bradley Beal and Jonathan Isaac and all these other niggas that don't have no shot that's playing, but Kyrie Irving can't play. And the media is like exclusively shitting on him for not getting a shot. But you got literally other niggas playing every night. But I sound like a white man. And then, what I'm saying, I said my piece and I got out the panel. And then I was just like, this shit crazy. Like, I was like, man, y'all niggas is wild, bro. Like,
But anytime you don't go with the status quo, you got to sound like a white person.
and I said, if there was foul play. I didn't say he should be suspended on the bat because there was he. As of now, the test got overturned and all this kind of shit. I just said it was a little iffy, and that shit looks suspect as hell the way it happened. But I was like, if that shit is investigated and he's cleared, then he's cleared. But I was like, if it come back that he broke some protocols and that was some shit that shouldn't have went on that was going on, I mean, motherfuckers should be suspended because y'all supposed to be taking this shit seriously, right?
And well, I
But
mean, no backstage if you're up.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, with no back. Yeah. Hey, but Reggie, the thing about guys like Bradley Beal, Jonathan Isaac, they kept their mouth shut after. They didn't say nothing else about it. Kyrie kept going on and on. Every day was something with him. It's like he wanted that attention. Those guys, they didn't say anything else afterwards. They said at one press conference and that was that. And they're in different markets too. So,
yeah, they play in different states and shit. You know what I'm
But no, I'm
saying?
saying the market where the media they're not as hard on you and stuff like that. Whereas New
And,
York, they
his
gotta
own
have that damn like I'm going at your throat every night, every day you sit in front of that damn microphone or whatever. So
yeah, his own team even came out against him. I think that's what's kind of like
yeah, 'cause he's a damn like we was talking earlier. He do flaky shit.
Yeah, he's a
It's
flake,
more than
man.
just the shot.
Yep.
Man, I hope we don't get that fool on our team, man. Fuck that. I don't want his ass.
bro,
He's gonna be
Kyrie the
fucking
roofer.
throwing ashes on the ground and shit. Nah, fuck that shit.
He gotta say he's saging out the negativity and shit
Man,
because
fuck that.
he's a Native
Fuck that
American, bro.
witchcraft. That's some witchcraft shit.
Yeah, witchcraft.
Man, I like Kyrie Irving, but he is a goofy dude, man.
Yeah,
Man,
he's a flake, man. We was talking about he's a flake. It's a lot of people that's cool, but they flaky as hell.
Man, ever since he grew that afro, he changed, man. Because I remember the old Kyrie was, I don't know, bro. Like,
But to me at the waves and shit.
yeah, when he
Yeah.
had the ways he do the dances and he was on the boat with the white girls and all this other
You
shit,
know,
man. That what really made me look at him kind of sideways was he told the ref to get Dennis. Well, I don't know if he was getting him ejected or he complained. He said Dennis Schroeder called him the N word. I was like, Dennis Schroeder's black. I get it because he's German. He's not an American, but I'm like, Dennis Schroeder's black, nigga. Like blacker than you. Like what the
mm,
fuck? And he's like, Dennis Schroeder called me a
yeah,
racist slur.
I,
I was like, what the
yeah,
fuck?
Dennis Schroeder told that
I,
man, "Calm down, nigga."
He said,
hell
I don't
no.
appreciate being called out of my name. He said, I am I forgot. He was like, I'm a descendant of a
Is
Native
Hebrew
American.
Israelite,
I was like, this nigga tripping.
some shit. He's an
yeah,
Aboriginal,
Oh,
yeah.
but I
shit.
mean,
He's
like,
on some.
but
Man,
I mean, like,
you
if
was sure
if
Miles Leonard called him a nigga or something, the way he was
yeah,
talking, boy. Like,
but I mean, if he don't want to be addressed that way, that is his right. My thing is, I wouldn't be telling the ref. I talk to the brother after the game. I'm like, look, motherfucker, I don't get down like that. Respect that shit. That's it. At the end of the day, you don't have to let somebody call you something you don't like. But I wouldn't be snitching to no refs.
yeah. He did. He made that statement. Like just the way he went about it, like, you know what I'm saying, was kind
Yeah.
of goofy. I was like, man, something wrong with this dude, man.
But how did he grow up though? Because I don't know. Because wasn't he born in Australia or some shit?
Yeah, he lived mostly in New York, in New
He
Jersey.
grew up in. Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he from Jersey. Nah, but I get what you're saying. I guess just the optics of it on the surface, like the way it went down, it's
Yeah.
kind of funny. Bro. I'm just
But
like,
I could see, yeah, I could see with the way he talked, how he would present that. And the ref probably looked at him like, what? Man,
I
get your
told
ass
y'all,
back
it's them
out
8 or
there.
9 months he was at Duke University. He think he's a damn sharp as knife in a fucking draw.
Yeah, you could be right.
He he's smoking the wrong weed.
And,
you can tell
and
he's
some of,
smoking something, boy. Something in that pipe strong as a motherfucker, man.
Some
some
expired
of these
ass
cats,
weed.
That dude
yeah,
put
they,
that dude put the ashes on that shit, man. Somebody put some
Man,
ancestor ashes on that shit.
Dude, they just be tripping, man. They get around certain people too, and they get to philosophize and shit. And next thing you know, they start talking like Damon Wayans on The Living Color. Yeah, I
It's,
know you remember that day when he was
Yeah,
in
yeah,
prison,
yeah.
mispronouncing words, using them out of context.
Hmm. Yeah,
I fluctuate my jewels to perceive the placebo or some shit. That's what Kyrie sound like sometimes. I'm like, all right, Kyrie, I said just go play ball, man.
it's
yeah.
crazy. He don't like Stephen A, but they basically like the same dude, basically.
And
Yeah,
nah, they
man.
cool, really. At one time, Stephen A was always defending Kyrie.
Yeah,
He was cool with his people and all that, like real close to him.
but I guess that man, Stephen A. I don't know, man. He have a habit of doing that, bro. The only like when it comes to like dudes, he be really in these dudes' circle and shit, and then like he'll throw them under the bus when like some shit go left with them in their like personal life. He'll get on Sports Center and just add their ass out. Like I'm like, damn, he did that shit with he did it with AI on his radio show.
Yeah,
He did it with Kobe. He did it with Kyrie. He was never. I don't know if he was close to KD like that, but he did that shit with KD. I mean,
he's a snake, man. I wouldn't trust that
He
dude.
he does it when they're late on his payments and shit.
Yeah,
facts.
he's a journalist, really. So he's not like he covered basketball for the Philly Inquirer and stuff like that. But
Yeah,
yeah, I think
That's who gave him. That's how he got his name, fucking with Allen Iverson.
yeah. Well, nah, well, he was always that's when he became bigger. He
Because he
became
always
like
had that.
what's
He
the
always
guy?
had that
Brian
radio.
Windhurst.
Brian
yeah.
Windhurst, yeah, that one that
When
made LeBron.
he got big off LeBron because he
Facts,
was a right.
man.
He's a journalist too.
That fat ass motherfucker, man. That dude
And
used to be
what's the
good.
guy covered? Was it Pedro Gomez who covered Barry Bonds?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
right about that. Yep,
Pedro,
Pedro
he died.
Gomez. Yep.
yeah.
He died recently.
This
So these
dude
got
on like
like Sal Palantonio. These guys they get bigger
Yeah.
once they start following a player or player and stuff like that.
Yeah, because wasn't that Palantonio guy? Did he cover the Cowboys?
Not he covered the
Or
Eagles.
yeah.
okay, who was
Yeah,
that that covered the Cowboys that blew
Skip
up?
Skip Bayless. Oh, you talking about
Yeah, he
Ed
did.
Werder? Ed Werder.
Yeah,
Ed,
Ed
yeah, Ed
Warder.
Ed
Yeah,
Warder
Werder. There you go.
But it was Skip
Okay.
Bayless first. Skip Bayless covered the Cowboys and the Bulls.
back in the
Yeah, he
day.
covered the
during the
49ers
heyday,
too.
Yeah, he covered the Bulls in the heyday, Jordan shit. Yeah,
that
Yeah,
nigga got paid for that, and he got paid to watch that shit.
and
Oh
he was there with the
man,
Yep.
Cowboys when they made they run when they were making a run in the
Yep.
'90s.
yeah.
Yeah, you remember Troy Aikman and him got into it.
He called Traitman gay,
Yep, he sure did. He
and
sure
then
did.
never took it back.
Yeah.
Oh
Never
shit,
took it back.
that shit
He
wild, boy.
he's a
Yeah,
cowboy
that
hater.
and that was the year that I think they beat Pittsburgh in the Super Bowl too. I think
Yeah,
95 or 96, something
You
like
say
that.
Skip did that shit?
yeah.
Yeah, Skip Bayless.
Oh
Oh,
he,
he
man,
he
talked
was
major
cold.
shit. Y'all don't know.
this shit. Well, I mean, the shit he be saying, like, look, the shit he be saying about LeBron, that shit be like, he be saying some shit about, he be saying worse shit about other niggas, bro. But they because I guess because LeBron's such a big, he's like the measuring stick when it comes to a lot of this shit in basketball. So like a lot of niggas be like he a hater because he said, I'm like, y'all heard the shit he said about Chris Bosh? He called that nigga the fuck he say about that nigga?
Call
He's a
Christina or some shit.
yeah, he emasculated that man like on
Yeah.
TV and shit.
Call that nigga Bosh Spice.
Yeah, some
Oh, yeah, that's right. See, man, I don't know. I couldn't take that shit. If I saw a motherfucker like that, I'd have to choke his ass.
When Jalen Rose put that nigga motherfucking, and he said he called that nigga Water Pistol Pete, nigga, that shit was crazy. Richard Sherman owned that nigga too.
Yeah, I
Richard
remember that
Sherman told that
interview
nigga
with
was better
Richard
at life than
Sherman.
him. Richard
Richard
Sherman
Sherman.
crazy. He said, I'm better at life than you, Skip.
That was a straight G check Sherman did. That was funny. And Sherman was what, only like 24 or 25 at the time he said that shit?
But Richard
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Sherman's a very intelligent brother, man. That nigga
Yeah.
went to Stanford, dog. 4.0 at Stanford, nigga. What the
Yeah.
fuck,
yeah.
nigga?
Hey, but what Joe was saying, like this LeBron shit, the media they know people gonna come and listen to what the fuck they got. They gonna mention his name. I don't see what people don't understand this shit. They do the same shit on YouTube. That
Yep.
that's the media does.
Mention LeBron name, you know it's gonna get
Yeah,
niggas
yeah. They
people
lead off with
for
if they
stage.
can lead off with some shit about LeBron and leading off with it.
I just wish like these sports shows would like I guess like back in the day, even when I was growing up, they would cover it would be more well rounded. Like
No,
sometimes
no. They kiss Jordan's ass too. But
well,
Yep.
I'm saying they would throw
but
more
Reggie doing you was around the time when Jordan left. He left the game,
yeah, yeah.
so they had to be well rounded on shit.
Because I know he was a media darling, but it's just like even for a little bit like they will cover a little bit of everything. Now these niggas talk about the cow all they talk about, even if you're gonna talk about the same sports, they talk about the Cowboys,
But
Tom Brady, LeBron, who else they
Aaron
talk about?
Rodgers,
yeah,
Patrick Mahomes.
but
Yeah,
Reg, you can the Cowboys gonna always be talked about.
Yeah.
That's American team, quote
bro,
unquote.
these niggas don't even talk about the Yankees no more. When I was growing up,
Oh,
nigga, A-Rod,
That's why the
all
Yankees
them
ain't
niggas,
made the
bro.
Yankees ain't winning. That's why
And I
oh,
used
they
to hate
speak
the
on them.
Yankees,
ESPN
bro.
had them niggas in Boston on
Yeah.
but
every
but
other week.
every
Well, the
but
problem,
Niggas stay on
baseball ain't as
they
big as
stay
it
on
used to be,
ESPN.
too.
Yeah,
hmm
because I remember when I was a kid, nigga, I used to hate the Yankees. I used to hate them niggas, bro. Because and they used to
I was
A
a
Rod used to
Rangers
be on
fan.
TV every day, nigga. A Rod was that nigga stayed on TV even after he got the steroids. That nigga was still on TV. I'm like, this nigga got busted. This nigga lied about the steroids. The whole scandal with the book. The nigga popped on the piss. All that shit. The nigga stats went down. He started playing like shit, and they still was playing this nigga games on TV. I'm like, what the fuck? Now I'm because you know what I'm saying. I'm just using that as an example. Now these niggas barely even talk about baseball, even when it like maybe they'll talk about this shit when the playoffs start, or
yeah,
like if somebody do some shit like they have a no hitter or some shit like that, or a nigga hit like a couple grand slams or some shit that's like outlandish. They'll get a little minute spot, but bro, then these niggas go back talking about Tom Brady and the Cowboys. I'm like, man,
Yeah.
well,
this shit,
yeah. Well,
man.
they looking at who's gonna push the needle. But
Yeah.
Reggie, the Yankees have always been a popular team, even when they were losing in the '80s. They
Man,
still talked about it. It was the Yankees and the Dodgers at one point in time.
yeah, because
And you got to remember something, too, like everything is different with how sports is covered. Football, but particularly basketball, is really like a TV driven sport. Baseball is not that type of sport. So like the times that we living in now with the way the country is, baseball don't really doesn't fit the way that it used to.
Nigga, they say more people will listen to the game on the radio than they watch the fucking baseball.
Yeah,
More
Yeah,
people listen to the shit
yeah.
on the radio broadcast.
yeah. When
They
I was
watch
a
the shit.
kid,
Baseball,
that's what my granddaddy did.
yeah.
He didn't even well they weren't on TV as much neither. But
yeah,
even to this day, like a tradition. If you grew up around that shit, motherfucker, listen to it still.
And it's less imaginative too that you need to have an imagination to watch a baseball
But
game.
you had like your local broadcast, and you had characters on there calling the games or whatever and shit.
Because can you imagine watching a game like John Morant, just say like he an electrifying player? Can you imagine hearing a radio broadcast of John Morant like that? That's it. A radio broadcast ain't gonna do it justice. You gotta watch that shit.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? But
but
baseball,
yeah, like baseball. See, the thing about um with baseball is that with all the work stoppages that they've had, they've lost. And I don't care what nobody say. The amount of black athletes that they've lost um, to football and basketball. Baseball don't have the same kind of flair that it used to have, and they've done so much bullshit to tinker with the game.
I
Baseball is
agree.
one of them games you just got to let play. So, like
hmm
when you had Ken Griffey Jr. and Ricky Henderson and Jim Rice and all these different guys, Frank Thomas. Um, like I keep saying this about baseball, there's so much history in that sport, and we're a big part of that. Um, when you lose a section of that demographic that Jackie Robinson is a part of, and yet you hype him up, you retire his number across Major League Baseball, and you try to celebrate him. but you don't have his people really represented in your sport no more.
Yeah.
It takes away from the history of that game. It's an integral part of American history.
I
And
mean,
so, like, baseball just doesn't fit what basketball and football does now.
crazy thing
And
is,
even football don't even fit no more. Basketball is more of today's era.
the crazy thing is, blacks were playing baseball before they were playing basketball and football in mass,
Exactly.
the Negro leagues and all that stuff, and um, it's I guess, and then the whole, it's more of a, I guess like a lot of Asians and Islanders play baseball, but them like some of them Dominicans, you can't, they're not real marketable. Like they're not real. You can't market them cats. Like the only
No.
nigga that really was big, like you could really market like that, was like David Ortiz. You know what I'm saying? And even
Yeah.
still, it was just in his area, like Big Poppy and shit like that. Even what's the nigga name? The other nigga he played with, you couldn't even market that
Um,
Pedro
nigga.
Martinez.
No, not
Martinez.
Manny.
Oh man,
Oh, Manny. But
man,
Manny Ramirez.
Yeah,
Ramirez. Yeah.
you couldn't even market that nigga. Once he left Boston, the nigga went to LA, got fat, his ass was out the league in like a handful of years. You know what I'm saying? Like
But he was old too, and by that time though,
the
he
only
had
the
got
only
older.
I mean, he the only Dominican nigga that really like niggas is like, oh yeah, yeah, yeah. All these other niggas, you can't market these niggas. Like they got a couple
Well,
commercials.
A Rod is Dominican. He was marketable.
Yeah, okay, A-Rod. But besides them two, man, them niggas, and they play for the two flagship franchises. That helped a lot too.
Yeah, but
That
I
that
think
really
that
that's really helped them. Besides them two, nobody give a fuck. Niggas, I like, bro, like even the white boys, man, they fuck with like Ken
nah,
Griffey and shit more than they do these Dominican niggas. And
yeah,
it's just like, cause it's hard to market these dudes. Like they got the look, everything, they got the game. It's just when you see a commercial and it's like, hello, you know what I mean? Hello, yeah,
yeah.
yeah. And it's like, bro, fuck, turn this shit off, man. You bind it. This nigga,
Hell no.
hello, papi, buy my sneaker, papi. And I was like, nah, nigga, turn this shit off.
It
Well, that's the
But
it's a
see,
reason they're
different
not
age
marketable,
too,
yeah,
bro.
due to the accent or
yeah,
whatever. That's the
yeah.
main thing.
But I mean, it's hard to market the
Yeah.
American game here when your best players are foreign players,
But
It,
and
but
then
them
like
niggas can play, man. I seen videos,
no,
man.
they
These niggas
can.
was
yeah,
getting sick.
but Reggie, baseball is more an event where people would
Yeah,
take their families and shit to. You
Yeah,
get a weekend series. You don't have it in the other sport. You got a weekend series.
yeah.
So you can say, well, we going down to Atlanta. We're gonna watch the Braves and the damn. Instead of when the Yankees first started coming, they started doing that. The leagues crossing over, playing each other.
Oh
The
yeah, interleague play.
interleague play. Yeah, the Yankees come to Atlanta. They don't. You know. Hell, we going down. We take our families. I'm just speaking in general, because I haven't been to
Yeah,
see them, but that's what baseball is about. A family atmosphere more than anything.
so I
but
mean, they in another lockout right now.
Yeah, they better. Yeah, yeah. The
yeah,
contracts are
but
ridiculous.
see, once again, another work stoppage. People gonna lose interest.
Hmm.
But
So
see,
what
the
can
thing, baseball took away its best elements: running, stealing bases, the
Hmm.
athletic part of the game that made it exciting. When you look at baseball in the '80s, I thought it had a really good blend of guys who could hit home runs, steal bases, get triples. You had Vince Coleman, Rock Rain.
Hmm.
You had all these guys who could show that they were great athletes. The problem with baseball now is that people think that you have to be an athlete, and that's a lie. Um,
yeah.
there's a lot of great athletes in baseball, and then like we don't really push that sport. Like even if you play football, baseball was something you played, little league, something,
Right.
young
Yeah.
America. Like
But
even if that wasn't going to be your major sport, you still play the game, and you can
Yeah. We
get
grew up doing that
athletes.
shit.
you can really
It
see
ain't the
the superior hand-eye coordination and intellect of a baseball player when they play other sports. And it's the same thing with soccer players. When soccer players go play other sports, and baseball players, those are like two highly skilled sport. Like in my opinion, the two highest team like skill sports per individual player. They like look at quarterbacks. Guys who play baseball, these dudes, I'm not gonna say they better, but they different. They just more creative. They like Patrick Mahomes and Russell Wilson. These dudes and Kyler Murray. the way these dudes throw the ball is I ain't never really seen no shit like that before. Like it's different.
Yeah,
Like the way the throws they make, the angles they make them
yeah,
is
Now, it's a fundamental game, and you got to do a
yeah,
lot of things. You got to make the right plays.
yeah.
You can't be overthrowing the cutoff man and shit like that. You got,
Exactly.
yeah, you got no situations and shit.
I mean, but think about it. You throwing. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, that's pretty much what you doing when you playing defense. You throwing. And then, I mean, just look at John Elway. He played baseball too.
Yep.
and I remember I tried to play baseball, man. I was like, bro, it was too much thinking, bro. That's why I stopped playing that shit.
It's the hardest sport to play. It's the hardest.
Nigga, I was out there confused as a bitch. Nigga, I was
Yeah,
like, what the fuck going
yeah,
on, man? I'm like, this nigga hit. I'm like, bro, what the fuck?
yeah.
Man,
Because
I was
It's
here's the
fun though.
yeah, it's cool,
yeah,
it's
it's fun.
fun. Well, you know what you're doing,
Because
it's fun.
here's the thing, like being 6'5", 320 don't help you. That don't mean shit in baseball.
Mm-mm.
Shit, you could
Running
be
a
Yeah.
fat
four
playing
six, a
baseball.
4.4, yeah, you can.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, some of your best. It's funny because some of your best players are big fat dudes, but they're good athletes though. That you
Yeah.
know,
John Crook was a big dude.
yeah. And
With
it's funny
huge
because
ass
he wasn't
arms.
always fat like that.
Shit. Hey,
He ended
David
up
Wells,
getting
he didn't
fat.
like he was a damn. He could be on a damn mound
Yeah,
pitching and shit.
I mean, the
exactly.
greatest baseball player ever, or one of the supposed great, like Babe Ruth, dude, gut hanging out, all kind of shit.
Yeah,
He's the dude that they put. He's the greatest ever, and all this shit. Man, this dude got a fucking beer belly and shit.
Yeah.
But he was that
Yeah.
dude.
He was a pitcher and fucked his damn arm up or some shit. That's when he became a hitter. Became a fielder and shit.
yeah, yeah. And then they traded him.
Mm-hmm. And he's with the Celtics. Not Celtics, but damn Red Sox. They
The
traded him
Red
to the damn
Sox. Yeah,
Yankees.
yeah,
That's crazy. 'Cause a lot of baseball players, a lot of dudes, like even when I look at like shit outside of sports, a lot of dudes that do great things in life. You look at their background; these motherfuckers played college baseball and got some weird ass injury and couldn't play no more.
Yeah.
This shit happened. I'm like, damn, bro. Like a
yeah,
lot of
And
dudes be getting weird ass injuries in baseball though, like
but
crazy
the
shit.
thing with baseball, when you advance further and further, you gotta learn to understand like pitches and shit like that.
yeah,
Yeah. And a friend of mine, he played baseball, college ball. He was like, man, he said he was only thing he worried about was curveballs. He said you can always catch it with a goddamn fastball.
yeah.
He said when he was at the plate, all he thought, thinking about that curveball all the time. He said catching up to a fastball wasn't shit for him. And hell, he led the ACC in home runs one year.
Oh, okay.
Damn, that's what's
Yeah,
up.
yeah.
But see, I
But
mean, like, no, go ahead.
but he started as a football player on a football scholarship, and then he started playing baseball.
But you know what's funny? You bring that up. People forget Deion Sanders,
Mm-hmm.
Brian Jordan for the
Yeah,
Cardinals, and the Falcons
Falcons. Yeah,
defensive back, and you had Bo Jackson.
Oh
yeah.
yeah,
As a matter of fact, didn't Ray Langford play like college football or something like that?
I think so.
So I think he was a football player in college, but he went to baseball. Frank Thomas played, I believe, high school football.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean,
Steve, what was that pitcher? Rick Leach. He was the quarterback for the damn Michigan Wolverines. Ended up playing
okay.
pro baseball.
And Ricky Henderson, he played
Mm.
at Oakland Tech in high school, and his mama made him give up football because she didn't want him to get hurt.
Yeah,
Y'all remember Jeff Samardzija?
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yep, yep, for Notre Dame, yep.
He's a pitcher for the Cubs.
Yeah, baseball just got problems keeping their sport afloat with interest. They got too many work
It
stoppages.
it became Oaktown became more expensive at the youth level.
Yeah,
They got these
it it
traveling
it
baseball
really
teams now.
did. It
and
really did. That
the
see
equipment and
they
all that shit too.
yeah. See, you can't do that AAU shit in baseball that you do for basketball because all you need is a basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Baseball's too much shit, and you can't get inner city kids and all the talent. Because at the end of the day, a lot of your talent is coming from the inner city in a lot of these sports.
Yeah.
So you do this expensive ass travel ball shit, you cutting out a good portion of your talent base.
That's why soccer and basketball, when you go to inner city communities, those two sports tend to dominate because all you need is a fucking ball. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? Like you don't. All you need is a ball in space. That's why I think like soccer and baseball are the two best sports. Like even though my favorite sport is basketball, I think the two best sports are soccer and because it's footwork. You know what I mean? Like every dude I knew who was a soccer player, motherfuckers basically go to any sport and pick that shit up immediately. I'm like, damn, nigga, I ain't even know you play this shit. Like nigga play volleyball and shit. Oh, I dominate that shit. I'm a soccer player. Like what the fuck? Especially in basketball, like soccer players, Joel Embiid, Luka Doncic, Giannis, Steve Nash, Leandro Barbosa. Man, I can go. Let's go. Patrick Ewing. All these. I can go on and on and on.
Yeah, you talking
Like,
about a lot of those guys came from countries where that was the primary sport.
yeah, and that's another thing. Like, as far as like in America, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know.
Shamrock 16, get your goofy ass out of here, B.
I don't know why
Oh,
soccer is not like it's big in America, but it's not like the fucking the American Soccer League. That shit's trash, dog. But it's starting to get
Yeah.
better. It's starting to make strides, but it's still not like
It,
the ALS. Is still not like a good league. You know what I'm saying? And it's hard to get Americans, like a lot of Americans that don't have history or lineage from other nations, to
you know,
follow that shit.
Well, a lot of these soccer teams you talking about, Rich, they play in these damn football stadiums and shit.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know. You remember what the Chargers were playing at before they moved to that damn was it the location of Inglewood?
yeah. They were
um,
They were in Irvine, I believe.
they were playing. I think when they were playing at UCLA Stadium.
Nah, there was a little soccer stadium. This shit hold like 25,000 people or whatever.
Damn.
And that's the type of facility they need for soccer to be successful. And you put
you
motherfuckers
talking
inside of
about
a
in the
damn
States.
70,000 foot, 70,000 seat stadium or whatever. That's not gonna work.
Because
You
I
talking
knew
about in the
soccer was
States.
I knew soccer was big outside of America. I knew it's the biggest sport, but once I actually went and seen it with my own eyes, I have never seen no shit like that before in my life, dog. Like playoff, Game 7, NBA Finals, Super Bowl. That shit do not compare to no fucking
Yeah.
soccer game, bro. Like nigga, I felt like, bro, they was yelling. You know what I'm saying? It was nuts, bro. Like I went to this little. It was like an exhibition match. It wasn't even like a. It wasn't even a. It was just a regular game, bro. The environment, the intensity, that shit was off the charts, bro. I mean, I ain't never
you
witnessed nothing like that in my life.
you need to go to a USA versus Mexico game.
I heard that shit's crazy. I heard that shit live, bro.
Hell yeah.
I mean, no. I mean, you follow soccer, right? Like, what can they do to like make soccer more appealing to like what I'm saying, like more people in America that would
I'm
what I'm
they're
saying
doing
that
they're doing a little bit better. Like since David Beckham came to MLS, but that was a long time ago. But that was like the first step. Now it's a shitload of stars that used to play in Europe, but now they're in MLS, the American League. But they got to get like another big star kind of in their prime to play in the MLS. Like when David Beckham went, he was like still kind of in his prime. But like if Ronaldo or Messi, like put it this way, if Ronaldo wins another Champions League, he could retire, even though he has some years left. But it takes like a real big player with a huge fan base to get going again. But it's came a long way though. I mean, it still is. They created a lot of new teams like Miami and all that. So it's heading the right direction. It's just it needs a little bit more time.
man, that's my guy right there, dog. Ronaldo, bro.
You think the younger generation is going to push for soccer to be bigger? Because it seems like Whenever I would go out, I see a lot of kids playing soccer more than I remember growing up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Hey,
I
and you know what?
when I
It's also. Oh my bad.
no, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say it's also cool to note that other races are playing soccer, like not just like Hispanics and whites, but
Yeah,
like a little bit more Asians, a little bit more, African Americans and stuff like that.
I
But
think
when I
with
was
the
in the
internet,
military, like when the first World Cup jumped around, it was a lot of guys on our ship. They were like, "Oh, soccer's gonna be like, the biggest thing in the United States because it's the biggest sport in the world." I'm like, nah, because there's more to do around here. You got your baseball, basketball, football. Yeah, you got hockey. It's so much shit going around in different areas and shit now. So,
but I,
but
I
they
will
don't
say
push it. They don't push it. It's not a big thing to push.
I think basketball. I didn't really expect, but I think basketball is gonna be the sport to like really give soccer a run for their money, which it already is. Like a lot of motherfuckers be hooping, bro, like overseas, like, and we even see it now with the expansion of the NBA. Like basketball is just a fun sport to watch. It's fun to
yeah,
play. You don't need nothing. Like it's real. It's kind of like it's kind of like soccer. You know what I'm saying? Like it's a lot of people overseas, they love, like, look at China. These motherfuckers love basketball. You know what I'm saying? Even you got Africa. They showed a video. You got Africans playing. You know what I'm saying? Basketball with like a stick, fucking box. You know what I'm saying? A dirt lot and shit. Like, I mean, people in Europe hooping. Like, it's taking off, man.
I
Well,
think
I
the
mean,
thing
shit,
with
like you say, it's cheap.
yeah, I think the thing with basketball, the NBA has done the best job of any sport marketing its players ever since that "Be Like Mike" shit. And when they went overseas with the Dream Team, I think that helped kind of really increase the NBA's popularity and basketball, because I know they were already playing basketball overseas, but I think that did a lot to really push people more into basketball, and then just like the glamorization of the sport, um, making these players almost like characters. Like you had Grandmama commercials with Larry Johnson back in the day. Um,
Hmm.
they kind of painted Charles Barkley as a lovable villain to some extent. Um, because
Yeah.
they would make him seem like he was hella mean, but at the same time, he was this nice guy underneath or whatever. And then like the foreign influence, obviously, I mean, you got a lot of foreign players that's able to come here and make it big, so that gives them more confidence to play. Um, but they've done a great job just marketing their individual players everywhere. And basketball, yeah, is a fun sport to watch it. You can have a personality in basketball that you can't have in baseball, and you get to see the players, unlike football with the helmet on. Like so, like football players can do they dance and all this other type of stuff, but with a basketball player, you can actually see the player do their antics or whatever, and it's a sport that's really good for TV, and it's fun to play. Like you got guys who can't play basketball, they'll just go to the gym just because it's fun to run up and down the court and shoot.
Yeah.
But I think the thing, if you compare like the NFL versus the NBA, like they they have the like I don't know how to really explain it, but like the NFL's problems and the NBA problems like polar opposites. Like Roger Goodell, right, and this whole like the Protect the Shield campaign, right? Like I know some people like a lot of people in the NFL. We seen it with the John Gruden situation. A lot of the players, probably some of the owners. We know Jerry Jones don't fuck with Roger Goodell. Like a lot of these motherfuckers, like even though they probably don't even like each other, Roger Goodell's enemy number one in the NFL community. Like this the fans don't like him. Nobody likes this motherfucker. He's a fucking asshole. But it's like he's like a necessary evil. Like I mean, even though he's literally sucking the fun out of the fucking game for everybody involved. But at the same time, it's because of his fucking the way he running this shit that the NFL is like surviving in a way because a lot of this shit, like a lot of this shit these players be doing, they be doing some goofy ass shit, and this shit is bad PR. Like like most of this shit when it come down to these dudes like getting in these like crazy like incidents, especially like with their wives and shit, like all this domestic shit. Football players got a like regardless of what race they are, they got a bad reputation with that shit. I don't know if it's that CTE shit. I don't know what the fuck going on with that shit, but it's because Roger Goodell is like really like he cracked down on that shit. Like he like nah, like he keep protect the shield. Because the liberal media will take that shit and they will run with that shit and they will label you toxic masculinity and it's a wrap. But the NBA is like they, you know, Adam Silver and David Stern, you know what I'm saying? Even though people, you know, I guess now that he's gone, when we look back at it, you know, he was grimy, but he wasn't, I don't think he was as bad as we thought in the moment. But now we compare him to Adam Silver. Adam Silver's fucking terrible, but it's more loose. It's more of a liberal league. Players have a voice. They have identity. They can celebrate. They have a personality. You know what I'm saying? You can kind of speak out and voice your opinion somewhat without getting fined or you know what I'm saying, shit like that, getting confined and getting sent away somewhere. Um, so I don't know, but I do think Roger Goodell needs to go. I think we get the idea that in the NFL, like you can't. They saying you can't even do a touchdown dance no more. Like you can't do an end zone dance no more. I still remember the days when T.O. was eating popcorn in the fucking end zone after touchdown. And now you saying you can't even sack a quarterback, do a little dance. You can't. You dudes can barely get a first down and do like the little fucking extend the arm and shit, throw the ball. You can't spin the ball no more. You can't. I was just like, God damn, man, it ain't what the fuck. I don't even want to watch this shit no more. You know?
That's why they start calling it the no fun league.
Yeah. Hey Reggie,
Yeah,
you remember the Ray Rice incident?
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean,
That girl, I went to school with her aunt.
oh shit.
Yeah. Her mom, that girl's mom is like, she around my aunt's age or some shit. Her and her uncle, her other, the girl, her mom and uncle. So I don't know them. I seen them and shit. But they end up moving to New York, back to New York and shit.
Man, how was things like when that shit came out, like in your town, since they like,
Nah, they were saying that, oh, they from Board Hill, they went to Northwestern and shit, same high school. And they from the same area my mom grew up in. That was it. You know.
damn.
They got married and shit.
I
And
mean, do
hmm?
y'all think? I mean, do you think that Roger Goodell needs to go, or do you think that like the
Man,
NFL?
those owners paying them a big fucking salary every year. And that shit increases.
If they paying him to do what they want, it ain't him.
Yeah. I mean he get big ass bonuses and shit. So
Because
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
the
like 40
commissioner
and
is
50
just a
million dollar bonuses
figurehead
and
for the
shit.
owners. Yeah.
Cause he worked for them. He really don't, he worked for the owners at the
yeah.
end of the day.
I mean, because it seemed like, man, a lot of these coaches and stuff don't like him. I mean, we seen the emails what happened with John Gruden.
But you think about it, a lot of people on committees are former players. Some of these committees and uh, that run the rules for as like the uniforms and celebrations and fines. A lot of those guys are former players that enforce that shit.
Yeah.
Man, that's even man, that's bad. Damn.
Like I say, he just hire people and the owners like, hey, you doing a good job for us. Hey, you can bring. I mean, they the number one grossing sport for when it comes to revenue and shit like that.
Cause that merchandise, man, like
Yeah,
that merchandise sell. I ain't never see like even though basketball, more people might like. It's one day. It's like 2 or 3 days a week. So like people that shit always be on. You go to this bar, people house, motherfuckers be watching football game, and motherfuckers like people don't even watch football. Like your wife, kids, aunt, grandma be rocking fucking football gear. You know what I'm saying? People's grandmas be walking around with like Pittsburgh Steelers fucking, you know what I'm saying, base caps and shit. Like, you know what I mean? Like NFL merchandise is the shit. Like that shit sells.
yeah. I mean, like NFL, all sports are year round, but NFL is always talked about. From the once the
Yeah,
Super Bowl in, you got the combine, then you got these little mini camps, then you got a OTAs, then you back in training camp. So they're
Yeah,
always talking
yeah,
hard
about this shit.
knocks. Yeah, hard
Yeah,
knocks is always a big deal.
yeah. So yeah,
yeah. For me, they've made football into almost like a slave driver system. Too much for me. When I look at that combine and I see these guys half naked and they got a goddamn number, I
yeah.
mean, and you just being poked and prodded at.
Hmm.
And I ain't gonna lie, the first time I really saw that at the combine, that bothered me. I'm like, what am I watching?
Yeah, I
And then
feel you.
you hear stories of guys damn near peeing on themselves because they being put out in the public like that. It's almost demeaning in a way,
Oh, yeah,
even though they're just testing you. It's just the way that it looked. And then knowing that football, the contracts aren't fully guaranteed, which is why these guys try to get all these incentives and try to get as big a signing bonus as they can. I mean, football is the most brutal sport financially and physically of all these athletes.
yeah,
Um,
yeah. But that's why
you
they
know,
said they had the
like,
worst union in
oh
sports.
yeah, they do. Yeah, they
Yeah,
have the worst fucking union, the
yeah.
worst union in sports.
It's like that union is terrible. I mean,
And I think that the attitude of the owners is more of a slave driver mentality than any other sport. For some reason, if you just look at the setup of football versus basketball, I always looked at it like if we was to make the correlation, you got basketball as the house Negroes and football as the field Negroes.
well,
You
yeah,
look at what, you know what I'm
look,
saying? Just look
yeah,
at
because they
what
always say
them
it's a good
guys
old boy
put their
network.
bodies through.
It's a good old
Yeah,
boy network
it's a very good old boy network.
because
Look at what
majority of the
them,
owners they've been around damn near since the
yeah,
inception of the NFL. Their
yeah,
families had some damn ties to it.
Yeah, like they're family-owned organizations. Like in
Yeah,
basketball, you would have never like the Steve Ballmer situation, for instance. You would never see like, you know what I'm saying? You got a black owner, there's a Russian owner, there's a fucking Asian owner, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? There's a openly homosexual owner, the dude who owns the Warriors, he's gay. You know what I'm saying? So you got a lot of different shit going on in the NBA as far as ownership. And in
yeah,
the NFL, it's just a bunch of if even if a woman owns that shit, it's not her owning it, it's her
yeah,
family owns it. And she just
yeah.
like
Ownership never really changes hands in the NFL. Baseball,
yeah,
it changes.
yeah,
some
good
family
old
shit.
boys.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, I
Jerry
mean,
Jones and shit.
you
Jerry
just look
Jones.
at, yeah, I mean, I just look at what them guys put their bodies through and how the contracts are and the attitudes of the owners and then the attitudes of a lot of the fans that watch. Like, I stopped watching all that football shit when they blackballed Kaepernick. I'm like, I just couldn't do it no more because I just thought that, of all the shit that the NFL tries to push to show that they care, um, then you have the issues that Kaepernick brought up, and all of a sudden, this is a problem, and that man lost his job. Like, I don't even give a damn about Kaepernick so much because truth be told, Kaepernick ain't did nothing that a lot of black people was doing when I was coming up. There's a lot of us that wasn't standing for the national anthem, going to the games, watching the team. I wasn't doing it. I was a teenager going to A's games. I wasn't standing. My
Right.
homeboys sometimes would look, and I was like, man, fuck that. I ain't got to salute no fucking. I don't believe in that shit because they don't believe in it. So no, I ain't doing it. So what he did wasn't so unique to black people in particular, but I look at the message, not the messenger. And he put a lot of things on blast, and a lot of people's true colors got revealed. And the fact that the NFL blackballed him like they did, we know he got blackballed. I couldn't find it in myself to just keep going along with that shit. People can make their own decisions, but for me, I just couldn't rock with it. But I just looked at the attitude of these owners like you care more about that goddamn flag than 75% of your fucking employees who represent what he's talking about.
I don't
That
think it was the
come,
flag, Oaktown.
nah,
It was the people.
of course.
Motherfuckers.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
well, of course.
they come.
It's a convenient excuse, but we know what's up.
Yeah, they don't show the fuck up. We ain't gonna make no money.
And
Yeah,
and if you look at it
But
from
they,
a
it's
different
like,
angle,
and they couldn't say it. They couldn't say it.
no, they couldn't say it because they know what you gonna do. You gonna come out and acknowledge what we know? Okay, that really ain't good for business. But it's like just like for me, just seeing how that all look, seeing the reports, guys break their leg, and all of a sudden you trying to back out of a contract that you signed a dude to 2 years ago, and he got 2 years left on the deal, and now you don't want to pay him X amount of money. You can cut this guy. You know the J- to me, I've seen so much bullshit in football. It really soured on me. I can't even watch college football no more just because I'm like, this is a training ground for this shit. And like when I hear some of the comments that was made, Jerry Jones, what was that one dude? I forget. He was a linebacker or something. That made a comment at the time that this was hot about not wanting to salute the flag, or he had sat down. Jerry Jones had made a comment that my guy's better stand up or whatever, but the guy ended up getting cut. I forget his name. I think he was a defensive lineman or a linebacker out of North Carolina. This is a while ago, so I don't even remember. I
Mm.
ain't familiar with a lot of guys who even playing now. Um,
You talking about Robert Quinn, maybe?
I remember him. I don't think that's who it was. I forget.
Okay. I just saw
Um,
this. Damn, Alden Smith got arrested again. DUI.
he's an idiot. He's an idiot. He
Damn.
ain't gonna never learn. He
Nah.
ain't gonna never learn, man.
Damn.
But I mean,
Nah.
but who was the dude in Kansas City that got into it with the
just
white
tonight,
girl in the?
Tyreek Hill.
Was he
he's
the
talking
one
about
that got
Kareem
into it
Hunt.
with the white girl?
They talking
Yeah,
about
that's
Kareem
it.
Hunt.
Yeah,
Oh,
Kareem
Kareem
Hunt.
Hunt.
Yeah,
And didn't she jump on him or something?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. She attacked
You
him
know,
first.
Ezekiel Elliott. Um, and they had the text from the white girl that said, "Nobody's gonna believe you. I'm white," or some shit like that. Um, I
Yeah.
mean, it's just like I used to love football too. So for me, making the turn that I did, it was just natural because I'm like, you know what, fuck this shit. Um, but it just seemed like a whole lot was building up for me in regards to that. And then also, I'm gonna tell you something else that really made me sick. Like, so when Jamarcus Russell was out here, and I would go to the games,
Lord have mercy.
and the shit that people were saying. Now this, yeah, and no, he was a bust, and he ended up being lazy and not doing as much as he could have. But
Yeah,
even before he proved he was going to be that, the shit that was being said about him out here in the so-called most liberal part of the country was ridiculous.
Mm, I can
It
imagine.
was ridiculous. And where's Jamarcus Hunt? He from Alabama, right?
Yeah.
You would think for all the shit that they say about the South, we was in the South. This is California, the Bay Area, the so-called most liberal part of the Bay Area,
yeah. I mean,
and you got these. I mean, it's ridiculous, dude. But I mean, I never fall for that anyway. But I'm just saying that,
Yeah,
all that shit. After a while, I was like, man, fuck this shit. Y'all can have it. I don't even care. It ain't that
But,
important.
just imagine being down here, how they treated Cam Newton. I mean, hell,
You could see it
shit.
from afar.
And then he led them. I like the Panthers. He led them to the Super Bowl. He's
Yep.
the reason they got there on offense. I mean, but they treat him like he wasn't shit. I'm like,
The
certain
man.
and
places they're
he
not
won an
good black
MVP
quarterbacks can
too.
be in.
Yeah.
I don't cap for them, but black quarterbacks.
Yeah.
But yeah, but certain areas
I mean,
they're not meant to be
the
played in.
man threw for the man threw for 400 yards the first two games of his career. That never been done before. Two
Yeah.
400-yard passing games to start his career.
Hmm.
Just injuries, the biggest thing that fucked him up, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The injuries,
But they
man.
shitted on him after that Super Bowl. They shit. Peyton Manning didn't play good either. It was the
Nope.
defenses.
Yeah, man, that big headed ass motherfucker. Don't get me started on that bitch ass.
Yeah. But
Stan Payton.
but
People, I know he a top 5 quarterback all time and shit, but I fucking cannot stand Peyton, man. I can't
Why?
stand that bitch.
Yeah. I
It's
mean,
not. It's not
like,
the. It's just he mostly after he left it. The whole thing that went down when he had that neck injury, whatever the fuck
yeah,
injury he had to retire the first time. Like it seemed like these dudes, these quarterbacks, they pull. They on that Brett Favre shit. Like I get it. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to let it go. But
that's
then,
another motherfucker I can't stand. Brett
and I actually,
Favre.
I used to love watching Brett Favre too, man. When I was a kid, I used to love watching Brett Favre. But I kind of, you know what I'm saying? I still like him as a player, but that shit he was on, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, that shit he be on, I can't really co-sign that. But all these fucking quarterbacks, man, he paid these good old boy quarterbacks, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know, bro. I can't get behind that shit. That's why I fuck with like that's what I fuck with like I don't even like Tom Brady, but like his personality and shit, like, you know what I'm saying? If you want to say he a cheater and this is that, yeah, but his personality and shit. I fuck with Aaron Rodgers. You know what I'm saying? Guys like that. I like Dak Prescott. I know, you know what I'm saying, Dak a brother and shit. So I cannot stand no fucking Peyton Manning. Like when I see like niggas like rocking Peyton Manning gear and shit, I'm like, what the fuck wrong with you, nigga? Like, man,
Yeah,
that's a
he was
good
all
old
right. I mean, he
boy.
was good. Nobody would have thought his brother would have won more Super Bowls than him. But that's how it worked out. Yeah, Peyton Manning was cool. I mean, they tried to do everything they could to make him the face of the league and win, and then Tom Brady came along, and the Patriots whooped their ass just about every time they played.
He could, man. One dude that got a short in the stick in that whole era was Phillip Rivers, though. That
Yeah,
nigga got a short in the stick for real.
he was
Um,
a crybaby. He made me sick.
he used to talk hella shit though.
Yeah,
That
he did. And see, when I watched the Raiders, him being in San Diego, so we seeing each other twice a year. I couldn't stand that motherfucker.
Oh, he talked
He
big
he was,
noise too on the field.
yeah, he did. The
It's
funny thing
crazy.
about him, he would always play big in a game that didn't matter for them, but it mattered for you. And that shit used to piss me the fuck off. I'm like, you wait till now to show the fuck. Really? Now you
He's
gonna
a
do some shit?
he's a troll for real. It was
Yeah.
crazy. He's like this like Jesus freak Bible thumper. So he would talk
Oh,
all
good.
this trash, but he wouldn't curse. That's what make it even worse.
Yeah.
This dude's violating you in a holy way. Like he's
But like
talking
football
clean.
full of them fucking good old boy Bob then Jay Cutler, another quarterback I can't stand.
Yeah.
Jay
He
Cutler,
yeah. He's
he's
in
up
that
there.
Kyrie Irving type thing, that flake shit. He's another flake.
Yeah,
But I guess
thank
now
you.
that we know I don't know if y'all follow like the shit that be going on in his personal life and shit. But now that I kind of understand, I'm not excusing Jay Cutler. I agree with you, but his man, if you man, that bitch he married to, man, that bitch clean him the fuck out, man. Bitch
Yeah.
put him on that reality show, all that shit, man. That nigga whole personal life aired the fuck out for the whole world to see. I was like, shit, I'd act like him too. Shit. I come to work with a cigarette in my mouth. I wouldn't practice. Like, fuck this shit.
He going through it.
That nigga married to the devil. He depressed. I like, bro, you a star quarterback in the NFL. You depressed. I like, bro, some of your life gotta be fucked up. Like,
Shit, they be getting taken to the cleaners too. They just don't talk about that shit.
Mm-hmm.
man,
And
that
white
dude
women
looked
be
like
getting all of them, not just them, but them white women be getting them white dudes too.
he looked like he just didn't want to be alive. Like he would just be in the press car, just yeah. I'm like, damn, bro. Like
He
I've
should have
never
stayed in
seen.
Denver.
Yeah, he should have. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's from Indiana, I believe. He's from Northern
He's from
yeah,
Santa
Indiana.
Claus,
yeah,
Indiana.
Yeah, so he
yeah. He
wanted to
went
he
to
wanted to go back home.
what you call it, Purdue, right?
I went to Vanderbilt.
Yeah, he went to Vandy.
Vander, yeah, that's it. Vanderbilt,
Mm-hmm.
that's it.
Yeah, that's
That's
why
it.
Skip Bayless be on his helmet like that. Cause Skip Bayless went to Vanderbilt. And Skip
Yeah.
Bayless can't stand Jay Cutler. He'd be like, I fucking hate him. Skip Bayless be on his helmet, bro. Like that shit. But I will say this about Skip Bayless though. He an equal opportunity hater though. Like he will,
No,
man.
he get on everybody.
That
He don't
motherfucker
care.
be hating on everybody, dog.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people be on him and Shannon. I know they got a good. Somebody got to be the good guy. One got to be the bad guy when they on that shit.
Yeah,
Like
but
I don't know if
Shan,
Shannon is a real big LeBron fan as he claimed to be. I don't know.
I think he trolling. I don't think that nigga. I don't think he fuck with LeBron like
Because
that.
he got to once he put it out, he got to keep playing the role.
Because
yeah,
he don't even like. There's no pictures of him. I mean, I get it, shit happen behind the scenes, but they in the same city. You know what I'm saying? There's no pictures of them linking up together. There's no kind of. He cool with Rich Paul. I know that. So I know him. He probably, you know what I'm saying. He cool with Rich Paul
Yeah,
and them.
but I'm saying I've heard people like on Tickets channel tell me he's got shrines and shit of.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean everybody that if they're a fan of a team, they got the quote unquote man cave set up with their damn squad and they got damn blankets and goddamn they got all type of shit,
yeah.
posters and
Shannon is a
You ain't
Kobe
gonna.
fan. He even admitted that shit.
Hey,
Shannon is a Kobe fan deep down in his heart.
yeah,
He know it too.
but you not gonna see pictures of LaShannon with LeBron and shit.
mm-hmm.
That motherfucker's Venom. He a symbiote. You gonna see Shannon Sharp one day just like come out come out of LeBron and shit, and he gonna start talking about we are LeBron or something. I swear that dude is his symbiote because every time he talk about LeBron, it's we. I'm like,
Yeah,
it's we this, we that, we that. I'm like, God damn, this is like watching Venom and Eddie Brock. So like,
he's probably a damn Lakers fan, really a
ain't no
Lakers fan
telling.
more than anything. Besides,
I
You
think he
think
on
he
the
a Lakers
payroll,
fan?
bro.
I think he's a Lakers fan. Yeah,
He admitted a while back. He said that growing up he always been a Kobe fan. Um,
I think he growing up been a. Red, you got to think now. He damn near mid 50s.
well, I
He
guess he
grew
was.
up a Kobe fan.
Well, that's what
Now
he was saying.
it was an era at one point in time. Either you was a Lakers fan, Sixers fan. People fucking with Boston. And at his time frame, the Lakers, Boston, and hell, the Bulls weren't making any noise at the time. I'm more than like he grew up a Lakers fan.
He probably did, yeah.
I think he on the payroll. To be honest, I think Rich Paul cutting that nigga check. That's what I
Nah,
think.
shit, nah.
I think that's what's going on.
I know one thing, LeBron bit off more than he could chew coming to the Lakers. Because
Yeah,
I don't think he thought he was gonna face what he's facing now, but it's a different animal playing for the Lakers.
He
yeah,
underestimated what he thought because he might be the better player than Kobe physically. He might have be the better player, but that mental game. Kobe is one of the most mental. He couldn't he wasn't ready for that LA lifestyle. Not he wasn't ready for that. Like he wasn't ready for that fan base. That team. I always
Nah,
said wearing the purple and gold is different. It's coming from a Rockets fan. Like I understand. I grew up hating Kobe. I didn't really let that shit go until like after they beat us in the playoffs in '09. I just said, fuck it, I can't hate this nigga no more. This nigga's raw as hell. Like,
But that was more business move. That was a business move for him. Go to the Lakers.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
wasn't, if they won, they won.
but he like I said, he underestimated what it took to be a Laker. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like,
But you got to think now. In LA, that fan base is not as rabid as you think. Because they don't win. They won't go to them damn. They got other shit to do. They won't go to those games.
yeah,
It's the fan base of the Lakers fan base, but not out there. They're not like they don't give a damn.
these niggas be on cap out here. Like they be like they're Lakers fans, but then they not, bro. Like here's a prime example of what I mean. Like everywhere you go, and I'm not even in LA, but it's all Lakers down here. So like everywhere I go, it's like Lakers this, Lakers that. People like wearing Kobe Bryant jerseys and shit. People wearing Shaq jerseys, all kind of Laker legend jerseys, right? They go to these, but when they losing, like you say, they don't go to the games. They talking shit. Like you swear these niggas never won a ring in 30 years or something. The way these motherfuckers be talking, I'm like, damn, bitch, y'all just won the ring like a year before. Like
Yeah,
y'all niggas act like I ain't won a ring in 30 years or some shit.
yeah,
Then
and
they then on top of that, they hate they always like if let the Clippers win like a game or two. Man, these niggas be on their helmets. So I'm like, damn, bro. Let the Clippers lay it. Like they can't, they won't, they keep on saying, y'all little brother, y'all ain't shit. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? Like, yeah, I don't know, bro. I
But
don't like
they
Lakers
do
fans.
think like that though.
yeah,
That's how
it's
Cause
been
they
like that
are.
for years.
That's
yeah,
how they
no,
are. They're terrible. Like the Laker fans are fucking horrible. Like,
Reggie, people when I was we go to LA, the Clippers, well, nobody fucking with the Clippers. That was in the '90s. Wasn't nobody fucking with them.
yeah,
Or even when Darius Miles and all those guys were there, they were getting they were getting people to come see them playing shit. They got a little bit of excitement, but they it was an easy ticket to get. But people was still Laker fans, quote unquote Laker fans. And what killed me about the Laker fans, people who say they were Laker fans and now they hate the Lakers or they don't fuck with them because LeBron's there. Oaktown, you know this. They didn't win shit for how many years before LeBron got there? It was a
yeah. It's
gap.
been a minute. It's
Yeah,
been a minute.
what,
yeah.
10 years,
Yeah, so
Yeah, we got
12
close
years?
to it. Yeah,
yeah, that's a gap. So I remember a year before that he went. They were like, "Man, the Lakers don't have a seat at the table no more. Nobody care about the Lakers. That was just a name."
yeah. They were becoming irrelevant. You know what's
Yeah.
funny? The Lakers was looking like the Raiders started becoming when after they had moved to LA after winning.
Mm-hmm.
And they stopped winning for a while, and they basically just became a brand name. But in terms of what they actually were, they didn't have that same prestige.
Right.
People wasn't trying to go there.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Lakers was getting like that. LeBron actually helped. So like, if there are Laker fans that don't want to acknowledge that shit, but what LeBron did was that he actually helped bring that Lakers brand name back to prominence because
Mm-hmm.
they were just the name. They were just the name. They go down to the damn Staples Center and the Warrior fans was taking over. The
Yeah.
Warriors go down there.
Oh,
And
and here's speaking that you said that. I remember. I'll never forget this. I don't know if this is just because of the maybe it was where I was at, but I was in Oakland. This was it was about I don't know shit a while back, a few years ago. I was in a movie theater, and it was like I've never been in a movie theater. I've never been in no theater like this before. Like they had a bar in there, all type of shit. Like motherfuckers watching the game and shit. Like it was like a club in that motherfucker. So it was a Laker. It was a Laker game. The Lakers were up in the Bay. They was in the Oracle, and they was playing the Warriors. I think this was like 2014. This one like they had Nick Young in them, and they were still kind of still halfway decent. And it was a shootout. It was like Steph, Nick Young, Kobe. It was going back and forth, right? And I think that was the game when Nick Young shot the shot, and the bitch went in. The ball went in. He turned around and threw his hand
uh,
up. I think that was that game. So that game was lit as hell. That shit went like down to the wire, right? And I remember everybody in that fucking place, like maybe a little bit half, maybe a little bit more than half, were Laker fans. Like they were cheering for the Lakers. And I know the Bay,
Yeah,
they got a good deep history. That their fan base is solid. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. But outside of like, I've never met a Warriors fan in my life until the Warriors got good. I'm not saying
yeah,
from the Bay. I'm just saying in general. Like nigga,
yeah.
even when the Warriors beat the Mavericks, and they had Monte Ellis and Mikael Petrus and Andres Beatrice. I'm not even a Warriors fan now. I know that whole fucking roster. That squad. They had Matt Barnes, Stack Jackson.
Donald Full.
Yeah.
Hell yeah, Donald Ford. They had what was the nigga? What was the other dude? He could shoot threes really good. I forgot that dude's name. He had the
Uh,
headband, black dude. He wore a headband.
uh,
That
Oh, you
well,
talking about Anthony Morrow?
yeah, Anthony Morrow.
yeah,
That nigga shot like 43% from the
Yeah,
three
he can
that whole
shoot. Yeah,
year.
he from Charlotte.
He was a bucket. You know what
yeah.
I'm
He ended
saying?
up going to OKC after that, I believe.
Hmm.
But these fake ass Warrior fans don't even know who the fuck them niggas are. You know what I'm saying?
No,
And
you had you get these damn Laker Warrior fans around here that teeter. We've always had that though. You get some. You either get like Warrior fans who want to see good basketball. Because what you got to remember too, the Warriors was shitty for so damn long. People sometimes would just look for another team. Like they would still sell out the arena, and basketball is big up here. The Warriors always did well, no matter how good or bad they were. So they always had a good fan base. But when it comes to the Lakers and what people got to remember outside of this area is that you got a lot of transplants. Like California is a transplant state. The Bay Area is a transplant area. So we get this mixture of motherfuckers who just want to pick a team. You could have people from Southern California coming up here and vice versa. So you're gonna always get your share of Laker fans here, but you get some of them Warrior fans that was Laker fans because they was better, and then if the Warriors got good, they root for the Warriors, and then when they get bad again, they just root for the Lakers. Because I mean, like you would have Shaq or Kobe come up here and they would advertise come watch the Lakers as part of this 3 or 4 game package, and they'd
Hmm.
always put the Lakers in there. So they did little shit. So you would always get that little element. So that ain't no surprise because we used to talk about that in high school. But for the most part, um, you gonna always have majority Warrior fans around, but you always got that Laker contingent. You got to remember something too. The Lakers is like the Cowboys. No matter where the Cowboys go, they travel.
Yep.
They
bro,
fans is everywhere.
Yeah.
you know, it's sickening. Like I used to be like the number one Laker hater, and like when I say like I speak about the Lakers, there's nothing but respect because as a Rocket fan growing up from Houston, like I used to be like butthurt. I'm like, nigga, you from Houston? How the fuck is you a Laker fan, nigga? These niggas come to our city and fuck us up like every year, bro. Like 3 times a year. I gotta watch these niggas come in here, and then I'm seeing this shit. I'm like, you niggas walk around with these fucking is purple and gold on. I could not stand. I remember like when I was a kid, I used to hate the color purple, bro. Just because of this niggas, bro. Like I could not stand the Lakers, bro. Like I used to be bro. It was to the point where like I would respect Magic Johnson and all this shit, but I'm like, man, fuck them niggas. Like I used to be on that kind of shit. I used to be a fucking
Yeah.
hating ass nigga, bro. Cause like when I grew up, the Rockets was ass. Like I grew up right after the Clutch Cities era, and then we had Steve Francis, and that's when they drafted Yao Ming. We had Moochie Norris and Eddie Griffin, and you know what I'm saying, Bobby Sura, and that the year we won 26 games, we had David Wesley, and I'm like, man, that's what I grew up watching. I grew up
Yeah.
watching niggas win 26 games, and our starting point guard was David fucking Wesley, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Like, so okay, so yeah, I grew up hating Kobe Bryant. I grew up hating Shaq. I grew up hating them niggas, especially Robert Ory. Fuck that nigga. You know what I'm saying? You was one of
Oh
us, and then
yeah.
you switched
Yeah.
up for real. So, but I understand the greatness of the Los Angeles Lakers. I understand the lineage and the history of that franchise very well. So when I see like, I'm like, bro, y'all niggas is really Laker fans, bro. This shit is. I was just, and then that one year when we took them to 7 games, and if we should have we weren't even healthy. We had run our test that year. Then he left us, and then went to them.
Yep.
And I was like, man, I can't believe this shit. I was salty, bro. Like I was, and I'm just like, bro. After that, I let it go. I had to, because I'm like I'm stressed. I was like I got to. I was like, well, even after Kobe Bryant did what he did with Shane Battier, played the greatest defense on him I have ever seen. I've never seen nobody play defense like that before, ever in a playoff series, ever in my lifetime. I know Dennis Rodman and some other guy, but what I witnessed, I've never seen nobody do that shit. He brought that hand through the shot pocket shit. He brought that shit back. I don't know where that shit came from, but he brought that shit back from wherever it came from, and Kobe was still making the shots. I was like, I can't believe this. Like, I mean, so I was like, I gotta let it go. Kobe's a great player. The Lakers are a great organization. Even though I don't like them, I gotta respect them. But
Yeah,
I
man.
just,
I mean, look, man. It's certain teams, the Yankees, Cowboys, Lakers, couple others. They gonna always have fan bases that infiltrate your city, and you ain't gonna never understand how it happened. That's how it is. And so what you seeing now with the Warriors, they had a run, they getting better again, and then you got players like Steph that are marketable. So what happens? Well, they're the next organization to build a brand, and that's what it comes down to. You a brand. The Cowboys are a brand. The Lakers are a brand. The Yankees a brand. So, and when the current ownership bought the team, they said they wanted the Warriors to be like the Showtime Lakers. So they said they was going to do everything they could. They was going to make the team great, obviously, because the team got to be worth watching. But they didn't just want them to be a winning team. They wanted them to be fun to watch. So you get the best of both worlds. You're good to watch on TV and you win championships.
that's
So
why a
they
lot of
said they
people don't
want to
like the
do that.
Spurs.
Yeah, exactly. The Spurs, great organization, but they boring as hell.
I've never,
So
I don't even know that many Spurs fans. Like a handful. Like even the people that like the Spurs, they just like the players. Like what I'm saying. Like they like Kawhi, or they like Tim Duncan, or they like that's basically it. Nobody else in the spell. I've never met nobody say, "Oh, my favorite player was George Gervin." What I'm saying? Some
yeah,
shit like that. Like,
yeah, it's a trip, man. Just but that I mean, that's how you build your organization up. You win, they make them fun to watch, and then they also advertise themselves pretty good too. So like they put a lot of money into making the team marketable. They did everything they could to change the image of what the Warriors used to be because the Warriors were really irrelevant. Nobody talked about us. Like it
yeah,
was just us. We weren't big outside of the Bay Area. So
I
yeah, to
think that
see
we
Warrior
release
fans
see
across the country, yeah, exactly.
that's what
But
put y'all on the map for real. Like,
yeah, that helped. And getting this new ownership and then getting Steph Curry and then getting Klay Thompson. And then when we made the playoffs that first year, we beat Denver in the first round. And when we showed up and took San Antonio to 6 games in the second round, that really put us out there with the current. Well, I shouldn't say the current group because everybody from that team ain't here, but Steph and Clay and then Dre. That really put us up. And then we lost to the Clippers the following year, but the ownership had did what they said. They had made us relevant. So now it's just a matter of winning. And Steve Kerr being the coach, and I didn't like the idea of getting rid of Mark Jackson, but I was right with one thing with Steve Kerr. I said, well, I don't know how good of a coach he would be, but I said the offense was definitely going to be better and more suited to Steph and Clay because Steve Kerr was going to have them play the way he played. And the off ball movement is what set us apart because when we had Mark Jackson as the coach, I believe we were the most isolation based team, which was stupid. But Mark Jackson had them playing the way he played as a point guard. And that really wasn't ideal for Steph. So when we changed that up and we had the ball movement and we had the, and you got to give Mark Jackson credit too by him putting it out there about Steph and Clay before they actually proved to be the best shooting backcourt. He basically gave the franchise more attention by saying, "Hey, look, we got these two great shooters. I'm gonna hype them up." It gave them more attention because the media said, "Wait a minute, these two, man, they ain't even played 5 years together yet." But putting that spotlight on them um, enabled them to go do what they do. And they'll tell you to this day, they say, if it wasn't for Mark Jackson, we would not be what we are now. He empowered them at a very early age. So just by having that duo go out there and do what they did, that also got them attention. So it's like it's fun to see how the organization built itself and what they used to be because nobody outside the Bay Area talked about the Warriors. And now to see all these Warrior fans all across the country, that shit is weird though.
All right, fellas, I'm gonna holler at y'all. It's about to hit 1 o'clock over here, man. Good talk to y'all.
Right on, man.
All right, man. Y'all take it easy.
Peace.